Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the Summerset National Fours here at the Alexandra Bowling Club in Central Otago. Now, 13 clubs have been used around the region, from as far north as Wanaka to Roxburgh in the south, and just about everywhere in between. I'm Dave Worsley, and with me is expert commentator Alex Reid. And Alex, tell me, what are the numbers competing in this tournament?
Yeah, so we're really pleased, Dave. We've had just about the best part of 200 teams descend upon Central Otago for the men's and women's fours, which works out to be 800 players down here for this Nationals.
And what about some of the stars? Who are they?
Yeah, so on the men's side of the draw, we've got the defending champion skipped by Marr here, which viewers will recognise the name. Gary Lawson's skipping a team, Lance Pascoe's skipping a team. On the women's side of the draw, defending champions again, back to try and win their title, skipped by Mandy Boyd, but also teams led by Sandra Keith and Claire Hendry. So top players everywhere.
Well, thank you, Alex. We'll be back with live commentary very shortly. Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the Summerset Open National Fours. We're here at the Alexandra Bowling Club, and beautiful fine conditions now. Alex Reid, it's looking good out there on the greens. We've already had one round already today, and this second round, tell me who's coming up on this rink.
I'll gladly tell you that, Dave, and it's on the screen for me to read, which is even better. So we're going to see Diane Strawbridge, Anne Muir, Dawn Owens and Karina Cooper take on Donelda Scott, Emma Bayley, Debz Harpur and Lucy Ware.
Where are they from? Diane Strawbridge, which club are they looking at? Are we looking at the Kensington Club in Northland, Whangarei?
Yes, that's the one. That's where they're from. And the other team from the Christchurch Club.
All right, Christchurch Club, I believe that is one of the older clubs in the country.
Yeah, so generally if a club's named after a city, it means it was the only one there when it was started. So Christchurch, they have a long and proud history, and the Kensington Club coming up to their centenary this year, which is exciting as we see start. They've just had a chat. It's fine. We'll get there with the players and the camera mics. But yes, this is the first game we're able to broadcast from the Summerset National Fours, and looking forward to it. And this first bowl here, just underneath the line.
And Alex, we can suggest from that first bowl, I mean, a little bit of nerves, albeit that they have already played one competition game. However, it seems to be running fairly quick. Would you suggest on this actual rink?
Yeah, we both had a walk around, didn't we, Dave, earlier on today, and it looks like the green's running very true, and certainly it'll be speeding up as the day goes on. It's going to make for some good bowls.
Well, yesterday, as the tournament was getting prepared in this particular club in Alexandra, by the way, there are two clubs in the township of Alexandra. There's Alexandra Bowling Club and Alexandra District Club.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's only nearly 7,000 people in Alexandra, but there is two clubs. Yesterday, we had quite a lot of surface water on these rinks. It's just one of those things. It has fined up. There was a little bit of drizzle early this morning. However, now, as you can see, plenty of sunshine, the hills all around, blue sky as well, and certainly warming up in the township. Let's have a look for the next bowl, and who have we got there? Just checking. Alex, you're the expert on the names at the moment. There was certainly a lot of chat from both teams as to who was who and who was the most experienced as well.
All an expert is a drip under pressure, Dave. And I probably am one of those. It's a great bowl. Let's just look for the stickers. So the Christchurch team has black stickers on their bowls, and the Kensington team has no stickers. So we'll just give me a second.
And we do have some very experienced competitors. In fact, Anne Muir, tell me about Anne Muir. I believe she's been playing for around about 50 years.
Well, she told us to work it out, didn't she, Dave? She said she started in 1963 or 4 and figure it out for yourself. So she's been playing for a while. Anne Muir, that black
bowl,
what do you call it? A black stickered bowl there. So that's the Christchurch team, folks. The black stickers, which means that this must be one of the Kensington players. I believe Karina Cooper's playing too.
And what we've seen so far in round one was a lot of the women's competitions, a lot of the clashes there where the bowls were really condensed around the jack.
Yeah, that was
really tight.
That was the takeaway, wasn't it, when we were having to wander around? It's just how many bowls sort of get stacked around ahead, particularly in the women's fours. As we see this bowl a bit narrow, shunt one up, almost in the back door there. And just been given the foot there.
And this particular surface, this particular grass, Alex, it's one of the words you like to say. It's one of these.
The Maniatoto,
There
yeah,
you go.
which I think is near. I think the place is near here, isn't it?
It is.
The
It is.
Maniatoto
It's to the
Plains.
east.
It's a water weed that's now very
I haven't got
popular
the
for
card. Have you
bowling
got the card
greens,
in?
as it makes it
Ian's got the
essentially you're
card.
playing on a snooker table, but it's alive.
Come on down here.
Pretty good stuff.
And we're just seeing the foot come out. And you'll notice as well, for anybody who's new to bowls, is that a person's foot, doesn't matter what size it is actually quite often used to measure.
Yes, yes, yeah, definitely. Let me see there. It looks like Diane Strawbridge is down the team end
Run it out, Emma. Run it out.
of the rink. So I think she might be playing 3 in this game. It looks like
Come
there's
down
been a
here,
coup.
Diane.
Oh, goodness.
The ball's behind the deck.
Wouldn't you
Oh, I'm
say
sure it was a
coup?
friendly coup as we see that bowl there from the
You're right
Christchurch
there.
team.
Just
So
get
this is
one.
Diane
Yeah,
Strawbridge
Yeah, I'll let it go.
here
You're right.
in the 3 position. She was down as skipping.
So the skip, in most terminology, the skip would be regarded as what, the tactical or most
Very
tactical
good.
player in the contest or in the team?
Yeah, generally the skipper's the player who directs what shot is played by his or her team and then finishes off the end. And of course, in any event, you can change the dynamics of your team in between rounds. So you can play you can't change halfway through a game. We couldn't get halfway through a game of Piers, Dave, and you decide that I should be playing lead for you instead. So we see this bowl here
Good
from the
high.
Christchurch 3. That's a lovely shot there. You see the
That
3
bowl's
black
level
stickered
almost.
bowls. Building this head nicely
over.
for the Christchurch team of Donelda Scott, holding at least 3 points.
Now, Alex, just when you were talking about the points, we're playing ends here, 18 ends, is that correct?
Yeah, 18 ends, and whoever scores the most points over that time is the
Come on, run
the
it
winning
out.
team. And Diane Strawbridge
the hill.
making a beautiful correction. We can
Run,
see her
run.
first bowl finish at 9 o'clock
Run,
on
run.
the screen. Correcting with her second bowl. I think she's drawn the shot there. That's a lovely bowl.
So she'd be picking up the 1 point. You'd believe that it's closest from this angle. It looks the closest.
Yeah, I'd say it's that light blue bowl sitting at 3 o'clock on your screens holding the shot, and then we can see the 3 black stickered bowls sort of around it, a second, third and fourth
Well,
shot.
that's a nice switch around from down 3 to up 1.
Yeah, we'd call it a 4-shot swing, really, because you've gone, as saved from
Yeah.
3 down to 1 up. So you've saved, it's like a 4-point turnaround there from Diane Strawbridge, and particularly on the first end, those shots aren't that hard or that easy to play, so it was a good bowl from Diane.
And Alex, we can see that we're using a number of rinks here, a number of greens. So we have the men, I guess you can see them in the background there. And I think it's 6, or is it 4 at the present time on this particular rink? What have we got? Yes, we've got about
7,
4,
8.
7, 8.
8.
8. We're using 8 there at the
Oh.
moment. We're getting the sign language. It is 8. 4 and 4.
Oh, 7.
7.
7. Oh, my goodness.
That's terrible sign language.
It's not
or
even the
terrible
morning,
reading of it.
Dave. So there's 8 rinks that can be played, but 7 in the section.
Yeah.
So seven rinks in the section.
And just watching here as we see Anne Muir.
So Anne, the most experienced bowler,
I'd have to suggest in the competition, probably in the women's.
should be close to it, having played a lot of bowls.
That's a little heavy.
But that one coming up short
A little
though.
bit short. Looks like she's using the same model bowl as Diane Strawbridge. It's sort of light speckled blue. Wouldn't be surprising to see Donelda Scott here. Took up bowls, what did you say, 11 years ago? That's a lovely shot. What a beautiful bowl, and moving the jack. She's made 3 out of that, Dave. That's a brilliant shot there from Donelda Scott. The 3 black stickered bowls holding, and Anne under all
down.
sorts of pressure here. Asking how many down she is. Do you think her bowling cloth's big enough there, Dave?
Yes, she does have a towel more than a cloth. And Alex just having a look at the turn here. This will be quite interesting. I think she's got that turn.
Down, she asks. Oh, that's a slice of hell there for Anne Muir. Snicking the jack over, and that beautiful camera angle there shows us that's 3 to the black stickered bowls, 3 to
Good start,
Donelda
girls.
Scott's team of Emma Bayley, Debz Harpur and Lucy Ware. And a good start. 3 on this first end.
And straight into action again as we roll the jack down the green.
Just in front of us at this beautiful Alexandra Bowling Club. They put on a very good spread for lunch, Dave. I was impressed, as the other 12 clubs around the Central Otago district are sure to be doing. They're known as sort of really hospitable place here in Central Otago. Players love coming here. And well spread out the clubs, aren't they? There's a few of them being used.
There is, in fact, 13 clubs, as we mentioned in the preview, from, well, up the north, Wanaka, to the south, Roxburgh. Then we've got Queenstown, I guess, to the west, and Waipayata to the east, along with Ranfurly, and also Patearoa are all to the eastern side of, I guess you could call it Central Otago. 13 clubs in total, some of them just with the one green, Alex.
Yeah, a lot of one green clubs, just the small little, your typical country club, and they know how to do hospitality, and players love going there.
Yeah, some spectacular scenery all around. Well, all of the clubs really, with the hills, mountains, rivers and lakes as well.
Let me see here. Lucy Ware just taking her time on the back end.
And the expression there from Lucy Ware.
Seen happier looks.
Exactly.
That might be quite good, I think.
Well done, Lucy.
Oh, just nicking past. The results aren't up quite yet, but I did have a look. I followed the teams. Believe Muir's team had a win in the first game, and Donelda Scott, when I checked, they were 6 down last end. I don't think they got a 7 on the last end, so coming in at a different sort of mixed fortunes here, these two teams. Of course, in the conditions of play, you play 2 days, 3 games a day, so you win 4 or more and you qualify for post-section, Dave. So you can afford to lose 2 games, although you don't really want to lose your first 2.
Well, Alex, we do have some huge numbers all around these 13 clubs. For the men, I believe there's 9 sections, and for the women, I believe 5 sections.
Yeah, we had. I mean, there's 120 teams in the men's fours and 67 in the women's fours. And particularly for the women, it's quite satisfying, because if we just think back to Dunedin in 2018, we had 36 entries in the women's fours. Oh. Now we have 67. That's not a bad increase there. So it's a great event and really, really pleasing numbers for sure. So we see this head sort of loose-ish. That one first bowl of Lucy Ware's. It's only one really near the jack, to be fair. Here we go, this is Christchurch.
Just a little bit of a conversation as just...
they're asking there if the bowl stayed alive. So inside the confines of the rink, and Diane Strawbridge indicating that not to be the case. So we see the 3 for the Christchurch team. Emma on her backhand side. This is a good track here, Dave. How's the weight?
It's going to be too big. Too big. Is it going to go into the ditch? It is. It is. Yes, it is.
Just zipping past there a little bit, and Anne Muir. Auntie Anne.
Yes, that was the nickname they gave her, Auntie. I guess that relates perhaps to her experience.
I wouldn't want to.
I won't speculate on that.
I mean, no speculation from me.
Certainly for the Christchurch club, there was some of their members, some of the male members who were sitting there eating lunch with them, who said that they'll tell us all about them, which we didn't want to believe, and they told us do not believe anything that they say at all. And we're having a look here, Alex. We do have, which ball are we believing would be the closest, on the right or the left of the jack?
For me, I think it was the one on the left as we saw it. I think it was the shot, which means that it was the Kensington team holding one. As we see here, the Christchurch 3, Emma Bayley still on her backhand side. Looks like it's just going to pull up a little bit short, those speckled bowls. With the black, remember if you're watching the black stickered bowls, the Christchurch teams, and the bowls with those stickers are the Kensington teams. So that's how you can tell the difference in these games of fours, where you can get sort of a hodgepodge of different coloured bowls, Dave. It's the ones with the stickers are Christchurch, sand stickers are Kensington. And Diane Strawbridge here on her backhand. That's on the wide side. She'll be willing that to come back. Not to be.
Well, Alex, how many points would you expect to, on average, get when you're playing 18 ends? What would you be looking for?
That's a very good question, Dave.
Just on average.
Oh, it's a good question because you sort of, if it's a well-contested game of fours, you would expect to score on 9 ends. And you would expect to score maybe an average of 2 points an end, slightly less. So you'd probably get 14-ish points, and your opposition would get 14-ish points. And then it's whoever sort of finishes more in front than the other one is the one that wins it. Of course, bowls isn't that easy to predict, so
No, indeed.
sometimes you get different situations. But if it's two evenly matched teams, they score same amount of ends, and sort of your scoring average would be 2-ish.
All right, we're just seeing the players change at the moment, and so we're waiting for the skips to have their bowl.
And Anne just checking, so I think that black stickered bowl sitting at 8 o'clock to the jacks probably the shot.
Now explain for
Yes,
those who aren't familiar with the hand measurements. We have the foot measurements, and we also have the hand measurements.
Yes, so
We just saw that then.
what you're not allowed to do during an end is use a measuring implement. So I wouldn't be allowed at this point to get down with calipers or a tape measure and see if I'm holding the shot or not. So players have come up with various different ways of figuring out how close their bowl is without using an instrument, and a finger measure is one of those.
It just doesn't look that accurate, does it?
Oh, I don't understand it at all, but enough people use it that I'm probably wrong. So I'm willing to admit that as well. So we see Donelda Scott here on her backhand side. Beautiful green, just falling short, but on the right line. So the Christchurch team holding one here, and for Anne Muir, it's just a case of drawing close in the opposition here. Skipped a New Zealand women's fours team in the 1990-something Commonwealth Games, I think, Dave.
Probably 94.
Whichever one was in Canada.
That would have been in Victoria, Canada, just by Vancouver. That was 1994.
Brilliant, thank you. That's good teamwork there. And she had beautiful line, but falling short, so she'll look to make a correction off that.
Alex, what about with this weather? Because earlier today during round one, there was just a skerrit of rain. It got quite cold and some very brief rain. But now we're in a bright sunlight, actually quite warm. Would that have changed the conditions of the green?
Yes.
To a big effect, or just to a moderate, like just more pleasant to play? The bowls, considering it was only, say, 2.5 hours ago, would they be running quicker?
Yeah, I'd say it's a subtle change. So as a bowler, it's about just paying attention. So the green will subtly change over time, usually speeds up as the day goes on. And what a bowl here. That is absolute class from Anne Muir. Look at her green, exactly the same. She just made that correction on the weight. That's classy stuff.
And how many points are we looking at there?
Be 1 to the Kensington team, so 1-3 now after 2 ends. And that was a brilliant bowl under pressure from Anne Muir. Those are shots that are so easy to miss, Dave, but she just made that perfect correction. And I think psychologically for your team, when you can just show that touch early on, you just get a bit of confidence, because you know that if you do leave your skip in a little bit of strife, she's very able and capable of salvaging that.
And also nice to get that 1 point as well, just so you don't let your opponents get that too much of a lead. They've already got the 3, you don't want to let them get, say, 2 or 3 more. Nice to stay within range.
Precisely. You know, you want to stay within Cooey, or ideally you want to get away
Indeed.
out of Cooey range, but sort of stay there or thereabouts to receive the lead for the Kensington team. On her forehand side, just struggling to find her weight at the moment. That one just sort of out of a camera shot, but plenty of time to salvage it. And Lucy Ware saying, I'll play the forehand, thanks.
You got it.
And Alex, let's go through the clubs that have been used, because it's nice to actually acknowledge all of these clubs around the Otago, Central Otago region. We've got Alexandra Bowling Club, Alexandra District Club, Arrowtown Bowling Club, Bannockburn Bowling Club, Clyde Bowling Club, Cromwell Bowling Club, Ombakau, Patearoa, Queenstown, Ranfurly, Roxburgh, Waipiata, and Wanaka.
You did well memorising those, Dave. Just off the top of your head, that's brilliant stuff.
Yeah, so these clubs are all around the Central Otago region, as we mentioned before. Wanaka to the north and Roxburgh to the south as well.
And we do acknowledge there's a little bit of a drive for some players, depending on which one you're going to. But in my head, it's a different... If you're in Central Otago, which is just beautiful landscape, a 50-minute drive in Central Otago, I would argue, is far less angering than like a 40-minute drive in Auckland, as we could both attest to, Dave.
Indeed.
It's often in Auckland you're going a kilometre down the road.
Yeah, that's correct. Well, let's just taking a look here. We've got our first couple of bowls. Again, spread quite wide. Are we seeing any difference so far, albeit that we're only in the third end? That one end is more difficult. I mean, we're playing effectively at the moment. It is northeast a little bit if we're coming from the direction where the bowlers are at the present time. It's, I guess, true north to we can see a power pole to our right. That's effectively true north. And... well,
I don't know.
There's been a lot of versions from speaking to a lot of the locals here. They've all pointed in different directions when it comes to where the weather's coming from and which direction is north. And that one's just getting knocked a little bit closer. You can see the hand there indicating.
Yeah, it's worked out well, though, for the Kensington team. Let's push that into the shot position as we see Christchurch 2 now on her backhand side with those black stickered bowls, remember, from the Christchurch Bowling Club. And this is on a lovely track. It's down to the weight now. That's good stuff. That's a very nice bowl. Maybe just out of the count, but pretty good. So we are blinded by the light in our commentary booth. And the Kensington player on the forehand. It has been a bit up and down. The weather's lovely, but it was very cold this morning, and then it wasn't, and now it is, and then it wasn't again.
Monkey.
There's this bowl here just finding a bit of space. It was probably played with more weight than what was asked for, I think, Dave. I think she was probably just asked to draw onto the head there and may have misunderstood what Anne was asking.
Interesting stance there, both feet together.
Yeah, you're
taking the one step forward.
You'll see a variety of different deliveries and bowls. Of course, Anne Muir, the skip of the Kensington team, I'm pretty sure has won the National Coach of the Year award, maybe even on more than one occasion. She's one of the more well-known coaches in New Zealand and has a very good delivery herself. But bowls is one of those sports where, try as you might, there's not a universal way of delivering a bowl. And some of the most unconventional ones are the most effective.
Exactly. I think you can describe Anne Muir as a bit of a hard case.
Yeah, she's good value.
A real character.
Coming up. If you touch the jack, it's good for us.
So, not quite hearing what she said then. What would you describe from those signals?
Well, we can see that the Christchurch team's got the 2 black stickered bowls as really close to the jack. So, Donelda will just be asking her 3 to draw underneath those 2 bowls that you see it.
Well, she's gone very wide here.
2 o'clock, or even around them. If she's got the weight right, around them's fine. Needs it to keep going. Go, she says. And maybe enough to count. So that's a good head here building for Christchurch. And Diane Strawbridge looking to rest either of those black stickered bowls that sit at 5 or 7 o'clock to the jack. And then she'll have the shot. If she's a little bit narrow, you can hit your own bowl up that sits at 11 o'clock. But she'll be focusing on getting the weight right here. She would not want to be short, which is what she is. And she'll be disappointed with that bowl. Diane Strawbridge.
We can see to our right there was a bowl from the next rink just racing through. And what happens if they cross over?
If they cross over, it's fine. If they hit, it's not so good.
Right.
So if you hit someone else's bowl on another rink, it gets delivered back to you to play again. Often the Murphy's Law, it seems to be that when you let go of a bowl and you think, oh, this is perfect, that's usually the one that hits something in the other rink and it will get sent back and you're never as good the second time. So 3 for the Christchurch team, falls a bit short there, but it's muddied the water and Muir has a hard decision to make. It's clogged up on both hands there, Dave, both sides. I'm not sure what Anne will opt to play. She's just having a chat to Diane about it too. You could look on your forehand side to knock your own bowl up because we know the Kensington bowl sits at 11 o'clock to the jack. But that's a hard bowl. There's not really a draw line on with that last bowl of the Christchurch 3 clogging it up. It'll be interesting to see what Anne opts to play.
So this is the view that Anne would get right now.
Pretty much, yeah.
She's going to look at this. So tell me, she's got a big gap just to the left of the jack there. how she's going to try and swing it into them, or is she going to go more direct approach?
I'll tell you in about 15 seconds. Looking for the draw and Muir, so swing it into there is the answer. Oh, she's on the tight side.
Yeah, gee, that's going to be difficult to swing it in. You would expect her to have gone the backhand almost and brought it around.
Yeah, for the dead draw. This could work, though.
Oh, it did. Is it close?
Oh, the arms flapping around.
That last bowl.
I'm not sure. One to Christchurch, so Anne's definitely cut it down. And the Christchurch team still has all the percentages in the world if she can move the jack back in our direction. That's all the Christchurch bowls there waiting. She's taken a high line. She's be willingness to swing Donelda.
There's not enough swing,
stop.
no swing.
Slightly overplayed. That's a great camera angle there. You can see that bowl. The back left is the shot. It may be that Anne gets rid of it now.
So what do you want now?
Or tries to. It'd be tempting to go those two black stickered bowls. Because Kensington has second and third. That's what Diane's indicating here. I think we'll see this.
Is she going to listen to her teammate?
A bit more conviction. Not much more conviction, but some. It's a hard needle to thread, but if she does it, it's amazing. Close, Anne. She's close here. Through the shot bowl. That was...
It was tight. It missed everything, though, in the end, so it doesn't really contribute.
As a player, to navigate that front bowl and then to not remove the shot, that's a disappointing moment. A well-played bowl there from Anne Muir.
So the last bowl of this end. And
Donelda just looking to pull the jack back a little. If she turns quick enough, it's close.
Too much? Not enough.
Just didn't have the weight there. If you look at the green, it's perfect. It finished in line with the jack, but not quite the weight. So we'll see one go to Donelda Scott's team, and they will take a 4-1 lead after 3 ends.
And Alex, just as we change ends here, who would say a couple of the biggest or best teams on of note that you could mention in the fours and the women's?
Yeah, so the women's fours, as we said, have many entries, 60-something entries, and they're all out there to win it. But, of course, the defending champions are back again, although they've switched out one of the Edwards. Who have they switched out, Colin? Griffin. Lee Griffin's been switched out and replaced by Amy McElroy, but Mandy Boyd, Kirsten Edwards, Amy McElroy and Angela Boyd are the favourites really to win this event. Mandy Boyd, one of the most talented lawn bowlers New Zealand has ever produced. Dave had won a gold star by the time she was 21 or 22, which is 5 national titles, so they head the field. But also you've got a team skipped by Val Smith, who's been playing for New Zealand for 20 years. Claire Hendra, who's just been named in the New Zealand team.
Who else is in Val Smith's team? Is that Deb White, Ashley Jeffcoat and Kimberly Hemingway? So they should be like a challenger for the title.
A good team, right? Yeah. Deb White won the national singles in Carlton 3 years ago. Ashley Jeffcoat won the pairs with Dale Rayner, who's skipping another good team as well. Kimberly Hemingway's been in and out of development squads.
And I see a team there with Sharon Sims. Who else is in her team?
Yes, Sharon Sims is skipping a team with Bronwyn Stevens, Mary Campbell and Leanne Paulson. Sharon Sims, of course, was one of the superstars of the game probably 15, 20 years ago. She won a World Pairs title, Commonwealth Games Pairs. She said when she retired, she wanted to retire as the most decorated woman bowler in New Zealand, and when she retired, she was that, of course, since overtaken by Jo Edwards and Val Smith, arguably, but not one to be sort of forgotten about, Sharon Sims. And speaking of Sharon Sims, Anne Lomas has made a comeback to the game as well. She won the World Triples and Fours in 2000, I believe, and Sharon Sims was in her team. Took a few years off, but's come back to the game, and she's got a good team of Joanne Toogood, Nancy Wilson, who I think is a relative of Anne, and Annie McDonald, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them go well either. But just good teams all round, really, Dave, and I'm excited to see how this competition progresses.
Well, it's been interesting as we've watched around this particular club, and like we said, there is 13 clubs around the region. Particularly in the men, have seen a number of combinations which really do appear to be quite youthful.
Yeah, so we have that generation coming through. It would have gone through secondary schools together maybe 7 or 8 years ago, and are now looking to push their way into national squads. We've seen a couple be successful with that. Sheldon Baggery-Howley won the New Zealand singles, pushed himself.
Well, he's under 30.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
About 27 years old, and he won the singles this year, or just recently, actually.
Yeah, pushed himself into the New Zealand team.
And in the meantime, who we got coming up here? This is an interesting start. It's really getting down low, both feet together, and then just a small step off the mat. But you have to have 1 foot still on the mat, don't you?
Yeah,
or above the mat.
There has to be 1 foot on or over the mat in bowls, and that's a rule, as we see this coming absolutely beautifully, it's a rule that has become less strict over time, Dave. So it used to be you had to have 1 entire foot on the mat when you delivered your bowl. And if you didn't do that, it was called a foot fault, and you could get your bowl burnt or something dramatic. Over time, it's become a more grey area. The rule's been changed to on or over, and then you almost need VAR sometimes if someone's foot, you only need to have literally a millimetre of your foot on or over the mat, and you're okay. So it's a grey area. It's very, very difficult to foot fault. I'm going to have a chat to the head of the umpires a bit later on this week, and I'll be asking him that question.
Well, one of the umpires, a grade 4 level 4 umpire, and who is also the president of Bowls New Zealand as well, she said that you almost, for the top level, need someone watching the mat and someone watching the release.
Precisely, yep, absolutely. That's correct. And I don't know how I feel about foot faulting. I have an issue if it's giving you an unfair advantage. So I've got an issue if someone...
How much advantage can it give you?
That's the question. You can cheat by... Well, cheat. You can get an advantage by changing where you let the bowl go. And that's... You get more advantage from that from where your foot is. So if I stepped to my right and then let a bowl go, I'm cheating because my bowl's been let go from a place which I couldn't otherwise let it go if my feet were on the mat. If I just sort of gallop off the mat a bit quick, I'm not convinced that that gives me an unfair advantage. But it's an interesting, I mean, they're great conversations to have over a Bayley or at a bowls club. What advantage do you get from foot faulting? Diane Strawbridge now on the forehand side, hitting her leg, but still looking at the bowl, so she thinks it's half a chance. And as we've been rabbiting on, this Kensington team has built a nice head. It looks like this is going to be a 4th shot if it doesn't snick the jack, and it's not going to. So Kensington holding 4, and this is a good end. They trail 1-4 in this early stage, but they want to sort of get into it. And I think Donelda will ask her player to play on the forehand side.
So when we have a look again at the jack, we'll just try and figure out where the closest Christchurch bowl is. And where is the closest Christchurch bowl here?
It could be this one.
It could be. Or not.
I think it's probably the one that's at 12 o'clock to the screen. So it's I mean, this is a huge end at the moment building for the Kensington team. It's a sort of end where you could just snatch a 5 or a 6 off the Christchurch Bowling Club team. So Donelda Scott under a world of pressure at the moment. Diane Strawbridge looking to add a bonus.
And she might.
Yeah, so there's the black stickered bowl. So that answered that question for us. Kensington still holding 4 though, so not the end of the world that she hit that up. And 4 on the crossover, looking pretty good. And Donelda only has an open draw on the forehand side, which is to the left as we see it. And we see this team.
And just a little bit of a conference there from the Christchurch team. So if they get the 4, that's going to take them to 8-1. And...
it would take them to 5-4 up.
5-4 up. Sorry, we're switching around the Kensington rather than...
That's okay.
Christchurch and Kensington there.
Just means I'm paying attention, which is unusual for me, but we'll take it. As we just wait for the crossover. So this here is the Christchurch skip, Donelda Scott, leading 4-1 on the card, 4 down on the head. So all sorts of pressure at the moment for Donelda. On her forehand, took the game up after the earthquakes in Christchurch at the behest of a friend who said, let's go along and have a game of bowls at the Christchurch Bowling Club.
Of course, the anniversary just a few days ago of the earthquake. And
we'd say that was good speed, so if you could pick that bowl up and move it to her left, that would cut it down to 1. But you can't do that in bowls, so she'll just need to aim it wider with her next go. And Muir on the forehand herself doesn't want to hit the Christchurch bowl. Hasn't done so. That's a good shot there from Muir. Good weight. Here we go. Donelda Scott on the forehand. Looking very focused with a well-used bucket hat on. I think she's on the tight side here, Dave. I'm not convinced. She'll be disappointed with that. Good weight twice, but just on that narrow side. And a golden opportunity here for a 5 for the and Muir skipped a team. It was down as Diane Strawbridge skipping, but there's been a coup, so Anne Muir is the lady at the other end. And how's your weight, Anne? I think it's just going to pull up short there. She's disappointed with that one.
And just doing a little bit of a count for a second before we're doing measuring here.
Now what you don't want to do is move the bowl that's leaning on the bowl that you see at 12 o'clock, because then a bowl's going to sit down. So 1, 2, 3 conceded, and it'll be 4. Or are they measuring for 5? You can't move that bowl because the black stickered bowl's going to sit down. They must have made a decision. We'll just look for any sort of indication.
No indication just yet. So we 4 or 5, Alex? What do you think?
I'm calling 4, but I've been wrong.
Well, they're getting on with it straight away.
Well, we'll see what the scoreboard says in a second. Someone will tell us. 4 it was to the Diane Strawbridge team, and they take the lead now. 5 points to 4.
So nice there for
4
Kensington.
You want to go the other go?
Remembering that the Kensington team is from Whangarei, and of course Christchurch from Christchurch. Haven't had too far to drive. The Kensington team were very happy to come to this area. Nice change of scenery. There's been a little bit of rain, of course, in the north, and Whangarei got hit a little bit. But for them to actually fly to Queenstown or Dunedin, whichever way they came in, they were quite happy, and they just said it was lovely scenery.
Yeah,
and they're very happy to come to the region.
So we see Lucy Ware here on the backhand side. Certainly a bit nippier in the morning, I think, than what the Kensington team might be used to.
That's
Dave.
true.
Willing this bowl back in to the head.
Now tell me about the jack being quite short here, Alex.
Well, it's shorter. You usually see maybe in the first 6 ends or any of 5, the first 6 ends of a game, the jack will be to a pretty consistent length, and then after that point, that's when your teams...
Do the players get a little bit creative and think we're better at a shorter or longer?
Yeah, and that's they usually talk about that beforehand, and it depends on the team. I mean, there's multiple different theories. Sometimes it's about trying to vary. If you like, for example, if you're playing a particularly good drawing team, a team that's known to be very good at stacking the head up, so to say, your theory or your game plan might be to change the length of the end every time, so that you're all searching for the length of the jack instead of throwing a consistent length of the jack where you're going to get outplayed on. So every team does it differently. This was probably on purpose. Often you'll see the skips put their foot where they want the jack thrown if it is a specific thing, and we see the Christchurch lead, Lucy Ware, just go zooming past the jack there a little. An opportunity for Dawn Owens to draw one close.
They look very smooth delivery, smooth out of the hand.
Yeah, it came out pretty good. It just depends how much it's going to come back now.
We are going very wide here.
Yeah, the bowls will turn a lot down here in the Alexandra Bowling Club. They're it's a slowish green, but enough to turn. And that bowl came right back to the centre line, so she took the right green.
One thing we are seeing here, Alex, is the second rink is quite close with where the jack is as well. So it's easy to get confused with the ball to our, probably 2 o'clock is actually for the second rink.
Yeah, it's for the other rink, the rink next door. So just keep your eyes on that. And see there the recovery from the Christchurch team. It looks like they've drawn the shot. Trailing 4-5 now, of course. The Christchurch team being the one with the black stickers.
Watching her bowl there, you can just see the hand on the chin.
I enjoy watching the mannerisms of the bowlers, Dave. I find it highly amusing. Particularly after the people have let a bowl go and you watch them ride the bowl.
I haven't actually seen you out on the rink, out on the green, Alex, but I'm sure I can find some information when you played for Auckland.
It's not pretty.
I'm sure there'd be probably some commentary along the way there, Alex.
I have been known to make a bit of noise. As we look at this one, she was just on the tight side. Got a little feather off that front bowl.
No, we're one down.
But tell me though, you were in Tauranga when you first started playing bowls, is that right?
That's right.
That's at the Tauranga Domain, I think it is, or...
Oh, there's different bowling clubs. I started off at the Gate Par Bowling Club
right.
when I played down there. It's a club that unfortunately no longer exists.
Okay.
Sort of ran out of members, but it was a good place to start my bowling career, and a good centre, the Barclay Centre.
And now you can, at your office, at the Bowls New Zealand office, you've actually got a couple of greens right there, haven't you?
Yes, we do. We've got two, one lovely artificial and another one hopefully on its way at the Ponsonby Bowling Club, where Bowls New Zealand's based out of. And we play a lot of bowls. We play one bowl or two bowls each a week.
Okay.
At the Bowls New Zealand office on a Friday afternoon. So it's good to get my practice in that way, Dave. I get my two bowls.
Well, Mark Cameron, the chief executive, is actually playing, or has been playing in the morning. In fact, I think he's playing over the back at the moment. We'll be able to look up some of those results very shortly.
Yes.
So I think, Alex, perhaps at the next end, we may start looking at those round one results from around some of the clubs. Maybe we might be able to look at the Queenstown Club, perhaps, if you can look at that for the next end. In the meantime, it's pretty tight here after 5 ends. As it says, the 18-end competition.
Nice grass.
And see the bunch very much to the left here, but this one's coming around nicely, Alex.
Yeah,
Sitting.
good
Is
shot,
it going to
yeah.
sit? It is going to sit nicely.
This is a lovely recovery from the Christchurch team, considering they dropped a pretty convincing 4 on the previous end. Would you believe the Queenstown Club is Section 9, so I had to click through the first 8 sections, Dave.
That's all right. We'll come to
Thanks.
it maybe at the change of ends here.
Thanks for that.
That's all right.
So we see the Christchurch team, they're definitely holding 2, the one at 12 o'clock and the one at 9 o'clock to the jack. The 2 shots. And again, not really an easy way in there for Anne Muir. Probably just going to have to try and draw as close as she can on her backhand side.
Well, you're very thorough with the wiping of the bowl, and just I'm sure it's just a method for her to actually feel comfortable before she actually lets the bowl go.
Yeah, it'll be about pre-shot routines, and has been playing bowls for a long time. Very effective bowler. Just not on that occasion, but she'll know what correction she needs to make. More narrow than short. So if you just envisage that bowl finishing more to our right, it probably would have been close to the shot.
Well, the sun's out. There is quite a strong breeze at the moment. Well, strong in the sense of what we've had already today. Still a little bit of a chill in the air. That one's come around nicely.
Just going to say, look at this from Donelda Scott. That's a great shot. Now, the question is, if Kensington's got back bowls and it's going to wind up on her forehand side, she may do it regardless. She may be able to sit through on her forehand side that shot bowl and not move the jack.
Can she actually see the jack clearly? I think she's got a clear view just.
Yeah, she should be able to, though. The way she's lined up, it looks like she wants to draw. Diane just asking her to play the forehand. She'll be able to see the jack, so we'll just see what weight she opts to play with here. Anne Muir. Down on the head. Skipped to New Zealand fours team in the 90s. Still playing good bowls. Just on the tight side. Probably missing more the weight than the green there, I think, Dave. She probably would have wanted to play that with a bit more conviction. And it's going to look like a number here to the Christchurch team.
So we're looking at a 3, do you think?
I think so. I think if this bonus bowl comes into count, it'll be a 3. And that'll be a good recovery. It's really what you want to do after you've dropped a number.
Well, you're writing in 3 already. Don't preempt it.
I'm riding the 5 in on Anne Muir's side. Here we go. Donelda Scott on her backhand side. Just slightly overplayed that. So we'll just wait here for the thing. How am I getting hay fever inside a commentary booth, Dave? That makes no sense.
And wait for the signal, and we'll be able to update the scoreboard. But as you can see in the background there, 5-4. That is Christchurch ahead over Kensington. And we're just waiting for the score there. There's a little bit of conjecture about who's what. They're marking that one, no?
Well, there seems to be lots of measuring going on, so we'll just hang fire. Yeah, we'll just have a look at the look to the back right of your screen. There's the Christchurch.
Well, they haven't called it an umpire just yet. Or have they?
Now they're calling an umpire.
Yes, we're looking at it, and let's see, where is the umpire to check on the marking?
Well, shall we go through the Queenstown Bowling Club results then while
I
waiting
think we
for the
can.
umpire,
So,
Dave? So Queenstown, Section 9, and I've got here by going to Bowl Sub Aotearoa, which can be found on the Bowls New Zealand website. The results for Queenstown Bowling Club, beautiful bowling club. I can tell you that Lias Spencer, Richard Muir, Kelvin Jackson and Kenneth McConnell defeated Patrick Bonham, Stephen Lloyd, Kevin Maguire and Andy Cockcroft 24 points to 8. That's a big win there. Brian Little, Ian Monaghan, Brett O'Reilly, Mr. Brett O'Reilly and Bevan Smith 22 points, and they beat Lotamara, Tamata, Murray Swain, Ian Milne and Paul McIntyre 22
There is
to 11.
one team that I'm quite curious about.
Yes.
And that just happens to feature Mike Kernahan and Terry Scott. How have they got on?
I'll tell you that immediately. Mike Kernahan, of course, I think he's lost the last 3 National Fours finals, which is a pretty impressive effort with his team. This time of Shane Sincock, Terry Scott and Mike Carroll. Won their game, 22 points to 15 over Alan Stewart, David Eads, Mike Bradshaw and Bart Robertson. What a strong section this is. I'll just read off a couple more results. Another one of the favoured teams, Rob Ashton, Peter Sain, Steve Hofton, Nick Thompson. 27 points over 8 to Ian Andrews, Douglas O'Callaghan, Kerry Parker and Graham. And what was the decision, Dave? As we see a team on 7, so that must mean 3. 3. They got a 3. 7 points to 5 now. Donelda Scott over
they don't muck
Diane
around.
Strawbridge. Well, they did and then they didn't.
Well, they have to get the marking all sorted, but as soon as that's sorted, they're off.
They're
The jack's
fine.
already down the other end.
And I'll just read out the last result from that the Queenstown section, Dave. Andrew Kelly, Ray Martin, Finmar McGuigan and Seamus Curtin, another one of the favoured combinations in the men's side, defeating Kyle McGowan, Alex Crawford, Ethan Flynn and Neville Roberts, 14 points to 10.
And how many wins do you require to get out of section play?
4 out of 6, so you play 3 games a day and you need 4 wins or more to qualify. So with a bit of luck, you would expect yourself to win 1 out of 3 games on day 1 at a minimum. Most teams will have a chance going into day 2. The ones who've had 3 losses, you just look to spoil someone else's day on day 2.
But if you're getting 3 wins or 3 games, that means potentially 9 hours of bowls.
It's a lot of bowls.
That is a lot of bowls.
Yeah.
What happens
Over
if you
2
hit
days
3
as
hours?
So if the time limit is completed, you don't stop then, but that becomes the last end that you play.
Right,
Well,
so you may not have been to 18 ends. Yeah, it may not have been to 18 ends, but then you just wrap that.
So the only thing being, if I was to kill, so say we're playing the 18th end, Dave, and the timer went off. If I killed that end, we'd replay it. And if I killed that end, we'd replay it. And if I killed that end, we'd replay it, so on and so forth. You don't see it happen very often. I think the most I've ever seen, I think I saw the end killed 5 times. You usually do that. So if I was, say, in a game of 4s...
I mean, why would you do that?
I'm about to tell you. If I was 5 down in a game of 4s on the last end, and it means I need to score 5 points, and 3 of my bowls are off the rink or out of counting zone, it's now impossible for me to score the points that I want to score, so you may as well try and kill the end to replay it. So the end is killed if you can't possibly score the number of points that you need to score on that end. It's harder to kill than you might think, so it doesn't happen often. You might see 1 or 2 kills, but to kill it more than that is challenging. I'm sure there's stories out there of heaps and heaps, but 5 is sort of my maximum. As we see the Christchurch team, that is the Christchurch team, isn't it? No, that's Kensington. 2 bowls close, as I cannot see a black sticker on that bowl. So the Kensington team, probably, you asked me a few ends ago which end was more favoured. I'd say the Kensington team seems to be playing better, coming back in this direction, Dave. It was the end they got the 4 on, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. It's possibly... Well, we could say it's away from the red marquee.
Yes.
That's probably the best way of looking at it. Maybe
towards a mountain or something.
Yeah, towards the northern part of the greens. And there we go. That's the stance there that we have pretty much after every bowl.
Yeah, a thinker.
Considered thoughts about that one's going to stay too wide.
Who did that statue? The thinker.
Yeah, that is one of the Greek ones.
Can't remember.
We'll come up with that.
Colin, do you know? Who did the thinker statue? Sarah's just finished study things. You'd know, wouldn't you,
We'll come
Sarah?
back with that one shortly. I'm sure someone will tell us that we need to study Greek mythology or not Greek. We're looking that one up in the meantime, and we'll also check some of the other clubs around the region. Wanaka starts up tomorrow. However, we had checked on Queenstown. Maybe we'll look to some of the clubs such as Arrowtown and the Alexandra District Club just down the road as well, on the Centennial Road. In the meantime, this particular end is quite well spread. No one really that close.
Yeah, and of course on the results bandwagon, if you're listening or watching and want to check out the results for yourself, you can find them on the Bowls New Zealand website and Facebook page. Just click Nationals results and live streamings. www.bowlsnewzealand.co.nz as we see this bowl here. I'm not sure. May have been enough for the shot. Beautiful weight, perfect weight. It doesn't help
to
me.
The left, maybe. To the left is the closest.
Yeah, which would be the Kensington bowl, wouldn't it? As the
does look that way.
The unstickered one. Diane Strawbridge on her forehand. Keen saxophone player, Diane Strawbridge. And one of her hobbies, she was a well-known indoor bowler first, Dave, and I have it on good authority that when she was learning how to play the saxophone, they were playing the National Peers Final on the Rotorua Sports Drum. I don't know if you've been there. It's a big old hall, and there were a few hundred spectators. And Trevor Moyle and Judy Moyle, who were friends, won the New Zealand Indoor Peers, and she burst into song.
I wonder if it was a tenor or an alto sax.
Oh, who knows?
We'll have to ask her that.
Something easy to smuggle in. I think it's a brilliant way to celebrate someone's win as a beginner saxophonist.
Might have to ask for a demo if her team wins this.
Let's not.
Gone through at least.
Now, I see still a loose head.
Very loose head, and at the moment there's probably only 1 point in it.
I'd say Kensington still holding the one, and Diane looking to make her correction on her forehand side. Very smooth delivery, Diane Strawbridge. Been playing for the outdoor form of the game, 12 or 13 years. Was a well-known indoor bowler first, played for the North Island team. One of many who've come across code-wise, and just slightly overplaying that second bowl.
I'd just like to say that our coverage here of the Summerset Nationals fours, and thank you very much to all involved around the club and also to behind the scenes here on the coverage of Colin and Sarah. With all the cameras set up, all the different angles, a lot of wiring out there as well. So thank you very much to them behind the scenes. And Alex, just looking at this different view here, we can see in the background it is some of the men's fours.
Yes.
And here.
We
Now,
can.
what would you pick on this particular bowl? We've seen the angle direct on. You're going to swing it around out wide, or you're going to go more of the draw and go slower and straighter?
I think she's going to try for the draw on the backhand, so she's she's leading by 2. Remember, Donelda Scott 7-5 up. And willing this on. This is close here, Donelda. I think she's onto something and playing that side of the rink, he says, as the bowl swoops across. Maybe she's not onto something. Just seems to me that the weight is quite good, but the green seems to be hard to pick. You know, you see those bowls that are quite scattered, at a similar length up the head, so they're similar weight, but the green's sort of been all over the place. And Muir here on the forehand side. This is a close bowl, Dave. Look at that class. That's great stuff
and
there.
it's holding, isn't it?
Is that a little silver fern on her bowl?
How much am I through, Emma?
If it's not, it should be. And Donelda now, I think, will be 2 down on the head, 2 up on the card. So she'll stay on her backhand, just look to make that correction with her green. Her weight was right last time. Here we go. Donelda Scott on the backhand. This one with a real chance here. Very close here, Donelda Scott. How did she find the gap? Isn't it an incredible game, bowls? You know, it's a bowl travelled 33 metres to find a bowl-sized gap, but not to be for Donelda Scott. Now Muir with a chance to add a bonus, and we're going to see this game level back up, I think, Dave, or it could be 8-7 to the Kensington team. We'll see in a second, Little Wick. That'll do for Anne Muir. 3 now, I think, and that's going to be 8-7 to the Kensington team over the Christchurch team. after 6 ends.
Well, Alex, on the vision here, you can probably see some markers on the bowl, little dimples in there, and they are to help with the grip. Is that correct?
Yes.
They don't alter the actual roll of it or anything like that, do they? It's more helping with the grip.
Yeah, arguably not. So they sort of, well, it depends on your perspective. They are a relatively recent innovation, by which I mean probably 50 years ago we came up with grips. For a long time, bowls were made out of wood and were smooth, and then they became made out of condensed rubber. So Dunlop was one of the early big manufacturers of bowls, and then we moved on to condensed plastic bowls, which Henselite sort of were the pioneers of, and they also invented, along with heavy plastic bowls, they said, well, let's add a grip to it. So they started the grip thing in bowls, and it's become very popular. It just makes it easier to hold on to. If you've got some people with arthritis find it easier to have a grip, but also if it rains, or you may just find it easier to set your grip, to have a grip on the bowls.
So technically you'll be able to do a little bit more with it, because you can hold it and...
Technically it should be easier to control.
Various grips, and maybe spread your fingers a little bit more.
Yeah, but there are people who will swear by having no grip on their bowls as well. So like anything,
of course,
you're going to have multiple different opinions, because people can also use something called grippo.
But they're just small indents more than anything else. Probably about 4 in a row, then maybe another 4 in a row.
Yeah, they're indents on the bowl. And every maker of bowls has like a different way they're going to do that. So Taylor bowls have like, I don't even know how to describe it, little semicircles in Taylor bowls. I just said Taylor bowls. Aero bowls have a scoop grip, so the bowls that I play with, the Aeros, have got a scoop grip with like a little Z thing, meant to make it easier. I don't know. So yeah, it makes no difference to the track of the bowl, just easier to hold on to, and people will swear by whichever one it is that they use.
That they like and use.
We see it was a good start there from Anne Muir's lead, whose name has escaped me, but it's just come back. Dawn Owens. Oh, it's a nightmare. Here we go.
Well, perhaps we'll go through the complete teams, Alex, for Christchurch. Now, who have we got competing in the Christchurch team, and who is the skip?
Yes, I'll tell you that. So the Christchurch team's an easy one because they haven't had any coups. So the skip is Donelda Scott. She's been playing, she told us, since the earthquakes, 12, 13 years. Emma Bayley at 3, Debz Harpur at 2, and Lucy Ware is the lead for the Christchurch Bowling Club team. Now, the other team, which is the Kensington team, was originally skipped by Diane Strawbridge, but is now skipped by Anne Muir, with Diane Strawbridge at 3, and the lead in the tour switched around as well. So on bowl sub, Dawn Owens is the 2 and Karina Cooper is the lead, but they told us they'd switch that around because Dawn Owens plays lead in the reps and Karina Cooper plays 2 in the reps, so it made sense.
Okay, so that's the thing. Why and how do you select your skip in a 4?
Differing ways. Often the skip is the person who's going out to find the team. So if I was looking for a team, I'd say, well, I would like to skip the team.
So you're the
I'll
boss.
find 3 people.
I found the team, I'm the boss.
Sometimes, yeah. Other times it's a group of players who've played together for a long time. Look at those 2 bowls here from the Christchurch team. Right on the jack, the lead from Christchurch, who we decided was Lucy Ware. That's good stuff. Often it's essentially a team decision, but usually the most experienced bowler is the skip. Sometimes you find as the experienced bowlers move on in their career, they will call the head but change what position they play, because it is a lot of pressure to play the last 2 bowls in an end. Sometimes if you've had 50 years of that, maybe you'd prefer to play down in a team and let someone else do it.
Now let's just watch the starts afterwards. Shall we? Are we going to get that, the thinker?
Here we go. Don't let me down.
We're not going to get it this time, it seems.
Don't let me down, Karina. It's the thinker.
Oh,
Karina's close, though. Look at this on the backhand. What a shot. Oh, we don't ever replay that, do we?
Well, that pinballed everywhere.
That was a pinball. That was unbelievable, really. It sort of squeezed off both bowls. She's unlucky that it stopped there, but great shot.
How have you got this set up now for points?
Christchurch's holding 1 with the bowl with the black sticker and the bit of chalk on it, and then
Really
Second
contribute.
shot is the Kensington Bowl at 10 o'clock, and the Kensington other bowl at 10 o'clock, which we just saw come down. Other bowl at chalk on third shot. So I think Kensington one down, but in a much better position than what they were in with Diane Strawbridge here, a bowl to play.
Just coming around it. Keep the green.
Opting to play her backhand side. Kensington Bowling Club about to celebrate its centenary, Dave, for 100 years. Started obviously in 1923. There was an explosion of bowls after the Great War. Diane on the backhand. How's your weight? Still willing it on.
Yes, good effort.
Well, Alex, I'm going to give you a challenge to be answered perhaps either today or later on in the next few days. Because the men's fours, well, I believe they were traced back to 1886.
Yes.
Which is just phenomenal.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if that's possibly the oldest sport nationally in New Zealand. And I'm sure someone can come up with something that's older in another sport. I don't know. There'll be a big challenge on that. But 1886, and that's when the New Zealand Bowling Association was formed. There was 12 clubs in existence then. And I think we'll just go through those clubs. We've got Dunedin, Roslyn out of Dunedin as well. Invercargill, Caledonian, Dunedin. Gee, Dunedin. Balclutha, well, that's in Otago as well. Auckland, Lawrence, Christchurch, Oamaru, Milton, Canterbury, and New Plymouth.
So Christchurch Bowling Club playing in front of us.
Exactly.
One of the original member clubs of the first New Zealand Bowling Association.
Now, I don't know if they had the women's part of the club then. I'm not sure about that. But it certainly is one of the older clubs. And, yeah, we might have to have that also challenge and see when women's bowls first had their fours or any competition.
Yeah, it would have been I can tell you, it would have been the 50s, I think.
Right.
Sort of when I think the Women's Bowling Association, 1948, I want to say, 1949 would have been formed, and their nationals, early 50s. But bowls is bowls. It's interesting to trace it back. It's important to try and keep your head around. So the men's fours started in 1886. With the New Zealand Bowling Association, and was played, so the Shield we have from 1886 to 1914, we've got the names because there was a national fours held, but for that time there were clubs that existed that hadn't joined the group yet. So there's always an argument about how much of a national fours it was. There was a time, 1886, it was the only 12 clubs that existed, but then a lot of clubs came into existence in the North Island, and they invented their own national body, which then amalgamated back in 1914. So
I'm sure that there was a case in a lot of different sports at the time. With
just trying to sort it out.
They probably didn't want to pay the joining fee.
Yeah, and obviously distances and stuff came into play. So from 1886 to 1914 was a bit wishy-washy, but you can trace it way back for sure. What do I do with the scorecard? There it is.
And you've lost your scorecard, and let's just... We're keeping it close here, and it could change at the moment because I believe, Alex, what are we on? One? No, two.
Christchurch certainly holding one at least. I think just the one. Yeah, just the one there. That bowl of Lucy Ware's that you see.
Probably about 11.
11 o'clock to the jack is the shot. Kensington with second and third. So Anne's got some position here. Just see how it goes. She's on her. That's not a good bowl. And Muir will be disappointed with that one.
Oh, that's just kept on straying out wide.
See, if you look at Anne there, she just put her hand on the grass verge. It's because her hand was a bit slippery. It's sort of a natural way to get a bit of grip onto your hand. Sort of a bowler's trick. Just sort of go over the grass, see if you can get some grip going. So she will have been unhappy with how she let that last one go. I think her next bowl will be a bit closer.
So what could Anne Muir do here to actually get some points back? What's she going to have to do?
She will be on her forehand side. We can see that Kensington's got a bowl at 5 o'clock to the jack. If you're on your forehand, navigate around, trail the jack back for that for two. It's happy days. She's on the tight side here, so she's going to need a good result, which she's got. Is it going to stop? No. Oh, good result. If that's the shot, she'll apologise. I don't think it is, though. So one to the Donelda Scott team, and we're locked at 8 all after 8 ends now, Dave, all the 8s. And so we start again, essentially.
Yeah, no team's really been able to gather momentum to really pull away. We had the 3 on the first end. Have we had another 3? I think we have. Let's have a look at your scorecard.
Yeah, we've got 2 threes to Donelda's team, and then a 4 and a 3 sort of on Anne's team. So that would indicate it's very even, really, isn't it?
It is.
I wouldn't say there's a team that's looked more convincing than the other.
Oh, that jack's a little bit of a stray.
Yeah.
Outside of our lines. We can see our lines there. And it's stopped. Oh, it's come in. We'll kick it into the middle.
Now, if anyone is wondering what the lines are doing to the left and the right of the tee, that's not denoting how wide the rink is, because obviously that would be an extremely narrow rink.
It would.
That's there for the players' benefit. It sort of roughly shows you where not to stand. So we put the 2 marks down there. Brendan Bolton, one of our staff members, will have had a chat to the players and just said, look, please don't stand sort of inside the lines because we need the camera view. So that first bowl.
What about the jack?
Wide.
Where can the jack be set?
It has to be in the middle, so it's always going to be centred onto the centre line, and it can be anywhere from the tee that you see at 6 o'clock to the tee that you see at 12 o'clock.
That's a big range.
Provided that the mat that the bowlers are standing on, as we see, there's a roller coaster stuff happening there, provided that the mat that the bowlers are standing on is a minimum of 23 metres away from the jack. Obviously, I just off the top of my head thought of that.
A lot of stats coming our way. And a little bit of help there from Colin. Thank you very much there, Colin. There was a lot of stats.
I was going well, and I just sort of looked. Oh, maybe 21, he says. So it's Colin's fault when I'm wrong, but the point stands as we see this correction here by the Christchurch. Lucy Ware, she's played some lovely bowls in this game. Little snick, little touch-up.
Just kissed it.
Bit of spray chalk, which is spray chalk's no longer a new innovation. It's been around for 20 years, spray chalk.
Now, is the spray chalk used in all countries?
Pretty much. Pretty much. Probably more important to use in New Zealand because our greens are hard and quick, so the bowl sits down. You know, if a bowl's angled precariously like those 2 bowls are, if you tried to put a bit of normal chalk on it, you could accidentally knock the bowl over. So spray chalk's important to have here. Up north, the Northern Hemisphere countries where they play more on fields, it's a slower green, more spongy surfaces, harder to knock a bowl over. So I would imagine that it's less popular.
Well, what about in Australia? I believe
the bowl sits over.
Yeah, that one just sits. What about in Australia? On the Gold Coast, I believe you're going there next month, perhaps?
Yes.
And the conditions, how are they going to be different? Because some of these bowlers here, I believe, will be going across as well.
Yeah, it's slightly slower. Very true in Australia. The greens are very true, but slightly slower greens. So you see the heads get built up a bit more than we might see in New Zealand because it's almost easier to place a bowl where you want it to go. So lots of shot play. You'd still spray chalk's popular and slightly slower, a slower green. So they play a more, I want to say niggly game, but that's not the word I'm looking for.
You can say it. I don't mind.
We'll call it a mildly aggressive game in Australia. People are always looking for the shot. You know, if someone draws one close, you rest the bowl out instead of trying to draw close yourself, so on and so forth.
And is the club used for the competition you're going to? Is that the similar one to the Commonwealth Games in 2018?
Yeah, so it's a variety of clubs around there. It's the multi-nations will be broadcasting, so I think there's upwards and double figures of countries anyway. So I think they're using 6 or 7 different clubs in the area. So we'll be bouncing around a bit like a nationals, different places. And because no club's been used 2 days in a row, our broadcast will be shifting pretty regularly, which we're thrilled about.
Goodness. Okay. Well, that is a lot of work as we watch this bowl come in quite close.
Lovely shot. That's a beautiful bowl there from the Kensington.
Is it going to sit? Oh, no, it's staying upright. It's not going to sit either way, is it?
Yeah, Karina Cooper, and that's just going to stay standing right up. A beautiful shot there from Karina. At 8-all, drawing the shot. She was 2 down, I think, on the head there. And we see now, I think...
Is this with the grey cap?
See the Debz or Emma. I've lost count of the bowls.
Debz, I believe.
Debz Harpur on the back end. Willing this bowl back in. That's the right green. It's just down to the weight now. Down to the weight. The green's perfect. Look at this. What a shot. Beautiful bowl. Be clapping that one.
So at the present time, halfway through this end, we're looking at, a couple points to Kensington. We'll just come back to that shot very shortly around the jack.
Willingness bowl. So I think it's just the one there. The one black stickered bowl to the Christchurch team. Ooh.
I don't mind if you want to just come under the head.
It's getting a
and
bit warm in the commentary
roll
booth.
on
So we
that.
see one, yeah, one to
Roll.
the Christchurch team, black
Then
stickered
pull
bowls.
away.
And Donelda just indicating there for Debz to reach through the second shot, and that's because it's worth an extra. It's worth a bonus one. So instead of drawing for 2, you're reaching through the second shot of Kensington's there. See if you can remove it. It's worth a number. Just going to be short on it.
Try again, positive.
And we have 2 bowls very close, and then the rest are quite spread out. In fact, I think to our left we're actually seeing a couple of bowls from the next rink.
Yeah, we are. Oh, just
Yeah,
about.
just to
That
confuse
seems- Look at
things.
this here from Diane. Be careful. Oh,
Oh.
that's a calamity. That's a slice of hell from Diane Strawbridge. That couldn't. Oh, that's a calamity. She just removed her team's own bowl from the head. This is. That's not good. I don't know how else to commentate that,
Oh, that's,
Dave.
That's why we're getting a lot of pointing going on there of where we should be directing.
Nightmare
Let's have a look here,
situation.
Alex. What do you think the sign language is at the moment? And just a nod as we come on through. And as you see it, if you want the skips here, Alex,
Yes.
what are you looking at? Let's see. What do
Well, if you're
you've
Donelda
got a
Scott,
straight view.
if you're Donelda, it's about not making it easier for the opposition. You're holding a 3, so you'd almost want to draw around the black bowl that you see at 2 o'clock. So this is on a tight line for what I was about to say. Only because if you make the target bigger, it becomes easier for Muir to salvage the situation. So at least you stayed. I mean, you'd say you've stayed away from the head there, Donelda. It's not. It's okay.
Just a question of that bowl going extremely wide. In the other rink, it's potentially blocking them a little bit. Potentially blocking a view or...
Maybe in your eyesight, but you sort of don't look that close to yourself. So it was sort of, she was on the narrow side from where she was sitting. It sort of came across to our left. As long as the mat's not right back at the 2 metre mark, it doesn't usually get in your eyesight. It's worse when the head is sort of at the same length as the head you're playing to.
Yeah.
You've got short bowls in your eyesight there. That's when, as a player, sometimes you go, look, we'll wait for the end to be finished on the adjacent rank. As Muir here, staring down the barrel of a 3 down, which she wouldn't have been expecting. Willingness bowl. This is close if she's got the weight, Muir. She's got the weight. Oh, just slipping by. She had more than enough weight there, Dave, and looking like it's going to be, at the moment, 2.5 to 3 to the Christchurch team. Donelda Scott looking to add a bonus, and Muir with the last bowl. A big moment in this game, if we keep in mind it's pretty been reasonably evenly poised, and Donelda Scott, this is close. What a lovely bowl. Good shot there from Donelda.
1 or 2.
And it hit the jack and just followed it, didn't it? It
It
stayed
did,
with
yeah,
it.
like a resting toucher. And we'll see if we can get indication of how many down Muir is at the moment. But a big bowl coming up. Only 1. Well, that's great news
Yeah,
for the
it is. It's
Kensington team.
surprising in a way.
Yeah, Donelda was a bit unlucky. She must have moved the jack just a little bit too far. And the psychology entirely different now for Muir. Wouldn't be surprised to see her get the shot here. Instead of being 3 down, that she was, looking like it's just the 1. And the pressure just sort of comes off in that situation. Good try from Muir. And just the 1 to Donelda Scott,
It wasn't far away, was it?
according to Diane Strawbridge anyway.
So we should see the 1 point. We're doing a little bit of measuring. Can they get 2? Well, they're looking for it.
Diane seemed very confident that it was just the 1. Yeah, the 1. So psychologically, although Donelda played a good bowl, it's actually going to hurt her team a little bit because they were holding a number We saw Diane Strawbridge from the opposition, like put yourself into Donelda's shoes. Your opposition gave you 3 points, and you've sort of sabotaged yourself a little bit by playing not a bad bowl. It was a good shot. She drew a good shot. So just the one now to the Christchurch team, and that takes it to 9-8 after 9 ends.
Well, of course, there are around about 800 individuals competing here in the Summerset National Fours, 200-odd pairs. As we look at that, numbers all around the 13 bowling clubs around the Central Otago region. And at the moment, at the Alexandra Club, it is nice, fine conditions, a little bit of a breeze, but otherwise very sunny, and the players certainly enjoying the warmth which has just come out. Yesterday was a little bit chilly for a lot of the players arriving. However, today now warmed up after a brisk beginning to the day. And Alex Reid, this is what bowlers love, isn't it? These nice conditions, not too hot, not too cold, sunny, a little bit of a breeze, but nothing too much.
Yeah, perfect stuff, perfect conditions for bowls. Couldn't ask for anything more. Beautiful weather, beautiful greens, and you're just out there enjoying your bowls. And it's only day 1, 7 to go.
Indeed.
Good
We do
stuff.
have the fours, and then what comes after the fours? The fours finals Sunday,
Yes.
and then after that, Alex, what have we got?
Then we have the Summerset National Mixed Pairs, which is a reasonably new initiative from Bowls New Zealand. We've had various types of mixed pairs in the past, but it's the first time it's been a big event, really. We had it last time in Central Otago 2 years ago, the mixed pairs, and we were meant to have it last year in Taranaki, but we got COVIDed, so it's back for its second iteration here. 232 teams battling it out to be the New Zealand Mixed Pairs champions. 242, obviously, a man and a woman. It's going to be a good time.
Well, that's right. We are seeing a lot of mixed combinations and variety of sport now, including triathlon, which is great to watch when you have the mixed teams in triathlon. It's fantastic. Created a lot of interest as well. And seeing it in bowls, is it the different strengths from the female bowler and the male bowler? Or how do they combine?
Well, that's a really interesting question, and the format is 2-4-2 pairs, so each player plays 4 bowls each, and you essentially take turns at skipping and leading. And
That could be interesting.
It is interesting, and the men's game in general is a more aggressive game than the women's game. If you look at the way
So really they should complement each other, the different styles.
They usually do. Yeah, it's a good game to watch, and sometimes. So what's intriguing is usually on a mixed pair, it's done so that the male player usually is skipping on the first end and the last end, or you have like a clear skip or lead sort of look. And when we see the mixed pairs played at an open national event, often players or teams will sort of switch them around. So say Joe Edwards is playing a mixed pair, she's going to be skipping that, and she'll be skipping against men.
Right.
It's good. It's good. A really good competition, and the 2-4-2 in particular allows for that full range of shots to be played, and we're going to see some good bowls, I think, Dave.
So we really should be watching out for that, and I believe we actually have 16 sections. I've just looked it up, and the pages kept on turning.
We do.
16 sections, which is huge.
And some great combinations. Of course, the 2 reigning singles champions, Selena Goddard and Sheldon Baggery-Howley, are teaming up for the mixed pairs.
Gee. Well, but then if you're singles, that doesn't necessarily make you the best combination, perhaps, in pairs or fours or anything, does it?
Yeah, not necessarily, but I wouldn't be
But
looking
that is
far
combination
past.
is the
I wouldn't be
favourites.
looking far past them as a team.
Well, that is also a young combination as well. We've what have we got there? Approximate in age, you think Selena's probably about 30?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
something
learned
like that.
I learned a long time ago never to guess people's ages, Dave.
Well, we're going to say that she's about 30, and her partner there probably around about similar age or younger.
Yeah, they'd be both. They both come through secondary school systems together, so I'd be surprised if they beat 60 as a combined age. I'd be shocked.
Right.
But a good team there, and some other good ones to watch out for as well. As we see Diane Strawbridge here on the narrow side, good weight, and looking like, while we've been talking, there's 2 good bowls played. Can't see a mark on them, so maybe in favour of the Kensington team. So we watch the 3.
Oh, this is
Bayley.
a very purposefully bold there. She just
Very
put a lot of
grooved.
purpose on
Yeah,
it.
she's got a grooved action, Emma Bayley. Just walking away, a bit of frustration there as you see. Another reminder that the Christchurch team, the ones with the black stickers on their bowls, the Kensington teams, excuse me, got the cups. Kensington team's the one without the stickers. That's how you can tell the difference here. Diane Strawbridge looking to make a correction. Just finding the gap, now willing it to stop.
And let's have a look now. We'll get the other shot in just a moment so we can actually see which one is the closest. What are you estimating there, Alex?
I think the bowl, yeah, there we go. It's a great camera angle we see there. I think the bowl at 12 o'clock is the shot, or 1 o'clock, sorry, to the screen. Then second shot would be the one at 7 o'clock to the jack, and then a measure for third. Looking
so
like
we're believing it's 2, possibly 3.
I would say it's 2 to the Kensington team. Remembering Kensington team on your scoreboard at the top left are the ones on 8 points with Donelda Scott.
So again, if that is true, it's just going to be a 10-9 again. No one can really escape.
It's been very much tit for tat, hasn't it, this game? Donelda Scott on the forehand, very focused. That was a lovely delivery from Donelda. I think this bowl is going to be close. Now, where's it going to rest? That's the question. Square on that one. So,
just put a marker on it. That was
getting rid of some chalk there. So it was a pre-chalked bowl. You're not supposed to. Bit of confidence.
Shouldn't that be gone already?
Should be. Technically, it should be. And Muir here on the forehand. How's your weight, Anne? Reasonable effort.
How much is it over?
The thinker, by the way, was the famous bronze statue. 1904, it was put together by a man whose name I can't pronounce. Someone Rodin, Auguste Rodin, is that how you say it?
Right, and whereabouts is it?
Oh, good question. Paris.
There we go.
It's in Paris. So I think clearly...
Also featured in the movie Night at the Museum.
Famously, yeah. I think Karina Cooper taking her bowls watching cues from the thinker. As we see, and Muir here. This is a correction. Is it going to be a slice of nothing? It's going to be a slice of nothing. Look at that, the consistency. The two bowls essentially in the same place from Muir.
So we're looking at 2.
And one, I saw 1 indicated there. I think I might have led viewers astray. I think 1 to the Christchurch team. Must have been a black sticker that I didn't see. So 10 points now. The first team into double figures, Christchurch. 10 points to 8. And
see the scoreboard in the back as well.
The closest we've had to a run of scoring, because they've now gone 8th end, 9th end and 10th end. They've scored in a row. So it's sort of the first time we've seen really more than two ends in a row scored. So beginning to get something approximating momentum here for the Christchurch team as they lead 10 points
they're only
to 8.
ahead by 2
They're ahead by
points.
2. So
yeah, so they've got momentum, but only ahead by 2.
I say momentum.
That's a very small momentum.
It's for the sake of something. At least they'll be thinking we've scored 2 or 3 ends in a row. You want to get into the habit of scoring, and a reasonable way to start doing it. As we see Lucy Ware on her forehand side.
So once again, thank you very much to our chief sponsor, Summerset, of this, the Summerset Open National Fours, all around Central Otago. And Alex Reid, we've got 4 days of the fours. Thursday,
Yes.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and of course we'll be joined by John Macbeth, unless John Macbeth makes it through the final.
Which
and
is
then
a
we'll
chance.
then we'll mic him up and he can commentate himself.
Yeah, it's a chance that he could make it through to the final, isn't it?
I think he'd say it's a long chance.
It's a chance. You never want to write someone off.
We might have to look at where he's playing at the moment. Do you know where he's playing today? We might have to check that out, and we'll update his results. I think that's something we can do, is we'll update wherever John Macbeth is playing.
I can and
We'll
I will.
update you. And he will be in one of the sections of one of the 13 clubs around the districts.
He's in section 3.
And whereabouts is that?
That's a great question.
I
Clyde.
think it's in
He's
Clyde.
in Clyde today.
That's just up the road.
Is it?
It is. It's
You're
the
talking to someone who went
nearest
through the
town.
other. I went through the other end of Queenstown trying to get to Alexandra. It's a low
Yes.
point.
Yes, your direction or sense of direction is possibly not the greatest there, Alex, but in the
That's
meantime,
okay.
you can tell the bowls. That's all we need. But you can also tell us perhaps about John Macbeth's
Well,
combination.
unfortunately for John, he didn't get into double figures in that first round. They were defeated by Kerry Becks, Craig Carter, Brad Sinclair and Robert Fensom, 23 points to 9. So John Macbeth and his team of Michael Hunter, Chris McDonald and Alan Hutchinson still warming up at the Summerset National Fours.
Well, maybe a couple more results from Clyde that you can give us as well while we watch the early stages of this, the 10th end.
Gladly. I can tell you that Paul Nichols, Ruben Silva, Brent Taggart and Gareth Seddon have defeated Gerard Holst, Ray Ledden, Len Linsky and Peter McIlvain 22 points to 16. Then another team, Joko Susillo, Paul King, Andrew Smale and Grant Simpson defeated Andrew Ware, Duncan Cotton, James Martin, Andrew Coppett, 23 points to 6. And then a good team here of Stephen Sanders, Jason Heffer, Earl Dodge and Graham Lowe from Southland. Rangi, I think. Yes. 23 points to 7 over Dennis Lobb, David Hutton, Richard Beard and John Whelan. And some others. There's a mix of results. And I'll just remind viewers again, if you want to find the results for yourself, they are available on the Bowls New Zealand website, bowlsnewzealand.co.nz. There is a post, a featured post there that says, I think it says, what does it say? I'll read it out verbatim. So if you go to bowlsnewzealand.co.nz, you see there on your screen, there'll be a post that says Nationals live broadcasts and results here. You can click that, or you can click the little thing at the top that says National Events. Go down to Summerset Fours and Mixed Pairs, and the results are all available there on Bowls Hub Aotearoa.
Well, Alex, while we've got you looking at the results, and we're still in the fairly early stages of this, the 10th end, what about at a couple of the smaller clubs, and Waipiata or Patearoa? They're two of the eastern clubs. How are they going? Also Ranfurly or any of those eastern clubs?
Yeah, we'll go Patearoa because it's in front of me. I can tell you that Craig Merrillees, Elliot Mason, Howard O'Donnell and Craig Tinker, one of the favourites is probably a little bit stronger word, but up there, has defeated David Ball, Grant Keats, Ted Walker and Barry Crean, 23 points to 9. I think there's been I think that team's been shuffled around, but the people who are in their place have defeated the other team, is what I can say about that one.
That's fine.
Kevin Beasley, who's from up my way with Dean Edge, Ian D and Bruce Fenton, 15 points to 19. Now, it's actually a good section you've picked, Dave, because tomorrow we're going to be following this section. So that's quite clever from you. That came across more patronising than I was intending. I'm sorry.
That's just fine there, Alex. That's okay. No, carry on. We're interested to fill out some of these results from some of the different clubs from around the region, and I'm sure it's nice to actually, for the village, the town of Patearoa or Waipiata as well, to actually hear their names over the coverage, so whether it's on Sky or on YouTube or anywhere else as well. Just another result. You got another one there to tell us?
I can tell you another result if you want. We've got Dennis Brewster, Ross Stevens, Brent McEwen and Phil Austin, and I think we're covering them tomorrow at some stage tomorrow, maybe the second or third game. Where did they go?
That's all right.
Oh, they won. They won 20 points to 15 over a very good team of Scott McGavin, Dean Gilshan, Phil Scogland and Matt Pearson. So that's a great win there for the Dennis Brewster team as we come back to this end now.
And what are we looking at here, Alex? It's, just checking. From this angle, it's very difficult to actually tell who's got the advantage, but I'd suggest probably at 11 o'clock is the closest.
Oh, look, now we can see a little black sticker at 12 o'clock, so that's a Christchurch team holding one, and I think Kensington has second, third and fourth.
So just the one at the
6,
present time?
7 and 9. So 1 to Christchurch, I reckon. Of course, if we look at the top left of your screen, you can see D. Scott, that's Donelda Scott's team, Christchurch team leading 10 points to 8 at this stage on the 10th end of 18. Holding 1, looking to make it 2, Donelda.
So we've got Donelda on the bowl here.
Lovely delivery, Donelda Scott on her forehand side. Oh, she's given that one the arm wave. That means she's not happy.
No. It was looking fairly straight for the first half of the green, and then just watching it live and the pace that it had was great, and then it just dropped away dramatically.
There will be a temptation here for Anne Muir to show a bit of aggression because they've got the back covered. It looks like they've got second, third and fourth shot. There's a jack and a bowl target on Anne Muir's backhand side, which is to the right as we see it. I think we're going to see a positive shot here from Anne Muir on the backhand. replacing the bowl, moving the jack back. Either's good stuff.
And doesn't give away too much emotion before she delivers the ball.
And she's on the forehand, Dave, so that's the opposite of what I've said, and probably drawing. Yeah, she's going for the dead draw on the forehand, which is legitimately the opposite of what I thought might happen, and probably the better call.
Well, you'd think so. She has been a national champ and
She's
represented
been
New
playing
Zealand.
bowls for a little bit longer than I have, and that's, I mean, it's another good shot. It's probably another second or third shot there. Maybe she's just thinking, look, I'll bide my time. I'll draw another shot near there or thereabouts, and then have a nibble with my last bowl. As
This
Donelda
was a
Scott
smooth
here.
action.
Yeah, she's got a lovely delivery. Donelda Scott, been impressed with it. Christchurch Bowling Club, a one greener, I think, from memory. Maybe two, one. One, and their car park's another green, isn't it, with gravel. Lovely club, Christchurch Bowling Club. And that bowl slightly overplayed, so that means that there's no longer a benefit to putting the jack in the ditch. So we'll see Anne just make a correction on her forehand side, try and draw closer than the opposition, giving this one a look. Now, if you've got the weight right, may try and come back from out there. Just drifted. Look at that drift at the end. Not to be. So 1 point to Donelda Scott's team, and they now, 4 ends in a row, Dave, lead 11 points to 8.
And there we go, the finger for 1, indicating 1 and 11-8.
I'm comfortable saying they've had. I'm comfortable saying they've got momentum now.
Okay, that's
I think 4
what's
ends in a
that,
row.
4?
That's enough.
Albeit quite small ends. What's the biggest that they've got in 4 in a row?
Oh, they literally just got 4 ones.
Exactly.
But they have scored 7 points in the last 5 ends, if we look. Because they got a 3, dropped a 3, and then 4 ones. So, what did I say? 11. That's not 7 points. 7 points in the last 5 ends. That's reasonable. But bit of momentum on the Christchurch team side, which is why I think we saw Anne Muir and Diane Strawbridge. They just had a little chat. Oh no, Anne's gone to the loo. Anne's run away, and Diane's come to the the players' end.
So as we look then, what can Kensington do? What's the biggest number, the biggest score you can get on an end?
Well, clearly it's and very rare, but you can score your 8 points because there's 8 bowls in play.
Sure.
So 8's possible. I think if you're only trailing 11-8...
You'd have to be putting a wall around the jack, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I've seen it
ring.
happen. Anne Muir's team trails 11-8, so they probably aren't thinking we need to score numbers. It's legitimately we need to score a shot,
Right.
and then we can dictate the terms. And that's when we would see, as you mentioned earlier, I think, Dave, a change in length. We might see the lead pull the mat up, or we might see a jack thrown to a place that isn't there, because Christchurch has been throwing the jack there, and then they've been putting bowls close to it, haven't they?
If you change the length of the jack, then you're upsetting the tempo, the rhythm.
Precisely, yeah. As we see, that was a good bowl there, really, from Dawn Owens, the Kensington lead. Lucy Ware a little bit loose with her first bowl. So just opening up that little bit of an opportunity.
Quite a front-on action to start.
Yeah, all 8 players here have pretty good deliveries, to be fair, Dave. They let them go pretty smooth.
You have described in the past one particular Australian who is very... They have a extreme action.
Ian Taylor.
There you go. That's the
Look
one.
him up, folks. Google, just YouTube Ian Taylor bowls, and you will be blown away.
And perhaps you can a little description for us, as much as you can.
He has a number of loops to his delivery.
Oh.
So the first thing that's unusual about Ian's delivery is his grip. So he holds it on the side of the bowl. So the pinky and the thumb are on the top and the bottom. And then when he winds up, he sort of, it's like a steam train. The arm goes around a few times.
And is he a
and
good
then he lets it go.
bowler?
Yes, he played for Australia for a long time, and is still a very good bowler. It's something to behold.
I think we're seeing a relatively, well, I won't say sane actions here, but relatively normal actions as such.
They're not quite that dramatic, no.
No, not at all. But we do have a very open jack here, quite exposed. And this particular bowl is looking fairly good here, Alex. And
just finding a gap there.
maybe this one a little bit better. Not quite as wide. No, it's going to catch too much.
Yeah.
And another one that shoots through.
Just underneath. So it's been a good game, really, hasn't it? It's been sort of, I still couldn't tell you. I mean, I know I've said Christchurch has the momentum, but they've been
But it's
doing
been a small
they've been
momentum.
doing it
1-1-1-1.
once. Yeah. Intriguing.
That's better. Look at that. Much better.
Great bowl there.
Number down.
Great shot.
You've got
As we see
the shot bowl's
Donelda Scott say, look, you've got a foot of room. So that's perfect for Kensington. It's a bowl right on the jack. An opportunity to score. They'll be thinking they should probably be scoring on this end. And Emma Bayley opting to play the forehand side.
So Emma Bayley here with the grey cap. Just staying down in her stance for a little while. Yeah, that's an interesting thing. Some bowlers stay in this stance, others are pretty much straight up and back to normal as such, normal walking.
With my coaching hat on, I would encourage anyone who is wondering about their delivery to stick the landing, so to speak.
Right, so you stay in your stance?
It's quite good to stay in your stance, only because it ensures that you're not stepping up before you let go of the bowl. It's really tempting to watch your bowl before you've let it go, because you want to see if you've let it go good or not. But I would encourage you to stick the landing, so to stick in your stance. That's good. It's good best practice. It means you're less likely to make anything go awry. As we see here, Emma Bayley again on the forehand side. She's one down on the head, willing this bowl to turn back in. She's close here, Dave. Look at this stuff. Little feather first. Great bowl.
Well, what made it even better was that her bowl followed the jack.
Magnificent stuff, eh? You couldn't ask for any better than that. And the Kensington team going from 1 up to 3 down. The pressure very different now for Diane Strawbridge on her forehand. She's going to need a good result here. She's going to need her bowl square. Not to be. And Muir now under all sorts of pressure. 2 down, sorry. You can see that bowl to the far right does not have a black sticker on it. Does not have a black sticker on it, so it's that's a Kensington bowl. So the 2 Christchurch bowls, 1 at 12, 1 at 9, holding 2, 11-8 up on the scoreboard. Good opportunity here for the Christchurch team now to extend their lead, which is not what we were thinking 3 bowls ago when the Kensington team had a bowl that was just 6 inches short of the jack. Here we go on the forehand side. Donelda Scott looking for the same feather her player got. Not to be. And now we just have an open head for Anne Muir to draw to. She's got maybe a foot of room at most. Only shot on the forehand. She's let it go. Anne Muir willing it down, not to be. A bit of trouble, this Kensington team.
That won't come in.
And Donelda Scott looking to add a third one, and she hasn't done so, but it's a good block here. I think we're going to see Anne Muir trying to put the jack in the ditch on the forehand side. She's already had that weight, so it's about coming underneath that blue bowl.
So you can't really be aggressive on a drive on this, can you?
It's
you're
you've
likely
got like
to hit everything.
Like a swinging run shot would be almost the term. So you're looking to navigate that blue. She's not far away here, Anne Muir, if she can get the bowl down enough. She's got the weight for it. Needs it to swing just underneath that bowl. Look, she had perfect weight there. It's unlucky, really, from Anne Muir. Guts in that bowl square. I think they're going to drop a 3 here. And the game beginning to slip away from this Kensington team.
So how many ends in a row now, Alex? How's your maths?
5 ends in a row. It's saddening that I had to look at the scoreboard and count that one up. But 5 ends in a row now for Christchurch, and beginning to just look like they are taking the initiative here. Anytime Kensington's had the shot in the last few ends, Christchurch has managed to get it back before the skips have played. So we'll see the score go up now. So we watch this replay. A little feather, trail it back. That's the key bowl. That's what made the difference in this end. Remember, Kensington was holding one shot, and we saw the Christchurch player get a little feather, trail the jack back for 2, and that was that. So 14 points to 8 now. That was a 3 for the Christchurch team.
And this jack is just going to be pushed into the centre a little bit more. No? Yep, I'll just put it in.
So 6 the difference.
Yeah, that 6 is, that's going to take effectively 2 ends, if not 3. I know you can pull it back in 1, but it's likely that you're going to get a 4 and a 2 or 3 and 3.
So if we put like a cricket hat on, it's sort of a required run rate of 1 point an end for the next 6 ends. And it's unlikely that you're going to score on every of the next 6 ends.
Yeah.
So it would be, if you are the Kensington team, when you score, you want to be scoring in 2s, and that should get you pretty close by the time you get to the last end.
But then you don't want to leave it that late, so it's better to get a 3 on this end and a 3 on the next.
Precisely.
Even,
yeah, you want to get it done as much as possible, and that's what the skips really think about when they build the heads. They usually working that sort of stuff out. Nam will have done it a million times in her career, I'm sure, as we saw Lucy Ware, who's been really impressive in this game for me. The lead for the Christchurch team, drawing another shot right next to the jack, and Dawn Owens opting to play on the backhand side. It would have been tempting to play the forehand to rest the bowl and move the jack back. And we'll see Lucy just try and put another bowl next to the one she's already got there. On the forehand, very compact delivery. It's smooth though. As we watch this bowl. Not far away, Lucy. How long are you going to hold up for? That's the question.
Lovely, Lucy.
Beautiful speed. The weight was perfect, just a little bit narrow. And Dawn Owens will be asked again to play the backhand side. And in her head, she's looking to finish a few feet past up the centre line. And she's not far away, Dave. Oh.
Running through.
Yeah, well, she's finished past the head. And again, I mean, the Kensington team, they have to find a way to try and score numbers here, which is the challenge, really. So they haven't really been grouping bowls. This bowl's gone wayward. It's gone next door. That's really a forgettable bowl for Debz, but she'll be disappointed with that one. Oh, and that bowl.
Come in the line.
Yeah, that's interesting. We've seen some loose heads this game. Don't know what the answer is to that, Dave. Really, I don't
think the players know either, as this one goes very wide.
It is the first day of play, of course, at this national event.
This is the second contest for each team.
Yes.
And as you mentioned, that they play 3 a day, which is going to be a little bit tiring by the time you get to the third. Potentially in, well, very nice weather now, not quite warm. Well, it's warm, but it's not hot. So by the time they get to that third one, it's going to be a little bit of fatigue coming into it that you have to take into account, don't you?
Yeah.
Would that mean you change your skip or anything that you change around the team?
You might make that decision. It depends how your game goes. If you have a poor game where someone
then you must change.
That's clearly run out of oomph. Sometimes that might be when you get a change. But
and you can't bring anybody else in, can you?
No, you can't. Not unless there's an injury
right.
or an illness. Often you see it's probably more about managing your fluid intake and sort of the snack situation during the game. Bowls is a low-impact sport, but it's important to stay balanced.
I've seen a few people, well, certainly enjoying the very nice food here. There was 3 barbecues going at once with sausages and white bread. It has to be in white bread, I'm sorry, when you have the sausage.
I firmly agree.
The rest of the time I won't hardly eat it, the white bread. But
Diane Strawbridge here on the back end. What a bowl from Diane Strawbridge. Trailed the jack back. That is absolute class there from the Kensington team. Let's turn that head around just on a dime, really. And another chance.
Shifted everything sideways as well, so now everybody else has to actually adjust their own bowls, don't they?
Yeah, and sort of come out of nowhere, really, from Diane Strawbridge. That's brilliant stuff.
That's against us. But if you were under Lucy, you'd be pretty close.
We're just losing a few things out the window. The breeze has actually come up a little bit. It's not excessively strong. However, we have
that is staggering.
Lost a few things out the window, and we'll come back with that in the meantime. In the meantime, Alex, you will continue there.
Sorry, I'm just I'll keep talking. You go save the things that have fallen out of the commentary booth as we see that head. So Diane Strawbridge turned that head around absolutely brilliantly, really, and this Christchurch player going clean through. Kensington, remember, if you look at the top left of your screen, trailing 8 points to 14. They were down on the head. Diane trailed the jack back for it's at least a one, isn't it? I can't see if there's a black sticker on that second shot that's hit at 5 o'clock.
And sit it.
To the head.
Good effort.
You can hear the rustle of the lost paper, and the commentary booth, and the Christchurch team having looked now at the head, and Muir just walking past. Good shot there from Diane Strawbridge. It is for the Kensington team, just about scoring a point. They just want to score, and then they can start dictating their terms to the Christchurch team. We see Anne Muir there on the crossover, just saying thank you, Diane. That was a good bowl. Trailing the jack back, and we see now Donelda Scott on the forehand side. How's your weight, Donelda? That's the question. Navigating this front bowl well. It's got good green. Good shot there from Donelda Scott. Kensington holding at least one to that bowl that you can see at 5 o'clock to the jack. And Muir on the backhand herself. Willing this bowl to hold up underneath to rest that second shot out. She's close here. And Muir, she's close. Goodness gracious me, that wasn't far away. Maybe half a bowl from the perfect result.
I need to be around my last.
Donelda looking just to add a bit of weight.
How about I come under these front ones for the shot bowl?
Well, Alex Reid, we have managed to save a few things from going out onto the green.
You're out that side.
It was not something I was expecting to contend with today.
Yeah, but
not
I'm
quite, but
thinking
in the end we do have, well, who's looking the strongest here around the jack? We've got 2 points.
Yeah, Kensington's holding the shot, which is good. And Donelda here with a nibble. So we can see the Christchurch second shot at 7 o'clock. Donelda was looking to go bowl or jack, just found a gap there. So a chance now for Muir to rest out the Christchurch second shot. Here we go, Anne on the backhand. Giving herself an opportunity. If she's got the right green, she's not far away. Looking just to rest that bowl out there. That one, that's what she wants to rest. Oh, she got the wrong side of it. She was a bowl, within a bowl's width twice, Dave. But importantly for supporters of the Kensington Bowling Club,
Emma.
And I think we see an insect just been rescued from the rink. Supporters of the Kensington Bowling Club, they have scored a shot after 5 ends of not doing so, and now they can set the terms.
Well, it's not really what they wanted, though. It's only just 1 point, and considering that they were 6 behind, it's going to be a long way to travel. What did you suggest, that if they on every end got 1 point, that would just get them back in touch or in front?
Yeah, they'd be all square by then.
That's not what you want.
Yeah, clearly they would have wanted more than one, but one's better than not scoring a point, I suppose, Dave.
Well, that's true. However, if they did it that slowly of 1-1-1-1.
It's challenging, isn't it? And we see here brilliance because the jack length was changed, and now it's been changed again. The jack length was pulled up a lot shorter than what it has been. And the first bowl that Dawn Owens has played is a touch. She's trailed the jack back. So Kensington saying, look, if you want to win this game, you're going to have to work for it. And Lucy Ware, who's been very impressive this game on the backhand side, looking to draw as close as she can from this lead position.
Played that very well. Well done.
What a great shot that is from Lucy. I've been so impressed with her. That's a beautiful lead bowl.
She has been very consistent all the way through. Every end, there's been at least one shot of hers which has been impressive.
Yeah.
Been steady, being consistent. And that's what you want. You don't necessarily need the star all the time. You want someone who's going to be consistently good.
Particularly, as we see a spider now in the commentary box, particularly at lead, from the lead position, having that consistent bowls there or thereabouts the head makes such a difference, Dave, because the pressure dominoes off the rest of your team. And Lucy, having drawn essentially a back toucher, looking to put another bowl on the head, on her backhand. I think she's taken a different line with this one.
Run it all the way,
Underneath that bowl this time. Last time she was around it. And it's just fallen short anyway.
That's it. Hang on.
It's a money spider though, Dave, so
That's
we're
our
in
bowl.
luck.
Okay.
I don't mind if you play through.
Well, if it's a
the
white tail, you can
jack.
have it. And after living in Australia, if it's a huntsman, they're just big.
No, thank you.
And some of the other spiders, they're a little scary as well. So we're not there.
I want you to
In
come
Central
down.
Otago,
I don't
of
care
course,
if you
at the
clean it out.
Alexandra Bowling Club. For this, the Summerset National Fours Open. And 13 clubs around the region being used, from north to Wanaka to the south in Roxburgh, and just about everywhere in between as well. And this is connected,
Yep.
and
Good one.
ooh,
What's happened?
that changes everything.
What happened?
Well, the connection it was like a pinball.
A cannon-y situation. I think it's gone well for the Kensington team. We'll see if we can get a replay on that, just to understand what happened in collision there with those bowls. That was pretty staggering. We see the Christchurch team not too worried
Now
though,
you've
just
got
putting a
draw
bowl
it.
there or thereabouts. But room now for Kensington, who trail 9 points to 14. And this game of 18 ends on this, the 13th end. Good shot. Oh, well,
Well, tell me, Alex, who's actually got the points so far?
Oh, it's so they're quite far away, so it's hard to tell. I would
But
say
it's to the north, to the
yeah, I'd say
11:30, 12.
the bowl at 12 o'clock, which is a Christchurch bowl, I think is the shot. But plenty of room here. Kensington will expect to have the shot.
Coming back into the breeze, it's hot. Cooling it back.
I don't mind which hand you go, Diane. You decide. Well,
see
it's been
Diane
a job,
Strawbridge
but we
here
could be
on the
up.
back end. On the back end. I think I saw Muir just indicate that Kensington's holding one. So if you're a Kensington fan, that's probably a good sign. Diane looking just to draw the shot. Looking for a clean run. Or even underneath, it's not the end of the world.
Come down
Oh,
here.
that's the weight that you
We've
want,
got Lucy.
Diane.
I think one of
Just
the
under
important
there.
things, though, that we're
A
looking
couple
at here,
lights.
Alex, is that we are on the 13th end.
Yes.
And just puts a little bit more pressure, particularly on Kensington, being behind by, 5. It puts a bit more pressure, knowing that they're going to have to catch up fairly quickly. If they want to win this competition, they're going to have to really start piling on the points. They've got one last end, but that's not enough.
Yeah, it's about scoring end after end like Christchurch did
Di.
to Kensington, I suppose, if you're the
But
Kensington
you really
people.
need a 3 in there somewhere, just to help you out, just move up a little bit.
Oh, you wouldn't
And
say.
probably confidence as well.
You wouldn't say no to a 3. A 3, you know, you're probably trying to try and make sure then that you're a few points up by the time you get to the last end, as opposed to nearly all square. And Diane Strawbridge, same bowl twice. Beautiful
Yeah,
weight
well,
twice.
You know what
Just
to do.
underneath the line there. See this last bowl here of Emma Bayley's, and then we might check out the replay of that shot we saw a bit earlier on. Just keep your eyes
So
peeled.
she's also been very consistent, hasn't she?
Yeah, it's been a good performance from the Christchurch team, really. They've looked pretty together, I suppose, is the word I would use. Working well as a team. And let's just watch this replay. We saw there was a bowl that was close of Lucy Ware's, and then it wasn't, and this is why. A bowl cannon square through. Two things moving. And
Yeah, just ricocheted off one, knocked out another, and then created a little bit of mayhem around the actual jack.
And it's interesting because there was a gap between.
Oh, here we go. Where's our measuring here?
I don't know.
How's your eyesight?
2 to Diane Strawbridge.
How's your eyesight on this one? And it's going to be tight. And we're still looking at the almost 12 o'clock at the moment.
It's hard to tell with this angle. I don't want to call it, Dave.
Yeah, we'll do the little stand-up test. And
how's your weight? And now it's all going to change. It's all going to change. She's through the jack. She's trailed it back. Call it a win.
It's pushed it back a long way.
Figure out what's happening now. Let's look for indications from anybody. Anyone, tell anyone what's happening. 2 down, says Christchurch. So good bowl there from Muir, trailing the jack around the corner to hold 2. That's a good bowl from the Kensington skip.
So lots of hand movement there. You can either go that way straight, or you can go around that way with a little bit of a curve.
Or overarm.
Just about. There was a lot of instructions coming, and you can see here we're still getting the arm waving. A lot of options.
So on the forehand, Donelda Scott opting to play. Let's just see where this ball ends up. They're 2 down on the head. See there to our far left. Now, if she threads the needle, something very interesting could happen. She has, but out of the rink, I think. And a lot of room here for Muir. Diane just saying, just draw underneath my bowls through here. Had a bonus shot. And we've seen a comeback here from the Kensington team.
Well, just as you said, the momentum was with Christchurch. I wouldn't say it's swung around, but it's stalled a little.
We're getting there, aren't we? And we look at this bowl here from Muir. That's lovely stuff.
Is it going to hold?
Yeah, that'll do it. Good bowl from Muir.
No change.
We're going to see a 3, I think.
Let's have a look at the arm movements here. Okay, what did that say to you?
3 down, and now it's figuring out what to do. Donelda coming to have a look. It's hard because we've got that wall of bowls at the front of the head, and they're very easy to hit and then do nothing. I don't think there's any merit to any run shot here. So for Donelda, it's about following Muir's bowl down on the forehand, probably between the 2 blue bowls that you can see grouped together, and then the green bowl that's to the right of them. I think she'll just try and thread that on the forehand, draw in for a second shot. But it's a hard shot to play, and there are big distances. Donelda on the forehand. Here we go. 14-9 up on the card. 3 down on the head. She's got the right green. Now it's down to the weight. Little feather. Oh, well,
it's not bad.
I think you'd say that went well for the Christchurch team, Dave.
It was not bad.
She was there or thereabouts anyway, so she was, you might look at that little bit and think it was a bit lucky, but I think if she hadn't got it, she would have drawn the shot. So 1 to the Kensington team now. And they've broken back, really. And after 13 ends, trail 10 points to 14.
Yeah, but again, it was a 1. They were on a 3, weren't they? Well, it was looking like a 3 in that last end. However, it got chopped back to 1. And again, that 1 just
Yeah, and that's where as the leading team, the Christchurch team that was 6 points up, you can play to the strength of having that lead. That's when it's beneficial to have that 6-point lead. And we see a short end thrown again here from the Kensington team. This must be their strategy for the comeback.
Just under that one, Lucy.
Dawn Owens, good weight, a little bit narrow.
So just this end and 4 more to go. And
Yeah, we're getting to the pointy end of the game now.
Don't forget, you can actually go to the TAB, tab.co.nz, and have a little wager. I'm not sure about this particular game if it's still open. However, you can see on the tab.co.nz, go to bowls, and then you can have your little favourites there and see.
Yeah. And the book's open for the mixed pairs as well, and I think there'll be one for the post section of the fours that'll come out. So it's worth a little nibble.
Remembering that we have actually gone through some of the big combinations, some of the big names, some of the early results, and there is just straight up winners of the competition. And a few other combinations, I believe. But if you want to look at some of these combinations, I mean, remembering that you do have, I guess, some of the legends of the game involved. And we're looking at Mike Kernahan and also Gary Lawson through in the women's competition. Some of the players competing. Who else have we got there, Alex?
Yes.
And some of the, okay, we do have some of the very good.
We've got the defending champions, Mandy Boyd,
Mandy
defending
Boyd.
champion. She was one of the favourites to win. Claire Hendra's team, another favourite coming through. There are teams like Lisa White, who's been played for New Zealand in the past. Sharon Sims, we mentioned before. That's a name people will know. So there's a good group of, a very strong group of women's thing. And Val Smith, of course, we can't go past her, playing with a New Zealand singles winner, Deb White, New Zealand pairs winner, Ashley Jeffcoat, and development player Kimberly Hemingway in the women's fours. So some very, very strong combinations, and we'll see them at the pointy end.
Well, what about in the mixed? You did mention the young combination as such, or the under 30 combo. And Selena Goddard, who's she with again?
She's with Sheldon Baggery Howley, the two New Zealand singles winners at the moment. But there's other good ones. Sean Scott and Deb White have both won the New Zealand singles, albeit not this year, but recently enough for it to still be current. They're playing together. Claire Hendra and Craig Merrilley's always a good mixed pairs team. Liam Paulson and Bart Robertson, another good one. The defending champions, Laurie Guy and Sarah Tokomo, back to defend their title. You got people like Peter Sane and Sue Curran. That's a good team. Sharon Sims and Mark Noble, Dan Dickerson and Mary Campbell.
So
the
really
Kings, Ben and Helen. You know, there's
Right.
just
If you
there's
were looking
good
at
stuff left, right, and centre.
If you were looking at the TAB, it's really, I guess, an open book as such, to use the phrase, when it comes to the mixed. I mean, obviously some very talented and good combinations there. But gee, you've got a lot of combinations. Yes, we've got the, the current singles winners. However, some of those others, they've got skill when it comes to the.
Yeah, great combinations. Good luck picking a winner
Exactly,
out of that group.
Exactly. And
That's
as we
part
say,
of the fun, though,
fours
isn't it?
as well. Yeah, the Summerset fours as well. I mean, this is the whole thing. And once we get to post section, who knows? I mean, at the moment, you can drop one, or can you drop two? You can drop two games if you're in the
Yes,
post.
you can lose two games and still be in post section.
You wouldn't want to.
You'd rather not.
No, indeed. Just gives that risk on your next combination, or your
Yeah,
next
although
match.
sometimes I like to get a loss over and done with in section play. Because if you lose a game in section play, that's your loss for the event. I'd rather do it in section play than post section.
But if you're good enough, you want to go through undefeated.
That's ideal. That's that's the dream scenario, undefeated.
As we look here, still no one completely close to the jack. Here we go. There's the measuring, almost. And where's she going to go on this one? I think we've got a little bit of waving. And what do you think about that, Alex? Is it going to hold enough? No.
Just passing through.
I don't think you can
One
get
down,
under that,
says Donelda
No.
Scott.
Well, you could
It'll
draw
be to that bowl that sits at
Yep.
8 o'clock to the jack. But Christchurch for a second and third shot, so important that Diane Strawbridge draws another bowl here. And not far away either, down to the weight.
Still racing. Good
Left the
home
jack
though.
well. And that's a good bowl there from Diane.
You're still there.
As we see Emma Bayley on her forehand side, leading 14 points to 10 in this game.
So who's won the last two ends? It has been
Kensington's won the last
They've
year.
got a 1 and a 1, is that
That's
right?
right.
But prior to that, we had Christchurch.
4 or 5 ends in a row of Christchurch. We see Emma Bayley. She snuck the jack across. Not sure if she's done it enough. We'll just see if there's body language from anyone.
A little bit of chalk spray there.
It's close to enough. I still favour Diane's bowl. It's 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock to the jack for the shot, but it'll be a close run thing between that and the two black stickered bowls that you can see. at 3 o'clock to your screen, and the high five would indicate there that Christchurch will be holding the shot. They deserve to be leading 14 points to 10, I feel, in this game. And Muir getting to go first, having scored on the previous end on her forehand side with that little bowls cloth of hers. Nice out of her hand, very smooth. And Muir won the New Zealand Peers with Carolyn Crawford about 6 or 7 years ago and defeated Joe Edwards and Val Smith in that final. It's a very good win. Donelda Scott now on the forehand. She's pushed this one wide.
I'll be the back one.
Covering the back, said someone. So Anne now with a chance. She had the perfect weight, just needs to make a correction. She's done this a million times in her, well, maybe not quite a million, but probably thousands of times in her bowling career.
I wonder how often someone like Anne, at her evergreen age, would actually get on the green and practice rather than play or teach or coach.
Good question. I don't know. We'd have to
we,
ask.
we'll have to check on that, but it's just really interesting how often someone like her, who's done it so often, does she actually just go out and just
play bowls?
Yeah. You know, whether it's play bowls against herself or practice particular shots.
Very hard though.
That's something we may have to ask. We're watching two bowls from different rinks race each other down the green.
Donelda Scott on the forehand side, just slipping past that bowl of Kensington's, but I think we're going to see Christchurch score 1. And is it 2, Diane? 1 and a half.
Are we getting out the tape? We are. I think we are.
1 1/4, 1 1/8.
There's
lots of ticking, and here comes the
yes,
tape. So the Christchurch bowl, black stickered. Kensington bowl, blue. Let's just see, if we can, what the situation is. Christchurch leading 14 points to 10 in this game.
Just the
1, 15 points to 10 now.
Well, they've stopped I wouldn't say they've stopped the rot, but they've stopped the combinations coming through.
Yeah, the Christchurch team has been comfortable for a while, and they had that 6-point lead, which allowed them to be okay, dropping 2 singles. And I think if you're a member of the Christchurch team or the Christchurch fan club, still favoured to win this game, I would say, with the 3 ends to go after this. And a short end throw. Now that would not be the plan. Christchurch haven't got the jack bat to throw a short end. They will have been, well, the lead for Christchurch, Lucy Ware, would have been aiming to throw that a bit longer, which was that end that they were so successful on. And Anne saying, it's up. Lucy on the back end has played very well this game.
Well, it wasn't a bad first bowl. Yeah, just about kissed the jack, but then moving on past.
See
into the 15th end.
Yeah. Been playing for a while now, these players. What did we start at 12? So 2 hours, 2 hour mark. Well and truly ticked over.
Alex, when you're one of the bowlers who starts early, as in starts your bowls early in the end,
yeah,
you've only got one thing to aim for, haven't you? You've only got one bowl, as in the jack, to actually aim for.
Yes.
Whereas when you're later, you have something more specific. Is it easier when you've got more targets, or when you've just got the one target? How would you interpret that? You know, just the one and all the space, or potentially a condensed number of bowls
That's an
around
interesting
the
question.
jack.
I sort of, as a lead, I enjoy leading because you've got an open field. So if I want to play my backhand, I
you're
can play
happy
my
with an open
backhand.
field and nothing to really aim
There's
for.
nothing in my way, so I don't get bogged. When you're playing further on a team, it's great if you've got bowls level with the jack or past it, because as you said, there's bowls to rest on and bowls you can trouble jack to.
Yep.
If you turn up as a 3 in a team and there's lots of short bowls, that's when there is a real challenge, because you have to try and navigate your bowl around, underneath or through the short things. So I don't know, it's an interesting thing to think about. I think probably more room for variance later on in the team, and it depends how the head has been built. So it can be easy if you've got stuff to rest on, but it can be incredibly frustrating when you go to play your bowl and there's 4 or 5 short bowls and the jack's on the 2 metre mark and you have to try and find a way to get to it.
Let's see here as we have one particular ball very close, and this one's coming in nicely, Alex.
Look at this. That's lovely, beautiful bowls there from the Christchurch team. That legitimately couldn't have gone any better. Just a front toucher now. Removes the chance to rest that bowl out easily. And the Kensington team in all sorts of trouble.
And just remembering that our second game of televised coverage is from 3 p.m. today.
Yeah, so the brilliant thing is for the next 7 days, 8 days including this, we're going to be on Sky, which we thank them for, the pop-up channel, and also broadcasting live on our YouTube channel, which means that we have been able to say categorically that the first game will be starting at 12 o'clock every day, and the second game will be starting at 3 p.m. every day. So 12 and 3 will be the 2 games that we broadcast for 8 days.
All right, great stuff there, Alex Reid, and great to have Summerset and National Fours, and the Open Fours, all around the Central Otago region. As we look here, and that jack is hidden. If you're looking at it, you can't see it, can you?
And that's what was so good about the Christchurch bowl. Diane Strawbridge was trying to hit it, is that it sat square in front of the jack. So instead of it being a bowl slightly to the side, which it was, which 1% 6 o'clock was, it's now square in front. So much harder for Kensington to manufacture anything now to try and score a shot.
You might be better to put one in here.
And just the question there. Another question, where do you want me to go for Christchurch?
On the forehand side, Emma Bayley. You can see Christchurch with a good head really, and Emma just underneath the line now. Not making anything worse for the Christchurch team though, so not the end of the world, and I think Diane Strawbridge going to be having a nibble here, looking to hit the shot bowl. She's close. She's still close, Dave. This isn't far away. Diane Strawbridge, she's got it.
Yeah, good
Oh,
ball.
Great shot, chipped it off clean as a whistle.
That's about perfect. Or
Beautiful
about,
ball.
well, as close as you can get by disrupting the opposition.
Couldn't have played it any better, and that's such a hard shot to play there for Diane Strawbridge, I think.
So what are they going to be talking about here?
Well played.
What do you think? They're just sort of looking at and going, okay, well, we've now exposed the jack.
Yeah. For the Christchurch team, there's bowls past head that they can move the jack to. It's pretty open. For Anne, it's about trying to add shots to the one you've already got. They're just trying to chip away here. Certainly Kensington on the back foot, trailing by 5, and have looked, I think, the slightly less consistent team, particularly in the last half of the game.
That would be good.
How true is that?
How's this one here? Donelda. Just passing clear through. She was looking to trail the jack back, wasn't she?
Well,
was the weight.
was it wasted in many ways? Perhaps she should have gone shorter and then been closer to the jack rather than actually trying to go too tight?
Yeah, I suppose it depends on your perspective. If she'd been narrow and picked the jack up with that speed, it was brilliant, but she wasn't, so it wasn't brilliant.
Well, now we've got one of each to go, and you've got a jack totally exposed.
And what the 3 there, Emma Bayley, has indicated is less weight for Donelda with this one. So
there
we
you
saw
on my side on that one.
To here, so it's about trailing the jack, but with not quite as much enthusiasm as Donelda was looking to trail it with. the first
So what
time.
we are expecting here is less weight and less distance on
Much
this
better
bowl.
effort here from Donelda Scott, so that's exactly what's happening. And look at the speed. The speed absolutely perfect. Where that bowl finished is where the Christchurch team wanted the jack, and they would have been holding a number, but didn't get the jack on the way through. So looking like one to Kensington, I think. That bowl at the left of
two?
your screen as you see it. And Muir trying to add a bonus. Level. And one to the Kensington team. They're still in it.
They are. They're just every end that they've got of the last 3 ends that they've managed has been a 1 though. So as we come up now for the 16th end, you've got effectively 3 ends. It's not going to work though, is it? Are you seeing a good enough comeback?
I think we're going to see it come down to the last bowl.
All right,
Yeah.
okay, there we go.
I think the last bowl is going to decide the winner of this game.
I just believing that perhaps they haven't picked up enough. The 1-1-1 just isn't quite enough for them. We'll have a look now.
Here we go.
Really getting down on their haunches there, staying down.
So for the difference, 2 ends to go.
And Alex, as we do get closer to the completion of this particular contest, perhaps we can have a look at one other venue. Shall we pick a venue?
Yeah, why not? Pick a venue, any venue.
Okay, we shall have a look at Arrowtown. Lovely village of Arrowtown. Nice coffee there last month when I was down. Let's see what we can find at Arrowtown. I think we're maybe if we don't go to Arrowtown, we can go to Omakau.
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 And what section would that be?
The section would be section 4.
4.
Omakau has the races. Covered the races from Omakau before.
Well, I can gladly tell you some results there, Dave. I can tell you that Dean Mower, David Mill, Adrian Vandenberg and Murray Freeth have defeated Joseph Vanderpen and Tom Tamati, Peter Cotton and Andy Ellis, 18 points to 11. Another interesting result through Gary Lawson, Jamie Hill, Tony Grantham and Neville Rodder, which is a mighty team of 4s, defeated Marty Kreft, Neil Low Young, Shane Whiteley and Bruce McDowell, 19 points to 15. So a close game there, maybe.
So you're suggesting that Gary Lawson's team there is possibly one of the favourites?
Oh, for sure. You can't look past it, really. It's, yes.
All right, so we're
definitely
expecting
one
them
of the
to
favourites. And
perhaps make the finals here on Sunday.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Also, what else have we got here? Michael Solomon, Liam Hill, Jim Madden and Neville Hill winning 22 points to 12 over Gary Thornley, John Latimer, Peter Martin and William Paul. And I think it's time Neville Hill won a national title. He's probably widely considered, I think, to be the best bowler to have never won a national title. Neville Hill, having played for New Zealand on a number of occasions. I think he's due, and they went well last time. I think they made the quarterfinals. Michael Solomon, of course, winning 2 New Zealand Force titles with Gary Lawson in the late 90s, and Liam Hill, Neville's grandson. What other interesting things have we got here? Brandon Gibson, Grant Wakefield, Graham Rees and Bruce Wakefield. Bruce and Graham Rees, well-known bowlers, defeated 13 points to 15.
Bruce is from Christchurch?
Yes.
And been at the Commonwealth Games?
That's right. Well, he's just moved to South Canterbury, I think, Bruce Wakefield. Represented New Zealand as a Parajack at the Commonwealth Games.
That's right.
They lost their
Worked
game.
with his niece, Sharon Casey, in radio, and very proud of Uncle Bruce.
And rightly so.
Perhaps we could just have a look here, Alex, as this one comes in tight.
Oh, got a little feather. I think Kensington holding the shot.
So that is Omakau, and before we finish with this particular contest, we will check on another venue. Like I said, maybe Arrowtown or Bannockburn.
Yep.
I'll have another check
Yeah,
very
we're looking at
shortly.
second
So,
shot.
We saw Diane
I think
Strawbridge
probably
just
better
rest the
this way.
shot bowl out there.
Nice draw. Got that to set.
Well, what about perhaps, Alex, in just a moment we can check on the other bowling club, and perhaps not the other bowling club, but Alexandra District. It's just actually down the road. Maybe we can check on some of those, because I believe in Section 2 at Alexandra District we do have a couple of interesting names. We'll check that out very shortly.
Yes.
And in the meantime, though, this is coming untied,
Look
Alex.
at this here from Diane Strawbridge. Oh, she would have had her heart in her mouth then.
Flying.
Just a roll more of your bowl.
So we will
Some
have
panic
One more
moments.
roll.
So Alexandra District, that is Section 2.
Cool. I'll see what I can find for you after
Yep,
this
you
here,
have a look.
Dave.
No problem at all. In the meantime, we're getting down to a real tight affair in this particular round. This is the 16th of 18,
not.
remember. And this one holding up. Not going to make the distance as they walk on down. And what we're going to be curious to look at here, Alex, is the directions which they get.
Flying.
What are you going to give your skip? If you're down this end, what are you going to give them? What are you going to say to them?
Well, for Anne, it's about not making too big a target again on the forehand. I think Anne will just draw to the centre line, so she won't want to finish wide on her forehand side. Holding one, they only trail by 4 now, so they're making their way back to this game. We'll see. So Anne on the forehand. Oh, she doesn't like that one at all.
And we're having a look here. Here's all the specific instructions. This is where I want it. I think the responses I'll try. Meanwhile, and Muir is looking away, just keeping herself quite relaxed, watching her opponent on this particular bowl. And Alex, how are we looking here?
This bowl's got a lovely line, so she's not far away. Donelda Scott, not far away at all. Look at this here from Donelda. Is she going to hold long enough to get the jack? No, she's not. That was a great effort there, but not to be. And Anne Muir with an opportunity to add a second shot in. Told you it's going to come down to the last bowl of this game, I think, Dave.
Well, Anne Muir with the bowl. She's not giving much away on the emotions still. Let's have a look. Oh no, she's using the towel to wave
This
it
is
in.
close here. Look at that. If it stops, it's brilliant. Good shot from Anne Muir.
There's another one in the count.
And loving the hand signals here. The hand signals were crossing the hands
Yeah.
and then just like open-handed, I don't know. Put it where you want. This is a big one here, Alex. I think it... Wow. Let you decide, Alex. What do you think?
I think it is very close, but no, it's not even a but. It's very close. Look at that. That is absolute brilliance here from Donelda
How
Scott.
did it
And
fit through
Muir,
that gap?
Anne Muir clapping it, and rightly so. I think that may make the difference, to be honest. It's going to be a 5-point difference now going into the penultimate end of this game. Absolute brilliant from Donelda Scott.
So you're saying just the one there for Christchurch?
Yeah, one there for Christchurch, but it'll feel like more than that. It was essentially a...
Well, the turnaround, it was probably, what, a 4-point turnaround, 3-point turnaround?
a 3-point turnaround. And we see a short jack thrown.
Got this, Lucy.
So we're going to look at another section movie, Dave.
We will. And we're just waiting for you to fill out your
Nice
score
play,
sheet.
Blake.
Come on, Alex, get on with your score sheet.
Well done.
You've lost it.
Good starter.
And we will look at another
Overhand,
section. You
Dawn.
haven't updated it yet.
Open
16-11.
16-11, is it? On
It
the
is.
penultimate end, and a brilliant start there from Lucy Ware. She's playing well. What section did you want me to look at, Dave?
Section 2, please, from Alexandra District. So down the road, because there's a particular, skip from Gore.
Section 2, the skip
good
from
hold.
Gore, Sheldon Baggery-Howley, playing with Caleb Hope,
That's
Kano Darby, and
Slightly
Oliver
bit close,
Mason.
just past it,
Scored
great.
24 points and defeated Andrew Bowden, Steve Lilly, Patrick Musson, and Stephen Lapsley. 24 points
Now,
to
24
8.
would have to be the highest total that I can recall so far today.
It's up there, yeah, it's a good win, that 24 point state. That means that probably they scored on
It's all good.
13 or 14 of the ends.
Comes back in
Some
round
other
at
good
the side.
matchups there. We saw Robbie Bird, Stephen Bryan, Robert Yem and John Bryan
Right
defeat
there.
Robert Heads, Kevin Fiveash, Stephen Popham and Alan Ferguson, 17 points to 6. And the other team to watch there, 26 points, have got a 26-pointer.
Oh,
Riker,
wow.
Riker Gregory, Calvin Budge, Robbie Bennett and David Budge. 26 points, defeating Brian Cowie, Sandy McNoe, Paul Adams and Paul Hickey to 14 points. So 40 points scored over 18 ends in that game. That would have been a mighty game to watch. Lots of big scores happening
Down
there.
here,
Yeah, just
And
down the
if you
road,
finish here,
26
good.
is definitely our highest total
touch it
so
loosely,
far
all good.
today, and that is a huge scoring match.
Absolutely, and that Riker Gregory skip team, another one to look out for.
Wow.
Calvin Budge, Robbie Bennett and David Budge, a classy act, and I think if we don't see them at the pointy end of the event, I'll be very, very surprised.
You've got a lot of people at that pointy end right now. It's the biggest
It's
pointy
not-
end I've
I
ever
was gonna
seen,
say
Alex.
It's not much of a pointy end, is it?
No, it's certainly flattening out. But in the meantime, this penultimate end here. Now, whose bowl is that closest to the jack there?
It's a Christchurch bowl.
It
At
is
11
indeed.
o'clock we can see that black sticker on it. So another good bowl that was from Lucy Ware, who's led so well in this game. I've been very impressed with her bowls.
Great
And the
effort.
Kensington team, if they're 5 points down, 2 to go,
Right
need a
at
2 or
the
3
end,
this end and a 2 or 3 next end to make it close. And it'll come down to the last. It'll come down to the last bowl, Dave, because I said it would.
I'm very doubtful on that, Alex. And
You're
so
probably
far,
right. Look at this here.
And,
Not,
well,
I mean, it's okay from the Christchurch team, but they
Okay.
would have preferred to not move
Stay
their
there.
bowl
well,
past
it just
the
leaves a
jack.
bit more of a
Again.
gap for Kensington, doesn't it? A little bit more to aim for. A little bit more space.
So we see here Dawn Owens on the backhand side. Now this bowl's cutting across the head. It's not what you want if you're a Kensington supporter. It's the penultimate end, of
You
course,
could
one to
come
go
down
after
under
this,
that
and
one
then
if
we'll
you
move on
wanted
to the
to.
next game starting at 3 o'clock. So there won't be much of a break between the two,
Either
Dave.
that one,
And
either
if we do
or.
have a break,
Lucy's behind.
well, you'll
So
see
touch of the
that
jack, good for us, either hand.
we'll have a little holding screen come up for a few minutes possibly, and we'll be returning for the second televised game. Of course, this is the Summerset National Fours, and we'll have the mixed, well, that is next week. We're here at 13 different clubs around the Otago region, and at the moment though, this in the penultimate end of this particular contest between Kensington
Right,
and
that's over.
Christchurch, you can see that the jack is
It
quite
goes
exposed,
up
Alex.
there.
And an end that Kensington,
You'll have to draw it or
they'll be hoping, we need a 3 out of the 4 bowls need to be good from Kensington if they want to score a 2 or 3. So Diane Strawbridge, we're looking to be effective with this bowl. Well, I think we'll see. If she misses, it's going to be on the heavy side because you're looking to play an effective shot. Move the jack, move the bowls. So even if she stays, as long as she stays up a little bit, it's a good shot there from Diane. It had the right weight. So there's now, we call it a back bowl or a catching bowl. So it's risk and reward. It's well past the head, but it means if Kensington executes that risky shot or that hard shot to trail the jack back, at least you've got a bowl there to count.
You've got to have someone to be aggressive in your team, and so far we haven't really seen that aggression.
We haven't seen it, which is unusual because Anne Muir and Diane Strawbridge are both known really for their shot play.
Right,
So
we just
they-
haven't seen that today.
Not today. Or not today and not yet. And if you get to the 17th end and you haven't played those shots, you're asking for it to be quite difficult, I think, when you do. But they're both good enough to execute it, so it'll be interesting to see how it goes. So we see Emma Bayley, the 3 for the Christchurch team, on the forehand side, willing it to hold, going to sweep across.
Good effort, Emma.
Good enough. And now One down, says Anne.
What do you see?
Diane lining up. Oh, just deciding what to do, really.
Well, she looks very cold, but we should say that it's not really that cold out there at the moment.
It's
There's
not that
blue
cold,
sky,
no.
there is sunshine. It's certainly not as cold as what it was this morning.
I think Diane's making it look slightly more cold than it perhaps is.
Yeah, and I mean...
Looks very comfortable, though, doesn't she, Diane?
Diane is
Strawbridge?
from Whangarei, a lot more humid, and generally the temperatures across the board a little bit warmer.
Good bowl there. Well, not a good bowl, but another position bowl. So the risk and reward thing again. A fan wanted to go and be aggressive and try and trail the jack right back. We know they've got 2 bowls back there. It's either that or you spend 2 bowls trying to get within that sort of 1.5 foot target zone.
Well, there's a lot of talking going on there. And deep thought there for
Yeah, so you
Anne.
see Diane's 2 blue bowls at 12 o'clock and 10 o'clock as we see them. Just, it'll be tempting to trail the jack deep into that territory if you are Anne Muir. See the other scoreboard and shot there. Another close game going on. Some good stuff here from these teams. And nice to have that. It's a generous, 3 hours is a generous time limit, Dave, so the teams will get to finish their 18 ends. Really, we started at 12, it's 2:30 now, so the 18 ends get completed, which is good. You always feel a little bit robbed if you run out of time. You want to play those ends out and know that...
Although that comes down to, with sports, generally wanting to speed things up, and we've had that with, all different 3-5 and things like that in Australia. What's the competition there that they try and speed things up as well?
The BPL and the
Exactly.
UBC, they have sort of that quick fire bowls, but at the Nationals, we like it's like test match cricket, isn't it? It's that sort of do it the
But then
traditional way.
In some ways, at an end, it is very quick. You know, it's just the balls are kicked away and the jack's down there already.
Oh, there's no you don't muck around. You're just playing the game out. So if we say you play 18 ends, that's how many ends you play unless you can't win, sort of thing, which is nice as a player, and it gives you a little bit of breathing space. Of course, there are other events around like the Taranaki Open where it's a 25 end game of 4s, and that's a lot. That's a long.
That is a very long. In the
That's
meantime,
a long game of 4s.
And you're here.
And on the forehand, so we'll see if she's decided to draw or to rake. She's taken the line to trail the jack back to the 2 bowls of Diane Strawbridge. She's got the green. No, she doesn't. They've committed to that, I feel. I think that's the shot we'll see Anne play. They've got 3 bowls past the head now. So you're either going to be happy days or you're not. So they've probably made the decision. You either lose the game here or keep yourself in the game here.
How much notice do you take of one of your teammates with their hair there?
The arms waving.
Yes.
Usually the teams figure that out
Right.
amongst themselves. And I've seen teams where perhaps there's some unsolicited arm waving.
Right.
That often doesn't go down that well because you want to have one clear plan in your head. If you know the opposite, if you know your team really well, then it's not too bad. But you don't want it to be unsolicited. Anne on the probe here, looking for the jack. She's looking for the jack. She's close. Anne Muir looking to trail it back.
Oh, no.
Oh, goodness gracious me. That's just bad luck there from Anne Muir.
It effectively bounced almost straight back.
Unbelievable, really. I thought she had that, and I think this is the game's finished. We'll see a handshake happen, Dave, in a second because it's going to be more than 8 points, the difference.
And then we're getting out the tape. As we check now, tape coming out. In the meantime, it is, you can see them down their haunches, the Christchurch team, and we've got a handshake. Yes, we do. We have a handshake, and that is a triumph, a win for Christchurch over Kensington. We'll come up with the exact score very shortly. And certainly handshakes around the back.
Yeah, that's that. So, of course,
victory for Christchurch.
Stay tuned because we will be back, Dave. We'll be back.
Yeah, we'll be back at 3 o'clock in the meantime with the Summerset National Fours, but we will just update the final score here. I think we can give you the final score of this particular contest as we get ready now. And you can see the players all just gathering around. We've had the handshakes, and the team from Christchurch? What is that team from Christchurch?
The team from Christchurch of Donelda Scott, Emma Bayley, Debz Harpur and Lucy Ware are the winners of this one, Dave. I think they got to 20 points in the end.
Yep.
At
And
least.
they defeated the team from Kensington. Who was in the Kensington team there, Alex?
Yes, I can gladly tell you that. Anne Muir, Skip, Diane Strawbridge 3, Karina Cooper 2 and Dawn Owens lead. And you can.
In the meantime, Alex, I'm sure you can help us out with just a couple more results. Can we go to another section there?
Yeah, let's have a go at section 3A. No, we've been to section 3 because that's Clyde.
Maybe we can go to section 5,
Roxburgh. Yeah, Roxburgh. Let's do that. So now we were wondering how many points could be scored. There's a 33-pointer now. Alistair.
How would you do that? Just
lots of points.
wow.
So it's Alistair Wilson, Leon Van Boxtel, Raymond Paulin and Warren Gallaty scored 33 points and defeated Gary Bodger, Andy Campbell, John Keane and Ron Crimless, who scored 8. So that's a very good win there for that team.
A couple of other results there from Roxburgh.
Yeah, so another good team. Jimmy Pugh, Thomas Rogers, Greg Reid and Jonathan Truesdale. I think one of those, Thomas Rogers might be a UK player, I think, who's here to play the mixed pairs with Val Smith. Defeated Brent Marshall, who's Brent Marshall, that's the question. Ian McCallum, Trevor Thwaites and Fraser Purdue, 23 points to 9, so that's a good one there. And I would just remind people, if you're looking to check out the results because they've come through, just go to the Bowls New Zealand website, bowlsnewzealand.co.nz, and you can check out all the results there. What's next, Dave?
Well, thank you very much there, Alex. You've summarised a number of the results. We'll be filling those in throughout the afternoon as we come back for the next session at 3 o'clock. This is the, Summerset National Bowls 4s, and we'll be coming back at 3 o'clock. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here at the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the Summerset Open National Fours at the Alexandra Bowling Club in the central Otago. And as you can see, sunshine. And we've got some very exciting games coming up this afternoon. It is round 3, Alex Reid.
Yes, it is. And we're going to watch Janice Barclay, Trish Marr, Lorraine Turnbull and Dale Bourke take on Elaine Legge, Cathy King, Linda Hassan and Pat Fisher. Now, they're composite teams, all from Dunedin.
All from Dunedin, and actually some of them are from each other's clubs as such.
Yeah,
just to make it complicated, they're all good friends, all like to play against each other and all know each other's games. So can we differentiate any of these players? I believe Pat Fisher is the only lefty.
Yes, Pat Fisher's the left-handed one.
And who are the skips?
We've given Elaine Legge and Janice Barclay are the skips. Now, Elaine Legge's team will have white stickers.
Right.
And Janice Barclay's team, they say blue and red stickers on their bowls.
I think blue and green, maybe? Anyway, we'll see what
colours
colours come out. We'll be able to figure that out. The other thing that we should note at the moment, as we stand up for a second and we look outside, they are underway. We're just about to get underway.
Underway shortly.
We can see that, well, I've got to say, Alex, that green, to my mind, appears to be running even quicker as the days progress because it's got drier and hotter. Not necessarily too hot, but it's certainly a lot warmer, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, that's exactly what will be happening now. So we will have nice, a quicker green again, and I'm looking forward to seeing some, excuse me, some good bowls from these teams.
Or some attacking bowls. In the last contest that we saw, I'm not saying it wasn't attacking, but it was more precision and finesse.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of, there was very few drive shots. It'll be interesting to see in this game whether we see any drive shots come out. We don't really know what the green plays like with weight because we haven't seen it. So as a commentator, I'd just quite like to see, to see what happens, just so we know.
Considering that yesterday, parts of this green, I wouldn't say were underwater, but there was certainly some moisture on it, and it was really, wow, there was some puddles here.
Well, it wasn't dry, was it? So
no,
we've had a green that started off this morning a little bit damp and then getting less so as the day's gone on. So for sure we'll see a green that runs quite nicely, I think, as the...
Now we do have the pink shirts as well. We're going to see very shortly the pink shirts.
Yes.
And the pink shirts, tell me, we're going to figure this out. Here you go. Here's a test for you, Alex. Which team is led by the pink shirts? And
I'll tell you in a second.
It's going to be quite difficult.
I think it's Janice Barclay's team.
Well, just moving the jack.
It's definitely Janice Barclay's team in the pink shirts.
Okay.
Because they don't have white stickers. And this here is Dale Bourke. Last minute call into this team.
In a place of Beverly Knox. Unfortunately, the COVID has got to their team, but she's a late call-in, and all the best there for Dale Bourke.
So we see the players just get themselves organised, and Dale's first bowl on the ditch.
Oh goodness, that's not a great start. Okay.
Players just figuring out where the camera is.
Well, there's the left-hander, and that is Pat Fisher. And the breeze has gone up. It actually seems to be going across the greens. More this morning, it was almost down, or from one end to the other. This time it seems to be more across, so it has switched around a little bit, probably more from the west now, which is the predominant wind or predominant direction for most of the weather, according to a couple of locals, although a couple of the locals also said it's Queenstown that gives us all the garbage.
Oh, as long as they didn't say it was Auckland.
Yeah, well.
We're fine. Look at this bowl. Look at this correction here from Dale Bourke. Still just a little bit over and through. Now, these players in their defence have just come off. Is it lunchtime? What's the time? 3 o'clock. Afternoon tea, we'll call it. Sometimes it takes an end or two to find your range again after a good cheese roll.
Well, some of them didn't really get much of a rest.
Oh, what was in your mousetrap, out of curiosity, Dave? So you had a mousetrap earlier today.
That was quite a while ago. That was my breakfast. And I've had some good coffee here made by the Coffee Caravan. The toasted cheese mousetrap, basically. A bit of everything in there.
We used to do something. We used to do a bowls hour.
Goodness, that was a bit of a drop down.
It wasn't that smooth.
No.
But I bet you it'll be accurate as we watch this bowl.
It actually is.
A little bit underneath.
It wasn't bad, was it? Considering it was almost a, well, as a coach, you wouldn't coach that.
You wouldn't coach it, but in saying that, as long as it's the same every time, it doesn't matter.
Right.
So as long as you drop it from the same height every time, you're fine, really. And we, what was I saying? Oh, yes, I've had arguments about mousetraps before, Dave, because in my opinion, a mousetrap is only ever toast with cheese and Marmite, and anything else isn't a mousetrap.
Well, I'm sure we'll have some discussion about that. I hadn't really thought about it, but
well, some people say a mousetrap is cheese and spaghetti, which I heartily disagree with. A mousetrap is clearly cheese and Marmite, as we see. This bowl here, that's a good bowl. Nice correction from Janice Barclay's team.
Oh, okay. Oh, for God's sake. Yep. Cool. I just thought of that before.
And we see.
We are seeing a lot of different styles here.
Yeah, it's a good cross section of different deliveries. That was an interesting one.
I think the other thing is that what we've got is we mentioned 2 composite teams from
Yep. Throw it out,
Dunedin
Trish.
who
Let
are,
it come in.
a lot of them are club members, a lot of them are friends, and aside from the premier teams, which we've mentioned a lot of the big names, then we get a couple of teams here which, I don't think they'll care if we said that they're not big names. They're not the premier bowlers as such, but they're in it to actually play it and to enjoy it.
One down to that
And the
one.
camaraderie really comes out.
It was the majority of bowls, isn't it?
You could
Yeah,
swing
I
in
mean, you
under
can't-
here. Yes.
How many winners can you have? 1.
By definition.
Yeah.
And by definition, top bowlers, and I say that in quotation marks, or top sportsmen are always the minority of whatever sport
Exactly.
they're in, and the grassroots is what enables us to have top sports people. So it's one of the beautiful things about our game, I think, in the Summerset Nationals, is that you can have club bowlers. There's a great shot there. You can have club bowlers play on these events, and because it's a random draw, a club bowler can play a world champion and then have a drink with them afterwards.
Well, do you remember when you first played against
Nice
someone
track,
who
Chris.
was much, much higher up the tree as such?
That was, yes, I do. It was very.
Wait.
It happened a lot of times. But it was exciting, to get an opportunity to play bowlers who've had success, and people know.
Good measure.
You know who the good ones
You're either
are.
playing down
It's
here
exciting to
tonight,
play
or
them,
you'll come
and
through there
sometimes
again.
they talk to
Right?
you.
Yep.
Well, they might offer some advice, and you can take
Are
something
you
from
going to
that.
give us a name? Is there any particular names that people would know that you came up against as a club player? Yeah, we're coming up, and Colin's just looking at you and saying just about anybody. And there we go.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I did lose to Shannon that one time.
Oh, you lost to Shannon McElroy?
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
think that's really a disgrace.
I was crushed.
You were
Crushed by Shannon at
Can
Howard
you-
Con Rink 2.
I want to know about the score.
It was the last 16 of the national singles, and I think I got to 7 points. I may have just about got to double figures, not very close
And
to
what
double
did he get?
figures. Well, he got to the 21.
Right, so he got to the 21, you got to 7. But that was the last 16 of the Nationals.
Just
And it was against, I think he probably was a world champ then,
Yeah.
or very close to it.
You've just depressed me, Dave. It was meant to be an inspirational story about playing top bowlers. Instead, I've just recalled a singles game I didn't win. How about?
I think you've probably inspired everybody else that if you can get to the last 16 of the singles nationals, and if you can play against a world champion as such, albeit that you were beaten quite handy, that means anybody can have a go.
I
and,
mean, it's a great sport, isn't it? Look at this, jack in the ditch, not jack in the ditch, a jack to the side. That was an aggressive start there from Janice Barclay.
So Janice Barclay and her team is Trish, Marr, Lorraine, Turnbull, and Dale Bourke.
We see here Elaine Legge on her backhand side with the white stickers on their bowls. And Janice Barclay's team with the blue and orange or blue and yellow stickers. Won the Champion of Champion Fours 2015 or 16.
Yeah, they were quite proud to tell us about that.
Yeah, rightly
In
so.
Hamilton,
It's
I think it was.
hard to win. Look at this, jack in the ditch this time. Snicked it twice.
Got it, and yes.
Janice Barclay. So what's the situation? We see the little marker there for the jack. We've got two. She got two claps.
Right.
And that's the shot there, but we don't know whose shot. One. Oh, there's lots of arm waving.
Yeah, a bit of finger pointing, bit of arm waving, and I wouldn't say confusion, but a few looks on the face of not
Now,
sure.
Here we go. So this is Elaine Legge on the backhand. The jack is in the ditch, so she's got to navigate these bowls.
Get up.
How's the weight? Oh, let's look at that swooping across with the white stickers on them. And there's the jack, and the two touches.
So Alex, explain when you have the jack in the ditch and how it happened there. What is one team aiming for, both teams aiming for?
So the good thing about the jack in the ditch, particularly if your bowl goes into it, is it's essentially an unbeatable position for your bowl to sit, because if you ever touch your bowl stays alive,
Right.
and if you haven't touched the jack and your bowl goes in the ditch, it's removed from the field of play, so to speak. So the benefit of putting the jack in the ditch with the bowl is that you cannot move the bowl from where it is. So you just have to try and get closer, and that can be very challenging, because if your bowl goes into the ditch, it doesn't count. So that's why it's
So
sort
you're
of...
not going to lose out of that. You're not going to lose
Yeah.
by putting your jack, even if it doesn't, putting your bowl, if it doesn't touch the jack. You're not going to lose any points out of it, are you?
I suppose what you do is you reduce your opposition's options at scoring the shot, really. So you make it more unlikely for them to score, because the shots that they can play are lessened. They can't hit your bowl. You can't hit a bowl out of the ditch. It's impossible.
But it's not so easy to actually hit the jack into the ditch and get your ball
Oh, yeah,
and the
absolutely.
jack
Yeah.
going into the ditch at the same time.
Yeah, it's a challenge. I think,
Both lose. Yeah.
although, yeah, it is not easy, but one of the things that's changed in the game in the last 10 or 15 years, a strategy that's come into it, is if you're on the last end of a game and you are, say, probably between 2 and 5 points up, so enough that you could lose the end and lose the game, often what leads do now, the top leads, is they'll pull the mat up as far as it'll go, throw the jack onto the 2 metre, and try and put the jack in the ditch themselves. Because if you do that, you're essentially guaranteeing that your opposition's not going to score more than 1 or 2 points. So it's a new strategy that's come into the sport, I would
Quite
say.
ambitious, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's as a result of the quick format games.
Right.
It's become popular because of the quick format games. If you watch the BPL, the Bowls 3-5, because they're so condensed, you have 5 ends to play, the leads have learnt to be aggressive again. So they're going for jacks in the ditch and to remove bowls. So you have leads who are quite confident and go, well, I see a jack, I can put that in the ditch. It becomes a strategy that we've seen used a little bit more, I think, probably in the last decade. Makes it exciting anyway, Dave, particularly when you miss 2 and then suddenly you're staring down the barrel of not a fun time. Been there and done that.
Well, Pat Fisher here, the left-hander, has quite a roll on.
Oh, got the jack square, trailed it back.
It's not going to go in the ditch, though, is it?
No. So
And just put a wee dot.
a good bowl, but you see, was the jack and the bowl are still up on the rink. There are options for Janice Barclay's team here. Resplendent in the pink. So we see Lorraine Turnbull on her forehand side,
Trying hard.
making her way back down to the jack.
Yep.
How's your weight, Lorraine? That's a lovely speckled bowl. Beautiful shot. That's lovely.
Almost out of the camera shot on that angle as the jack got pushed across
Yeah.
so far, almost into the second rink. In fact, at times there you could see a second ball coming in. No, it wasn't from here.
And you asked in the previous game when it is that something would get in your eye line on the second on another rink. This is a perfect example of that, because the jack's been shifted on this rink to near the confines. If someone wants to play on their forehand side, which is to our left as they see it, they are encroaching quite significantly on your other rink, and that's when things get in your eye. You know, someone might be standing there, or there could be a bowl sitting on someone else's head, and you go, well, I actually can't take... I can't take that much green without hitting something. So that's when you would wait or back on someone to pick a bowl up.
Look for the bowl, Linda. The one in the ditch is our toucher.
Well, that bowl had plenty of turn. It did need it, but not quite as much as what we got in the end.
We see that bowl lost as well.
And I think we'll see from perhaps the angle coming up after this bowl, just to give us a bit more reflection of where the other bowls are sitting around the jack. And if we can check on that angle.
Try hard, Lorraine.
Look at this. Look at this here. That's magnificent. What a shot.
And it's
And the
just
jack
dropping
in the ditch. Amazing stuff here on this broadcast game. They've come here to play, these two teams. That's pretty incredible.
Gone. Yep.
We see,
Yep.
is it killed? What's happened? Yeah, she killed it.
Right.
That was a gentle kill. So
It was very subtle, wasn't it?
it was a subtle kill. I've seen that happen once before.
All right, with the kill here, this early in the actual end. So what's going to occur now?
So the end gets replayed because the end has been killed. So it's a replayed end, and the teams have the choice. If either of those skips had wanted all the bowls to be brought up to that end and the end played, they could have done so. But on this occasion, there's less. They've just decided you just play it from the same end you just played it from. So a very gentle kill there.
Because it was early on, or relatively early on in the end as well.
And early on in the game, so neither team will favour a way to go at this point. So it's just a bit of common sense. You think, well, you know, we're throwing 5 bowls back. What is it? You know.
Yeah.
So it's been an exciting start to the end. That was a beautiful shot there to trail the jack. Bit unlucky that it killed, to be honest. And I've seen it happen before, Dave. And I saw Mark Cameron, who's the CEO of Bowls New Zealand, playing with Mark O'Connor.
Oh, don't give him credit.
Who was, I think, was he the president at the time, Colin? Yes. No. The immediate past president, Mark O'Connor, was leading for Mark Cameron in the Peers game. And they were holding one. And Mark O'Connor just trailed the jack from maybe a metre up from the 2 metre. Trailed the jack all the way to the back of the rink and then outside of it. Just a gentle, it's the slowest kill I've ever seen in my life. Great stuff. I've been waiting 2 years to tell that on a broadcast, and I'm glad that the opportunity has arisen.
Oh, goodness. Okay, well, here we go. With the Summerset Fours, Summerset National Fours, 13 different clubs all around Central Otago. As I've mentioned, it's from Wanaka in the north and to Roxburgh in the south.
Nice, Dale.
And this one just whipping around.
Side yours, Pat.
And what a good shot that was there from Pat Fisher. No, this is Pat Fisher.
Yeah, she's the left-hander.
I'm easily confused. Sorry, it was Dale Bourke with the good shot. Pat with the Pat with the bowls with the white discs that you can see there. And Dale Bourke now on the forehand side.
That's a wee bit different.
Yeah, I didn't realise Dale had a fix.
Just losing the bowl.
Yeah.
Want to play that way, Linda? Not too wide, it's windy.
We see now Linda Hassan here. Close to the jack. This is stressful.
Oh, yep.
It's
Well, can go that way.
I'm not even sure if that was the plan, to be honest. There's smiles all around.
You come this way, Lorraine.
You're looking for gentle draws,
Yep,
really.
nice big
I
green
think that's
here.
probably not the not the plan. Well, we see the head being reset, so the jacks move back, and we've got Lorraine Turnbull now on the backhand side. This is not far away here, getting serious deja vu. Could have been another kill if that had connected with the jack. Not on this occasion.
Follow those through, come under there, Linda.
See the white stickered bowls. Remember, our Elaine Legge's team with Cathy King, Linda Hassan and Pat Fisher. Here we go on the backhand side. Really watching this bowl with intent. If it stays, it's good. That's good stuff. Elaine Legge's team holding a couple now. The white stickered bowls.
Check the bowl. It's in. Okay.
And indicating that bowl's alive. Now we have Lorraine Turnbull on her backhand. The youngest one in the team, I think she said, Dave.
I think they're all going to boast about that. There's a couple of very experienced players in there who have enjoyed bowls for quite some time. I think, did we have someone 30 plus years bowling?
That was fascinating. The vast majority of them were between 25 and 30 years. And then Linda Hassan, who is the two for Elaine Legge, is the relative novice in the
8 years?
8 years, yeah. And the rest of them 15 to 30 years worth of bowls. So great to see these players enjoying their sport. They haven't played it for a long time.
I'm just imagining the drive from Dunedin to Alexandra and just how much talk there would have been. It would have been possibly loud. It certainly would have been entertaining.
Yeah, particularly. I would agree. We see there Janice Barclay indicating to her three, Trish Marr to play the forehand side.
And as we continue throughout this actual contest, we will actually update you with results at certain times.
We will.
There's been plenty of different venues
Have
in
you
use.
seen those two?
And I think, Alex, we might as well just put a new line down the actual green because it keeps on getting shifted.
It's been moved a couple of times, hasn't it?
It has, hasn't it?
Quite as well, I think.
I like these sorts of bowls, by the way, Dave. I don't know what like the split in that direction with the blue running surface and the white on the sides. I think it looks good.
Although it's coming across to our rink, and it does start to get a little confusing. We've got that red or pinkish one over there as well. At least the second rink is actually, I think, where are they going? Is actually facing the other way. So we are getting a lot of different bowls going in different directions. As the teams walk down, take a little look, chat to their teammates, their skips, a little bit of a conversation. And the skips coming down. So Alex, just fill us in. Who are the skips for each team, please? So we've got in the pink shirt. Who's our skip there?
The pink shirt is Janice Barclay.
Right, so that means that Elaine Legge in the jacket.
Yes.
The maroon jacket.
So this is Elaine here. All
with the
Dunedin.
green bowl.
Yep, and on her backhand by the looks with, you can see Elaine Legge's team with the white stickers on the backhand side.
That was pretty smooth.
That was smooth. And looking to go towards the jack on the back left. Elaine's team holding a couple. They scored one on the first end.
Yep.
And Janice Barclay, all she's got is a draw here. 3 there for Elaine. That was a good bowl. So just a draw here for Janice across the head on her backhand side.
On the line.
Winner of the Champion of Champion 4s 5 or 6 years ago, this team. So they've been around, know what they're doing. And this is a lovely line here from Janice Barclay. How's your weight, Janice? That's the question.
Jan, can you check this bowl,
A little
please?
too much.
Slightly
Kathy?
overplayed.
Can you get the bowl away from
So Alex, I
behind
know
that
you're a
marker?
fashionable kind of guy when it comes to bowls.
You are correct, yes.
So uniforms, or what you're allowed to wear in a national competition.
Matching.
Matching?
And collared shirts, I think. I think they have to be...
So as a team, you have to be wearing a matching colour with a collared shirt.
You prefer a collared shirt, matching colours, and then you're fine. Happy days. Certainly something that has changed, another change in the sport. Look at this here from Elaine. Careful. Oh, that was interesting. Through a gap.
Boy, are we spread.
It's a sport that is known for its whites.
Well, it used to be known for its whites. However, that's no longer.
No longer the case. I couldn't tell you the last time I saw someone in full whites in an outdoor. For me, it would have been 7 or 8 years since I've seen it. It's no longer. It just isn't. We have a range of very colourful, easy to wear club shirts nowadays. Sublimated designs on that nice breathable fabric, a bit like the golf shirts. So easy to play in. Though I have always wondered about the wisdom of having black uniforms. I think it's our New Zealand team. They look great in the black uniforms, but it must get warm. At least the white, you're reflecting the sunlight off you, aren't you?
Well, probably there's enough fibres now that maybe they still reflect. However, the black isn't so much a hot.
You're not going to melt.
Well, no, it's probably not so much a hot fabric anymore. And
I'll take
we'll
that.
just wait for the score to be updated there. And is that far enough down? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, she's made it to the halfway mark. You can see the 2 metre tee.
Fairly decent score there of 4 on the second end. So we're up to the third end now, and a 5-0. Elaine Legge and her crew.
It's a good start to this game from Elaine Legge's team, and we've seen plenty of jack movement already. Would indicate that they're not going to muck around.
Well, Alex, I'm going to get you to fire up your brain.
Well,
this is all off the top of your head, I'm sure.
You're asking a dangerous question there, Dave.
Well,
but go for it. I'll do it my best.
Fire up your brain and tell us some of these results, because I know you've got them off the top of your head.
Yep.
How are you looking at, say, some of the women's results, maybe?
Yeah, let's go for it.
What about Section 4? We haven't been to Ranfurly yet.
Section 4. So Ranfurly, Section 4. I can give you some results from Section 4. We'll start off
because we haven't actually been to Ranfurly yet. It's one of the eastern clubs, and I think it has a couple of top names in there that you might be able to find.
Yep, so we mentioned Lisa White's team a bit earlier on when we were talking about the odds that were available on the TAB. Lisa White with Paula Meredith, Vanessa Giblett and Tanya Pearson have won their first game, 29 points to 8. And also...
Wasn't that your score against Shannon McElroy?
Thanks, Dave. It's nice to remember. We also see Val Smith, Deb White, Ashley Jeffcoat and Kimberly Hemingway won their first game, 21 points to 10. And I'll just skip through to round 2 and see how those two teams, we don't have that result yet, got on, but possibly will. There's also here someone with my name, Alex Reid, but my name is spelled ALEXREED, right? And Alex Reid playing for Miriam Stace, Pat Risk, Anthea Margaret Wiley. Her name is spelled AILEXREID. Isn't that interesting?
Okay. We'll come back with more results soon. Thank you, Alex. In the meantime, let's take a little bit of a look back here.
Lorraine on her backhand with a bit of that little...
What's so interesting is that we are seeing a lot of different styles and different deliveries here. But, Alex, it's they're pretty accurate.
They are accurate. And, I mean, we know all these players have been playing for literal decades. You get used to it, don't you?
Yeah. And, I mean, it's the sort of thing when you do see a slightly unorthodox delivery or unorthodox player in any sport, people do single them out. But if they do it consistently and actually deliver, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and there's something quite interesting with some of the deliveries. We've spoken about one of the Scots, I think it's Sean Scott, twists his wrist on the backswing all the way around, sort of flicks it and then flicks it back. And it's grooved, so it's what they do every time. It can be fascinating to just go and watch these players. Some players put a cant on their bowl, so the bowl runs on an angle. Ken Walker puts a cant on it, so it sort of walks on an angle and then back in. Just in the way he grips it, it's almost like putting spin on a bowl. So there are some fascinating deliveries out there, Dave.
Yeah, I think in different sports as well. For me, initially growing up, watching John McEnroe in tennis, you would not have coached anything that he did because you couldn't. But he brought a new style to the sport, all sorts of new things to the sport, really. I mean, even now, the way that a player like Rafael Nadal plays is not necessarily how you'd coach. He's actually right-handed, but plays left-handed. Yeah, so there's a lot of different things in sport, and we can say there's a few in golf as well who do play a little bit different. And then when you talk about cricket as well, with people spinning the ball, even the way, well, it's changed a lot in cricket because of T20. And certainly the batting styles have changed dramatically, but the bowling styles, there's still a few every now and then that come up with, Muir from Sri Lanka, one of the best bowlers, had goodness knows how he bowled, but he was one of the best ever. And then you've described the Australian player with his unusual delivery as well. And he represented Australia.
Yeah, and I think we do see taking a slightly different tack from that, but we do see players in all sports obviously try and model themselves off their idols. So, for example, Peter
Good
Bellis,
luck.
who's playing
Good
this
effort.
week, coincidentally,
Yep, leave
is
it for
probably arguably our greatest ever bowler, certainly on an international stage, just incredible, and had a perfect delivery that was different to the traditional New Zealand delivery at the time.
Good training.
But the amount of people who tried to model you're never going to match Peter Bellis because he's amazing. But it just taught us some things about what a delivery should look like. Mike Galloway, who's playing this week, won the New Zealand singles a couple of 3 years ago, said he modelled his delivery off Peter Bellis.
Well, mentioning Peter, now so he is playing this week.
Yes.
And whereabouts is it? We might have to check on that result for him at some stage.
He's had 2 wins with his team,
Oh,
Peter
well,
Bellis.
we'll update that.
exciting.
Perhaps at the next end we'll look at that.
We'll have a
And
go.
We'll, find Peter, and then we'll look out for his venue and a few results around there as well. So we'll come back after this end anyway and have a look at that. But what are we looking at here as the skips get ready? If we look from the skips view, I think we can do that in a second. Is look from the skips view and actually see what they're seeing. I'm
So
sure we can do that, Colin.
what's interesting about this head is that there's no short bowl, so that's nice as a skip because it means there's a lot of opportunities. Look at this. This is a great shot. What a beautiful
Well, that one
bowl
worked, didn't it?
from Elaine, Legge. They're playing well, and we'll see Janice play with some aggression now, I think, on the forehand
Well,
side.
that view has changed because the bowls come in and totally blocked it.
You wouldn't be able to see the jack now from the player's side, and
There we go. Where is the jack?
yeah, you can't see it. It's right up the middle. The 3 for Janice, just indicating that it's a measure for shot.
Now, see, just the corner, so you're going to have to bring it around to the left. Would that be correct?
Yeah, or even through that split. That's fine. So it's probably a measure for shot from that green bowl that we see and that pink bowl to the right of it. Now Janice on the forehand side. She's not far away here. Let's see how quickly Janice turns. She's got the right speed, perfect speed. Great effort. So the weight was good, so she'll just need to just bring that green in a little bit. Now it's time for Cathy King to tell us who's holding the shot.
Well, using the foot marker there and then using the towel through the gap.
That would indicate that they're one down if she wants Elaine to play through that and just saying it's that far away. So Elaine on the backhand.
Whoa. That's gonna
And
be
that was her
scary.
last ball.
How's your green, Elaine? I think it's just lacking a bit of green and a bit of weight there to try and sit that ball out. So it's still a measure for shot. And Janice will look to see if she can make it a couple. On the forehand.
Ooh,
Out very smooth.
Yeah.
Oh, it's tight though,
green out there.
Dave. And we're going to see, I think, another point go to
Yeah.
Elaine Legge. 6 after 3 now.
And we've got a towel on the ground. And we're getting out the tape measure.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing I haven't written it down.
Don't write it down just yet. Don't preempt things. So we're just checking with the tape measure. How many points is it going to be? Wait for it, Alex. We're looking for the signal from the players. And it is... No, we're still waiting. We're doing another measure just for safekeeping.
Half each, eh? So we've seen a 5-0 lead from Elaine's team. So certainly, if you're a Jan Barclay supporter, you'll be fingers crossed that you can score a point here.
Now, what was our biggest total that we've had? Did you say 33 earlier on? I think it
33,
was,
yeah.
which is just phenomenal.
You have to play very well to get 33 points.
Exactly.
One more. It was 1 to Elaine.
Yeah, so we're sticking with 1. So that is 6 in total to Elaine Legge and her team. Remembering that both combinations are, I guess, mixed combinations, and they're both from Dunedin.
Yeah, call them composite teams. Been part and parcel of the Nationals for 40 years now, composite teams. In the old days, it was you had to be all from the same club. But that's been relaxed, and it's an opportunity for players to play sometimes with people they would never ever get an opportunity to play with otherwise in Nationals, Dave. So It's not unusual to see composite teams of 4 players from different centres, sometimes even different countries. You get a couple of Kiwis play with someone from Australia.
You did mention that we do have a couple of people from, I think, the UK. Someone's here from the UK?
Yes, playing with Val Smith in the mixed pairs. And if you give me a second, I'll tell you.
We can have a look there very shortly. And I think you'd be able to tell me the Peter Ballas results as well. So you've got a lot to look up there. Bring in from the top of your head there, Alex, as we continue now into the 4th end of the 18.
Yeah, so Val Smith's playing with a guy called Thomas Rogers from the UK, I think. He's fitted into a 4s team with Jimmy Pugh. He found that, and I can tell you that PB was successful in his first game by about 12 points, and they won their second game by 1.
And whereabouts is Peter Ballas playing?
He's just in front of us to the left at Alexandra Bowling Club.
We can't actually see him at the moment.
Peter Ballas, Mark Cameron, Tony Lepper and Mark O'Connor defeated Paul Craik, Johan Kritzinger, Wayne Jobson and Michael Elkins. 19 points to 18 in their second game, so a close one there, but on track to qualify.
So the Chief Executive has managed to be a bit of a burglar and jump in with Peter Ballas.
Yes, and I think Mark's never qualified at a national event before.
I think he's rigged this to try and go through to the next round.
They're 2 games into qualifying. Exciting times.
All right, well, that's good. We will look at a few other sections very shortly, perhaps in an end or two, and come up with maybe a couple of places we haven't been yet, although we're getting fairly close that we've been to just about every venue. Maybe we'll look at Cromwell as one of the odd ones out for the future, maybe next end, and we'll look at Cromwell and see what has been going on at that particular club. As we said, we've pretty much been everywhere. We've been to Bannockburn, I think. Maybe Bannockburn and Cromwell are the 2 venues. We haven't actually reached so far. With remembering we've got 9 sections in the men's and 5 in the women's. Some big totals.
Yeah, and I think the results are due to be up for round 1 and round 2 in about 10 minutes' time, so we might give it a couple of ends and come back to that as we see Lorraine Turnbull here on her backhand side. Scattered head, but the good thing about these heads, Dave, is there's been very few short bowls, so it does give the skips opportunity for shot play and for cool things to happen as we see.
Cool things to happen. There we go. That's a new phrase as
Thank
well.
you.
I like that.
Yeah, my technical commentary hat on. Got a couple of claps from Elaine, Donelda. Look at this.
Well done.
Not far away. How's the weight?
Great green's lovely, Lorraine. Just a wee bit off your way.
Gee, that was good.
Got a couple of claps there from Elaine.
Sitting very close, isn't it?
Great shot. And Lorraine on the backhand. Very happy woman. Lorraine Turnbull. Watching this bowl just pass through.
To be a little bit of evasive action there as well with the feet.
Yes, it's not a final reminder, but yet another reminder to people watching that Janice's team are the ones with the multicoloured stickers. It's blue and orange, or blue and yellow, or blue and something. And Elaine Legge's team have the white sticker. So this is Elaine Legge's 3 here. Cathy King, you can see that bowl's got white stickers on it.
Could be 2-1 the measure.
And Janice asking for Trish Marr now to play a bowl on her backhand side.
In here, if you turn Dale in.
We'll see how it's going.
Far away.
Lots of interest shown in this bowl.
Weight's lovely.
Had lovely speed, but just underneath the line. You can see it finished probably a metre underneath the track, and Elaine saying, we've got 1, please make it 2.
You're just ducking under it.
Got down very low on that one. Looks to be pretty good so far. The early stages of the run. Take a look. Is it going to hold? It is.
Oh, just passing through.
Gee.
Yep, try it again. Just a fraction more green. Keep your weight.
But Alex, as a bowler, when you come so close but nothing comes of it, surely that's got to be annoying or frustrating. You know, you've come so close to actually hitting the jack or getting close to it, and it's just kept on going.
Yeah, it's funny because you can have those days, and it can be both a game that is unbelievably satisfying, because when you've got a good day
I thought it was
happening, and for me, I mean, it didn't happen against Shannon, but
Yeah.
you let go of the bowl and it feels good, and you go, "Oh, this should be close," and then it just does what it's supposed to do. That's a very satisfying feeling, and you know, every bowler knows what that's like because we've all drawn touches before. But conversely, yeah, frustrating when you manage to find gaps, and often it appears it's a sort of game where if you start finding gaps that aren't there, you continue to do so, and if anything, you find more gaps, and the harder you try, the more often you seem to miss by millimetres. And then you go home and think, well, why did I do that to myself? And the next day you come back and do it all over again. Elaine Legge here now on the forehand side. She's played some very good bowls this game, and here's another one. That's classy stuff there. Good bowl, holding 2 now. Interesting to see what Janice Barclay opts to play. On her backhand side, Janice. Let it go pretty smooth. Janice Barclay's team lost their first game pretty heavily to Delina Keenan, Helen Greer, Raylene McCloy and Joanna Hurd, 27 points to 10.
Yep.
And then in the second game, I'll get you those results in a few minutes, but they lost their first, and I'll just have a look and see what Elaine Legge's team did in that first round. They lost their first game 14-15 to Leslie McClendon and Aggie Motu.
Nothing really in front of the jack here. So it's fairly open from the front. Well, just about everything behind.
And that's been the case almost every end. We've had lots
Yeah,
of back
it is.
bowls. It's quite nice to see, actually. Very few short bowls, so every bowl's been given a chance to do something. As we see Janice here on the backhand. She's 2 down on the head. She's close here, Dave. If she gets the jack, anything could happen if she gets the jack.
Oh, got the hole.
There's those gaps we were talking about. How did you find a bowl-sized gap, Janice? You know,
Exactly.
sort of. You'd think that'd be hard to do.
So who's getting what from there?
That'll be 2 to Elaine Legge's team, I think. I think it's going to be,
Oh, that's a decent lead.
yeah, 8 now after 4 ends. And they'll be happy. As you often say, make hay while the sun shines, because you know it's not going to, it's rare to continue to score points end after end after end. So 8 points now to Elaine's team. No response yet from Janice and co. Left-hander Pat Fisher. Full length head now if it stops, which it's done so. So 2 to 2. And Pat starting off on the backhand.
Nice ball, Pat.
This is close here from Pat Fisher. That's a good bowl.
Ball,
Well
Pat.
played. Now we have
That's it, Dale Bourke, is it?
Dale Bourke on her backhand side. A last minute call into this team.
Oh, she's got plenty of open space to aim at. And trying to come around.
Oh, close, Dale.
Gee.
Another cup of feet.
Great effort there from Dale Bourke.
Yep. Hold your head up.
And one coming on the other side, but it looks to be too strong. And what do you think, Alex?
Right
Yep,
there.
far too
Yeah,
strong.
slightly overplayed there. Dale Bourke on the backhand, just looking to make a correction now.
Trying hard here.
And this is good, just bounces off one of her own.
Good try, Dale.
Go this way,
And
Linda.
sitting there, I'm not quite sure the distance at the moment. But, here's the interesting stance. Touches the ground with the bowl first, and then comes up a little bit, front on.
Yep. Well done.
Coming this way, Lorraine. Take a nice big green. Let it come in.
Elaine just... Sorry, Janice just asking Lorraine to play on her forehand side. I'm not sure if it's got the weight here, this bowl.
Green's good.
Yeah, you should be disappointed with that.
You come around that, Linda. Beat this one. Just around it. Or not. Whoa, yeah. Look at that gusty grabber.
Could be a block though, and it was.
Well, you wouldn't plan it though.
No.
I don't think there was something you could say you planned.
If I play a short bowl and someone hits it, I cannot help myself but to say, oh, it was a well-placed block, wasn't it?
And I think
just
that was the
can't.
least of anything.
I can't stop it. Here comes a correction from Lorraine on the forehand side. How's the weight? I don't think it's there again. Elaine's team looking the more comfortable of the two. That's why they have an 8-0 lead at this stage. Early stage, to be fair, but you're not going to sniff at an 8-point advantage.
Alex,
Go
what's
over.
the biggest lead that you've seen someone come back from? Is there one off the top of your head? There's someone that was out to a 16 or something like that and then came back?
Yeah, I've seen it happen a few times. In singles, I saw it happen to Shannon McElroy.
It wasn't against you.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. I couldn't even use it as inspiration because it happened after he beat me. He was, I think he was 19-2 up or something against
You're right out to Lorraine's bowl.
You'd hope that it was someone very good.
Only jump.
Tony Fabling. He's a very good squash player, actually.
Yeah.
And he was defeated 21-19. But that was more a result of the singles game where it's to a set number of points, not a set number of ends. I've probably seen a few times a fours game be up to maybe a 12-point lead I've seen eaten back on. I recall watching a Trans-Tasman match between Australia and New Zealand maybe 4 years ago or 3 years ago where there was a 12 or 13-point lead eaten back into. I can't remember in which direction it went. I can't remember if we were 12 points up and lost or if we were 12 points down and won, but sort of 12 or 13 points is doable. Anything more than that, and it's almost too big a lead when it's a set number of ends that you're playing.
Well, we're in the fifth at the moment and 8. And what are we looking at here? Looking at the points, who's going to get something so far?
Yes.
Yep.
It's hard to see with the light, but I think Elaine Legge's team is holding a couple here, and we see that was Janice's 3 there, just passing through. There we go, that's a better camera angle. So that white stickered bowl at, 5 o'clock to your screen is the shot. And then we've got one of Janice's bowls to the left at 8 o'clock, and then a bowl of Elaine's to the right at maybe 2:30, 3 o'clock. So one still to Elaine Legge's team.
I just look at the conversation as we crossed over, and it didn't look like tactics. It was all smiles and chats and who knows what.
Sometimes you ask what the weather's like. You just go up to the other end and go, oh, weather's quite nice, isn't it? Or what are we going to have? I usually ask what's for dinner, don't I, Colin?
Yes. It looks like more sugar for you, considering some of the snacks that are here, Alex. In the meantime, let's get ready for the next bowl.
Sugar is a plant. Just have my vegetables.
Yes.
Elaine Legge now on the forehand side. She's played well this game. I've been impressed with Elaine. And this end, probably the most short bowls we've seen, but it is, I think, the only jack we've seen go from 2 metre to 2 metre mark. And Elaine, good green, just a bit short. I think I'm ready when you are for results, Dave. Maybe at the end of this end,
I
you
think
can
we
throw
should
a couple of sections at me.
I'm sure we'll have a look. Well, I was curious about Cromwell and also Bannockburn as well, because I mean they're very close to each other. Those two clubs.
Are they?
Yes, they are, and I think it'd be nice to know what's going on there. You can check out Section 6, I think it is, for the men. That's it, Bannockburn.
Yep,
and
I found it.
Look at the women's. As we scroll through the women's as well.
So at the completion of this end, we'll talk through that.
Yeah.
As we see Elaine Legge just go flying past. There's a little plant on for Janice if she wanted to play it. I don't think she will. She's going to go for the open draw on the forehand side. Just trying to score a point, really get the a number on your side of the ledger. Trailing 8-0.
Oh, this one's coming around a little bit.
On the tight side though, Dave. It needs to hold or get a wick. Not going to be. I think we're going to see a couple more go to Elaine's team, and the score.
Well, that 12 that you said as a lead is getting closer, isn't it? I think we're going to go to 10 here.
Yeah, it's about as far ahead as you want someone to be if you're entertaining ideas of a comeback, and I think it is going to be 10-0 after 5.
And they don't have the mercy rule. They wouldn't play out a mercy rule, would they? Not when you're so early in the
No,
ends.
it's too early. The players will take stock in about 15 or 16 ends and see what it's like.
Right.
It's very unusual for the pendulum just to go in one direction.
Okay.
Usually it's sort of, because bowls is designed, the team with last bowl has the opportunity to score the shot.
Yep.
That's why the scoring system is the way it is. Ordinarily, it's unusual for a lead to be extended more than about what it is now. Not impossible, but it doesn't happen that often. I'll just quickly tell you some scores.
I think that'll be good. So we're going to Bannockburn and Cromwell.
Yes, we are. Or Bannockburn to start off with. We've got another 30-pointer.
Oh.
Peter Matheson, Alan Swallow, Brian Harris and Daryl Monaghan defeated Raymond Harvey, Murray McLennan, Neville Sterling and Jeffrey Bell, 31 points to 10 in the second round of section play. And just having a quick look at the defending champions, Morris Symes, John Craig, Steve Beale and Craig McDonnell. They won their second game 21 points to 10 over Bruce Walker, Ewan Kirk, Graham Jeffrey and Carl Street. And in the first round, how'd they go in the first round, he says? They did something. They won that game too, 26 points to 8 over John Lockhead, Brian McLean, Brian Luff and Barry Richardson. So the defending champions, 2 out of 2 so far. That's the start that they would have been looking for coming back to Central Otago.
Okay, and that is Bannockburn. You're going to look at Cromwell very shortly, aren't you?
Yes, and what section was that? Just off the top of your head.
Off the top of my head, I know that we have Cromwell, and we shall take a little look as well. I think actually Cromwell should have been playing today. I think it would have been a women's 4, one of the sections there. We've got 5 sections, and in fact, they may not have been playing at Cromwell today. Along with Wanaka, it could have been their day off as such.
Yes.
It is one of the venues, but it is actually a day off. So
we'll come back to them in a few days' time. I'll tell you how it's going. In the meantime, we see here the lead for Janice, whose name is... Sorry. Whose
Janice
name
Barclay,
is Dale Bourke, the replacement for Beverly Knox. Dale Bourke's played 2 good bowls. You can see them there at 6 o'clock and 4 o'clock on your screen, holding 2. And really it's about, Janice's team, they need to score a point here. Stop the rot, stop it at 10 points, and then work from there. You're early enough in the game that you're not worried about scoring numbers. It's legitimately, you just want to get 1s and 2s for a few ends in a row and see if you just get yourself back within cooey. And that's a good way to do it here from Lorraine Turnbull. Drawing a 3rd shot, holding 3 here. This is a good end building for Janice's team. As we see Linda Hassan, the novice comparatively in the team, having played for 8 seasons, looking for the jack, just finding clear space and a real chance now for Lorraine Turnbull to draw a close bowl and give her team an opportunity to score numbers. Lorraine here on the forehand. This can't be far away.
Great
That's
shot.
great stuff
done.
there. Brilliant.
Oh.
Brilliant bowl.
So that's 4,
They're still
Cathy.
here to play, Dave.
Exactly. That was a good bowl, and it
You
just
play
had
it
the
either way,
jack
so
staying
you
with
play
it,
it up
didn't it?
onto
That was the
there.
key thing. Hit the jack, fine. But if you can keep your bowl sticking around with it, that's even better.
Yeah.
And nice to have these two teams coming up from Dunedin.
They've got a big opportunity to score here, Janice's team. They're 10-0 down, holding 3 on the head. Still holding 3.
Well done.
What's interesting, Alex, that there's a number of sporting
Up 2
events
out,
around
yep.
the Otago region. In fact, at Coronet Peak, it's the mountain biking downhill, which is slightly insane watching them. But New Zealand has a couple of world junior champions, and that's on
What do they do?
tomorrow.
They just bike downhill on a mountain bike.
Oh, well, down Coronet Peak, you ever been up there or ever tried walking or even anything down there? It's steep. There's trees in the way.
I've
It
seen
is-
photos.
Yes, well, exactly. That's what they're going to do. Just
That's
blew
crazy.
it, one of the New Zealand or world champions. They've got that on this weekend as well, so I'm sure it'll make it very interesting around Queenstown for the bowlers, and also when you've got people like that doing slightly insane things, riding down a hill very fast. You've got Super Rugby. It's I believe it's the Highlanders hosting the Blues. That's either Saturday night. That's in Dunedin. There's a whole heap of other domestic games going on as well. It wouldn't surprise me if there's cricket probably in
That's Lorraine.
Queenstown. The season sort of hotting up a little bit for domestic cricket. So plenty going on around the Otago region. And of course, with the 800 odd bowlers that are around the region, I mean, that's a lot of people coming in for, for play, for hotels, for food. One of the establishments we went to last night,
Bowls everywhere.
it was bowls everywhere.
If you think about it, if we're spending 8 days, so probably most people would spend 10 days because you come a day before and leave a day after. 800 people spending 10 days in Central Otago.
Yeah, but
If it's not a 7-figure injection into the economy,
yeah, exactly.
I'd be surprised.
Yeah. There's a lot of people. And just think about the car hire as well. When we were at Queenstown Airport yesterday, so many cars just going out the door as such. And so there is a lot of, the Bowls does bring in a lot, along with these other events, but the Bowls is bringing in a lot because people are staying, not just for a long weekend in Queenstown sort of thing, like a lot of people. However it is, as you said, 8-10 days, etc. So very good here for the community in Alexandra. They're finding that coffee has been sold a lot, and also food.
Look at
as
this. What a bowl.
well. Oh, that's perfect.
What a bowl from Elaine Legge just when Janice's team had a chance to score 3 or 4 shots. Elaine has stymied that plan, drawn a front toucher. That is absolute brilliant stuff. She's in fine form, this woman. And Janice now on the forehand. She'll be looking to try and remove that shot bowl. We'll see it come back into the screen. She can't be far away here. Janice Barclay on her forehand side. She's close. She's close. She's done it. Oh, did I call that early?
I think you did there. I think that was a little bit preempting
It
something.
was a brilliant shot, and she deserves one. But
You
whether
don't get
she's
any
got
points
one,
for deserving.
yeah, I learnt that a long time
So
ago.
I'm going to Jan's bowl.
Shannon McElroy taught you that.
No,
You didn't deserve
I
anything.
didn't deserve many points. I was lucky to get to 7 or whatever it was on that day.
I mean, not to dwell on that, but I'm going to. When you play against someone like that, I mean,
Yes.
what
No, I'm not.
can you do?
Well, everyone has their day, I think, Dave. So,
No, I mean, it wasn't your day, we know that, but what can you actually do when you're playing against someone who's a superior player? You can acknowledge that, but what can you do to actually try and get your points?
yeah, so you try play your game to the best of your ability.
Right.
Because often the difference between the very good bowlers and the good bowlers is how often they're very good.
Yep.
So Shannon McElroy, or the Shannon McElroys of the world, have the same level of
Yep.
game
All the time.
just all the time. They're just that good. In any
Right,
sport,
right.
that's it. The good people are just that good. They don't have a B game, and if they do, it's still good. So I think you just have to try and lift yourself up, focus on every bowl, and see what comes your way. Bowls is a sport where you can get scalps, and the pressure is not on you by any means. And particularly at nationals like this, we've seen a few times on that finals day when you get to the quarters and semis, the crowd will pick a favourite, it's not usually the favoured team.
Right.
You know, the crowd will pick an underdog. The crowd's on your side. You're playing well to the best of your abilities. Anything can happen, as we see a replay here. Look at that from Elaine. And then Janice, not to be outdone, just drew the shot all the way back off. Great stuff there from these two skips. And Bourke able to deliver the jack for the first time in this game.
What about when you get to deliver the jack for your first time? And how does that, I wouldn't say how does it feel, but it must change the way you do things. It will change your mentality in the game.
Yeah, so we talk about feeling the weight. And it's sort of counterintuitive. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's true. If you throw the jack up, you know what weight to play your bowl with. Because it's the same, it just feels the same as delivering the jack. So often the lead delivering the jack is more likely to draw one close than the lead who hasn't delivered the jack. As we see 1 point to Jan Barclay's team. On the left-handed.
So we didn't get to that 12. We didn't get to the 12 that we were looking
No,
for.
we didn't.
Is that to see if there could be that comeback.
So by that logic, the comeback's still on, isn't it?
Well, I guess, yes.
Good ball.
We'll see. And a good shot there. Good lead. Good leading from Pat Fisher, the left-hander.
So we're 1 hour through and we've played 7 ends into the 8th end. Would that be about average?
Yeah, they're going about the right speed. Of course, we lost an end essentially with the kill.
That's true.
So ordinarily they'd probably be finished their 7th end. Look at this. What a beautiful bowl there from Bourke, drawing the shot, got the touch of spray.
Well, initially from her first bowl, I think it was, that went into the ditch. That was the first bowl of the actual clash.
Yeah.
She's got her confidence back, because that's got to hurt your confidence.
It's not a great start.
No,
we've all been there.
It was a wasted bowl.
You come to a good
But
home
yeah, she's certainly got her confidence back.
Yep.
And we see Pat Fisher, the left-hander, play a good second shot.
Yeah.
And Lorraine's
Take
turn
the line,
now.
Lorraine. Big green. Let it love come up.
I do like their shirts, Dave. I think they're quite colourful shirts.
I think it's probably something that you would wear.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Exactly.
I live in my world of colours, so I've got very little idea what's happening anyway, to be fair.
Yep. Well down.
Fair enough.
How good is this from Lorraine? Some
Well
fight, some real fight being shown by
Yes.
Janice Barclay's team
Go
here.
on here, Linda. Big
They had
green.
a very forgettable first 4 or 5 ends, but showing signs of life. Got that little tap on the ground of Linda Hassan.
It's quite interesting the way she does this sort of tap, lifts up, and is quite front on in the delivery as well.
Yeah, there's a few who sort of tap the ground first. It's more of a
Yep.
Northern Hemisphere
Play
thing
that
that you
same
see.
line, Lorraine.
Tap the ground, then deliver it. There was a lady whose name was... Nope, it's gone. She played for Scotland. Someone Gourlay. Who was it, Colin?
Weight's good.
Can't remember.
Okay.
She used to tap the ground. She
Okay.
she played a World Triples final against, or maybe even a World Fours final against the New Zealand team, which is why I know of her delivery, Dave. But it reminds me of that. But yeah, Northern Hemisphere thing. But I mean, whatever works really. As we see Linda look to make her correction now on her forehand side. Tight, I think. Be surprised if that's good enough green. Yeah, and underneath the line by proverbial
If you
mile.
wanna play, you
Got
can
the right
play it
weight.
here.
But just never really gave it a chance to
That's against
to
the
come
switch.
back
There's
in.
a nice
And
draw up
Janice
in here.
suggesting that the backhand might be the way to go here.
Or take the big hand. On that hand, yep.
Trish not looking thrilled by the prospect, so opting to play the forehand side to Janice's foot.
A bit quick, I think.
That's a nice line there from Trish. Marr. So we watch the bowl.
The back blue one's ours.
Just slightly overweighted, but not in the end of the world
Say
position.
what you see, but I think it's a big draw in there. It's a wee bit better, Cathy. Yep.
How's this one going to come around? It may actually be a nice
She's
little
close. She's close to the jack. She's close. She's got it. Square through all the way back. That's a beautiful bowl there from Cathy King on her forehand side. Again, just when Janice's team would have been thinking, we've got a good hit here, we've got a chance. One down, says Janice. And you just have to draw to the lip of the ditch, because as we spoke about before, Dave, the only bowl that can stay alive in the ditch is a toucher.
Yep.
So this bowl has to stay on the green or it doesn't count. Now let's see where it finishes up. If it rests on that, oh, no. She could have rested through. She would have stayed on the rink, but not to be.
You can draw down in here now, mate.
And Elaine saying, play the other side, please.
So, Alex, what I'm going to get you to do, perhaps at the change of this end, is maybe check on some of the men's matches here at this venue. Just to see if we've got any other men's matches completed so far at the venue, which is, of course, the Alexandra Bowling Club. 2 bowls clubs in Alexandra, both of them effectively on Centennial Drive or just off it. We have the Alexandra Bowling Club, which is the HQ where we are for this tournament over the next week or so. There's also the Alexandra District Club. I believe the bowling club was at what is the District Club now, and then moved down the road here next to Molyneux Park, where you can see the squash courts in the background. You've got, of course, the cricket ground. You've got quite a number of sports facilities right here. It's not that Alexandra in itself is a big place in the centre. There's a number of houses up on the hill over the river and that sort of thing. However, the bowling clubs are, well, you could almost bowl the jack from one to the other.
Yeah, it's just down the road, really. It's pretty, I think it's amazing. It's got 2
exactly
2 bowling clubs and nice bowling clubs as well.
Yeah, so we might have a look at a couple of those.
Did you want Alexandra District Club? Is that what you
Well,
asked
we can
me
go to
for?
district. We can go. In fact, we might do both, Alex. If you can do district one end and then the actual club here for the men on the other greens, the other.
Rightio.
So we'll check on those. In the meantime, it is still 10-1 for these composite sides, both from Dunedin, and some of them actually at each other's club.
Yeah, it was quite confusing. Because we like to have a chat with the teams before we do the live streaming or the broadcasting, to just understand sort of where they're from, what they play, nicknames, things we're allowed to say, things we're not, etc. And I was understanding everything, Dave. And then we got to a point where they were all like, oh, well, I play at this club and she plays at the same club with me and we're from the same centre.
Different teams.
But we're in different teams. And you lost me there, I'm afraid, Elaine. It was
quite confusing.
Where I got a bit too confused.
They looked at us trying to explain that they were all known it to each other, all played each other at different times and in different combinations against each other, and that one of them was also bought in. But
we got there, though, didn't we?
Yeah, we did, and we figured out who the left-hander is,
yeah.
And so that's always a good thing,
point.
Pat Fisher. And we know who the skips are as well. And who are the skips again?
Elaine, Legge and Janice Barclay. We see Elaine here on the back end with her final bowl. She's been playing very well this game. Now, how's the weight, Elaine? She can't be far away. Little feather first. That's beautiful stuff there.
That was a beautiful turn and beautiful hold, wasn't it?
Playing really well. I've been impressed with Elaine's bowls, and one at least conceded there, so we're going to get bowls on, or shots on Elaine's side of the scorecard again. They're going to take a comfortable lead. They're going to take some beating, Dave.
Oh, they're getting to a 12 now, are they? It's going to be 2, 3?
At least 12. At least a 12-1 lead. Say 2.5. They'll just measure for the third. So while they measure, I'll talk through some results. And because we've done a couple of rounds worth now, I'm going to stop saying who beat who. I'll just tell you the ladder, as you will.
Sure.
So
remembering that we're playing 3 matches
in a day,
right?
That's right.
And the same for tomorrow?
Same for tomorrow. And you need to win 4 games or more to qualify. So playing at the Alexandra District Club at the moment, I can tell you that the teams that have won 2 out of 2, so are undefeated at the moment, Robbie Bird, Stephen Bryan, Robert Yem and John Bryan, Sheldon Baggery Howley, or Shebag as we call him, Caleb Hope, Kona Darby and Oliver Mason have won 2 out of 2.
I'm sure he loves that.
Riker Gregory, Kelvin Budge, Robbie Bennett, David Budge 2 out of 2, Trevor Drake, Ralph Milne, Ross Brown, Lindsay Thomas 2 out of 2, and finally Gary Ashby, Rob Cox, Andre Ruttenberg and John Bullen, 2 wins out of 2 in that section. So they're all on a good track to at least have a chance tomorrow of qualifying.
And I'm going to ask you, at this stage, day 1,
want to
second
bet?
match that we're watching, to give me a winner, a winning team, men's and women's. And we're going to hold you to that.
Okay, my
And,
winning.
just to see how close you come.
No, I've got it. My winning team for the men's, I think, is going to be Galloway.
Right.
I think Galloway playing with David Clark, so it's harking back. They won the New Zealand pairs together in about 2002 or 3. And they're playing with Marty Dixon and Jordan King. I think that'll be the
So the
winning men's
Galloway
fours.
for the win. I'll even write it down.
Write it down, I'll be right. You talk with false confidence, eh?
I think so.
And the women's four, well, that's a harder one to pick, isn't it? No, I can't go past the Boyds. I think Mandy Boyd's going to win the women's fours.
All right. Well, we'll just hold you to that. And it'll be interesting to see how things progress as well, who they come up against, particularly when they continue on. What is it, section play that they're going to move on to?
Post-section, yeah, so
Post-section
they're
play,
section
sorry.
play now.
Yeah.
So it's post-section play next, and I've just realised that's because it's after section play. So when we say someone's in post-section,
Yeah, it's
after
post,
section,
yes,
isn't
and not
it?
pre.
What a
well,
great, isn't that interesting?
I think that perhaps what we're going to do is also maybe check in with Colin at some stage, one of our producers, and actually check what he thinks. And
He thinks very little.
well, let's not get into that. But we will actually ask. He's going to take you off air in a minute. We will ask Colin, perhaps off air, and maybe tonight if he can come up with something, and we'll keep him to that
If he
as
doesn't
well.
come up with something, we'll just say he has.
And we'll find out and at some stage. But in the meantime, as we're into the 8th end, and he's going to update the score there for us and see if it's a 2 or a 3.
What was the score is the question.
Can you see the scoreboard there? You should be able to see that, boys.
I'm blind.
But
I can. I can just look out the thing.
Elaine Legge.
10-1 still was the score.
Okay, well, we'll just wait for the score to be confirmed. Sometimes when it comes down to the vision, the actual competitors themselves are right over the jack.
2.
And it is the 2. So 12-1 to Elaine Legge and her team up against Janice Barclay
Line, just
and
bring it on
her
a bit.
team. But in the meantime, we get ready for end number 8 of 18.
Yeah, and if you are a Janice Barclay supporter, this is as far behind as you want your team to be.
Yeah, you mentioned that 12 was probably the biggest that you could actually think of as a lead that you could possibly come back from.
Yeah, realistically, I think that's
Yep,
about right.
stop.
I mean, stranger things have happened, but from a realistic point of view, if you're trying to build a game plan
Okay, under yours.
and you've got 11 ends to go, 11 points is doable. More than that, you're starting to ask for quite a lot from the bowls gods.
Or you're starting to ask for effectively a point from each end or something like that. You're putting a lot of pressure on yourself.
You are, because you're never going to... Quite a great shot. What a great bowl from the left-hander there. Pat Fisher playing well.
What's so early that she did that? You know, there's just been 2 bowls and she's
Bang,
come up with
right
that.
on top. Dale Bourke now on the forehand side.
And just looks as though it's going to be a bit too early.
Keep running.
Just going to pull up short, I think, Dave.
Good try.
Beautiful track.
You can play either
And,
hand, Linda. What would you like? You can play either hand.
Certainly.
That bowl's a good metre in front.
Elaine Legge's team looking like they're playing well. Here we go. On the backhand side, Linda Hassan, the 8th-year bowler. Is she going to get a clean run past it?
All
Not
right.
to be, just
You come
underneath
through
the
here,
line.
Lorraine.
Shall I tell you? No, we'll probably wait. We'll wait to the next end. I'll tell you how Alexandra Bowling Club's getting on with their...
Yeah, you could, because
their
that's
ladder.
the back greens, isn't it?
Yes,
We're
just
looking
over
at.
there somewhere. And of course, I would remind the viewers that if you do want to check out all the results for yourselves, you can do so on the Bowls New Zealand website, bowlsnewzealand.co.nz. There is a featured post there that says something
Okay, do
along the
it
lines
again.
of
You're just inside Pat.
broadcast and results available here, but also a little tab along the top that says National Events. Click on National Events, click on Summerset fours and mixed pairs, and it's happy days. You'll find all the results there on Bowl Sub Aotearoa, and on your screen there you can see the Bowls New Zealand website, so bowlsnewzealand.co.nz. That's where you want to go if you want to check out all the results. And there is an
You wait
option
with
there, of
good, just
course, you
bring
can
it in a wee
search
wee, not
names.
too
So if you've
much.
got a friend you want to follow, click the search function. You can find the name, happy days, forevermore from that point.
Just to let's try that again. Just to let everybody know that you can catch this on the Sky Pop-Up channel all the way through until, Thursday of next week?
8 days.
Yeah, indeed. That is the Sky Pop-Up channel, and also on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube as well, depending on which one you're able to get to very easily.
And if you're watching it on YouTube, please press the subscribe button. That would be great. Just press that. It says subscribe. Just click it.
Yeah, it's free.
It would be incredible, and you can be updated with all the things. I'm thinking of the Beatles now, Dave, but that's only because you said 8 days. As we now watch, we'll drop that bit of commentary. Look at this.
Oh, well.
What's happened?
Yeah,
Oh,
Linda's got it.
knocking that one away and
So-
over to the left a little bit.
It's a white-stickered bowl of
I think you've got
Cathy
to come this
King's.
way, Trish.
She's trailed it around the corner. I see a
forward here.
white-stickered bowl at 12
Here.
o'clock. So I think holding 2, and that was a good bowl there from Cathy.
Well, it's quite a way up the green as well. The jack's quite high, and we've been used to it being back by the ditch almost, or pushed back to the ditch.
So now it's Trish Marr's turn to try and thread that needle. She's got the perfect green. I don't think she has the weight, not the speed. Oh, and 2 bowls
That's
sitting
correct.
down.
You're
You
looking
see
to
that a
just
bit,
duck
like I said
under
in New
or
Zealand,
promote it.
Dave. We've got
Push it over.
hard greens. So often bowls sit down sort of a bit later on. I think you're allowed to wait 30 seconds after the completion of an end if you think a bowl is going to sit down.
So when you're describing the greens in the UK, and you're saying they're a bit softer, which I would assume is more grassy,
Yes.
Oh, well, the back door will do.
why would they be more grassy? I mean,
Okay.
is
Gotta
that
be
what they
round
just like
Dale's
playing
bowl, you
on,
want
or
it
is it
right-
anything in particular?
Reach this
Yeah, it
one
is.
here.
It's in New Zealand we're lucky enough to have either part-time or paid greenkeepers by and large. So our greens are looked after more often. In the UK, they're generally part of a council deal, so
Yeah.
it's a literal
Sit on this
man on a
no
lawnmower
wobblies, no slide.
rolling down some grass. So it's different surfaces, different climates, and people who do less looking after of the greens. So in New Zealand, we've been able to develop a situation where if you have a grass green, you're either using starweed or mini toto by and large, with a couple of other services thrown in, because we can afford to do it, and we have people who have the time to do it.
Because
And
the greenkeeper here is also the president, and I'm just trying to remember his name, but he's a bit of a character. And no, I'm just the president, and I'm also I do the greens as well.
Yes, precisely.
And then he put his cigarette out in a pot plant. He said, "No, that's my wife's pot plant."
So you're fine.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was a great excuse, but he said he and his mates were out there. They had got the surface water off the greens, and I think it was maybe that he got a refreshment afterwards.
Yeah, rightly so.
Heavy one.
So to answer your question, we have more time to spend on our greens,
Right.
so our greens are, from our perspective, better.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's the perspective that the people in the UK have, but from our perspective, because they're a harder grain and a quicker grain,
And
your bowl
again,
can do more stuff.
Australia, what are they looking at? Is there a general sort of green that they have?
They tend to be a little bit slower due to their climate. I can't remember the name of what they use.
So it's not as grassy. Are you saying it's more dirt?
Some of them are more dirt. It's they don't use the water weeds because there's not that much water.
No. Okay.
So that would die. It's on the tip of my
Although in
tongue.
New South Wales over the last year, they probably had a lot of water. It was their worst rainfall
Not
ever.
that one.
Yeah.
And even starting this year in New South Wales country, they've had a lot of water.
Yeah.
And looking here, so how many points are we going to have? Well, that is a big gap to come through. And what do you think, Alex? Follow this one for me.
So I think she's got the perfect green, Dave. So it's down to the weight now. She's not far away. Not far away. But far enough away not to be counting. That was a great effort there. Beautiful green from Janice Barclay.
Saved a couple.
And 2 conceded. And Elaine's team, they're marching to victory here, really, Dave. I struggle to see a comeback on for
2.
Janice.
Yet
and
we're
co.
only halfway through when it comes to the actual ends.
I mean, you're still going to keep trying because, that's what bowls is about.
Well, it's also that you want to have a bit of fun and keep on going, and these people will know each other.
They are in a trying situation for sure here at 14-1.
All right, well, let's have a look at some of these other results from the back greens here from Alexandra Bowling Club, one of the 13 venues being used over this next week or so.
Happy to oblige Dave as I go on to bowl sub Aotearoa, so I can't read anyone's mind. And again, I'll just tell you who's at 2 out of 2 essentially. So the teams leading on the sections, Section 1, the Alexandra one, Dan Dickerson, Anthony Ulay, Nicholas Tomset and Nathan Arledge have won 2 out of 2. Taylor Horn, Aidan Takarua, was that a wrong bias?
And not sure what happened there, but they're not going to be happy with that bowl.
Well, you know, if nothing else, and if Elaine's team does continue and win this, if I was Janice's team, when they have a drink afterwards, I would mention the wrong bias.
Yeah.
That's not ideal.
All right, carry on with those results.
Yes, so Taylor Horn, Aidan Takarua, Jesse Russell and Jonty Horwell, 2 out of 2, so they're going well. We've talked about Peter Ballas and co, they're 2 out of 2. And then there's a number on sort of 50%. The favourite teams there, Sean Scott, Bill Clements, Rick Hunt and Trevor Ludlow. 50-50, 1 out of 2. Bill Clements has won something like 60 centre titles. He's probably the leading centre title winner in all of New Zealand. Kalen Hulia, Kurt Smith, Nathan Good and Phil Hulia, 1 out of 2 as well. So it's an interesting section 1 to have a look at, and lots of water to flow under the proverbial bridge there.
You'll be right on it this time.
All right, well, just looking through.
Not quite.
And the guidebook as well with some of the clubs, and there's a lot of players that you play in one location one day and then you move to another location, so you're not just stuck. Well, I shouldn't say stuck. You're not just in the one location all the time there, Alex. You're moving around and experiencing Central Otago quite a bit. Some moves may not be so big. You're maybe from Alexandra District Club, and then you're somewhere else that's relatively close. A little bit of driving to do for some of them, and
I quite like it though, because it's not like you're going to be in bumper to bumper traffic, is it? On a 40-minute drive out to one of the lovely little clubs.
Considering that my Uber didn't even arrive for me to go to the airport, but that's beside the point. No, not bitter at all.
You don't sound it, Dave.
No, not at all. And looking at some of the past champions, I'm going to pick out a couple of names here, Alex. And,
yes.
Maybe you could even guess the year. But we're looking at,
Try this
well,
one, Lorraine.
Mandy Boyd, though. She has, from my view,
She's
that I can see
amazing.
3 times, that I can see as the skipper, I believe.
Yes, and she played for Subanand sort of earlier in the noughties, somewhere around there.
So
and
3 times as the skip that I can see. We're looking at a couple of other names. Millie Khan, my goodness, she 2001, 2002.
Yep, good ball.
And also 97, probably before that as well.
that
Don't even go that far. That was just as the skipper, was the first name on the list. So it just, some phenomenal names that are listed off here. Val Smith, well, she's been in 1, 2, I'm trying to see 3, goodness knows, a lot. There really is some of the top names. When you look at Millie Khan, when you look at Val Smith, and then obviously Mandy Boyd coming into it now. And 3, how many more, who knows? There's some great names in there, isn't there?
Yeah, I think there's something special about a national championship, particularly for Joe Blogg's bowler. I know that we have a World Championships and Commonwealth Games and multi-nations and lots of opportunities for international competition. But there is something special about running a national championships and having people who have national titles. I think it's probably because everyone can play in a national championship, so we know what it's like. And you have a bit of respect, I think, for the players that can even win one, and the fact that we've got a number that have hold gold stars now published in the handbook, of course. Just a huge amount of respect there, I think, from every bowler in New Zealand for those names, and we all know the names.
Well, one particular team, this was 2014, that's 8 years ago, well, almost 9, and it was Mandy Boyd, Selena Goddard, Gemma Watts and Amy McElroy. Now, just think about the ages of some of that team member. 2014,
Okay.
8 years ago, nearly 9 years
I
ago.
believe that was Selena Goddard's first national championships.
Yeah, Mandy Boyd, Selena Goddard, Gemma Watts and Amy McElroy in 2014. I would guess the average age of that team would be, well, who knows? It would have been very young. So it just, when you look at that sort of thing, it is a very young team.
Yeah.
Must have been actually a bit of a laugh
Yeah,
that
great
four
save.
together.
Great save.
Who knows?
You'd say so.
Yeah, they would have been talking about all sorts of different things
Wow.
possibly.
Try
And that was
defend
played in
again.
Dunedin. We're
Yeah,
looking
playing
at
was
some of the
good,
men's
just the
fours
Another
champions.
yard.
As we just take a look
That camera.
at this bowl here and see how close we are to the jack at the moment, as we do have Elaine Legge and her composite team up by 14-1.
Away.
It's quite an interesting one coming around here. Alex doesn't have the juice.
It's not quite enough oomph.
And as I look at some of the champion teams of the fours and the men's, there's one name that seems to feature quite a lot initially in the early 80s, Nick Unkovic, carrying on into almost the 90s. Then we've got Ryan Brassey, Gary Lawson's in there, Sid Giddy, and there's a name,
Yeah, I've got to get the bowl.
and Peter Bellis is there. We're talking about, I'm looking at the first name initially, so I'm assuming the skips. We've got Ali Forsyth there. It goes from Peter Bellis is featured quite a lot, and then it goes Peter Bellis MBE.
Yes.
So nice to have those.
Guess what happened?
Yeah, nice to have those names, those initials, that is, after you. There was, I'm looking at the team which just stands out. And in 2018, LA Forsyth, Gary Lawson, Shannon McElroy, and Justin Goodwin. That's a pretty solid team.
It's an incredibly good team, yes. Yeah.
So yeah, some of these teams just stand out as being fantastic.
You spoke about McEnroe changing tennis, and you mentioned Unkovic before. He was, I think, still is the most dominant four skip we've seen at a domestic level. I think in 10 years he won probably 7 of the national championships at skip. He changed our game. He was a flamboyant personality, but he was a very aggressive skip, and sort of wasn't afraid to use it, wasn't afraid to use his team. And if you talk to bowlers who were around then, he changed the way people had to change the way they skipped, or you lost. And certainly, you can't argue with the dominance that Unkovic saw.
Too much
First man
on
to
there.
get to 10 national titles, and was the only one for
I'm
a
gonna
long
have a go
time
at
to
that
sit on
bowl.
10, and to win the vast majority of those titles at skip and a fours team. It's a mighty achievement.
Yeah, it's great to actually have that history and these particular competitors as we look back to the past, and we look potentially at some future competitors as well, as some of the young competitors, particularly. Maybe we haven't seen them so far on the screen, but certainly around the club and around some of the other clubs. There are some young mates, friends who are out there as well.
Yeah, and we've always had generations coming through bowls. It always makes me laugh, because when we're stuck, I think we're stuck with the stereotype of being an old man's game. And I think that is what it is. But even if you read old newspaper articles from the 40s and 50s and 60s, they talk about the young men coming through, because we've always had young people coming through in the game. It's just that you can have a long career. It's not a sport that you start at 30 and have to give up because you get aged out of it or injured or whatever. It's a sport where you can have a long career. Look at the people we're watching here. They've all been playing 20, 30 years.
What do we have?
Isn't that
Was
great?
it Anne Muir? How many years?
She started in the 60s and told us to work it out. It's a sport where you can just stick for a long time. So we've always had young people coming through, and we always will have those generations.
meters
But I
over,
think
it's
it's actually,
okay.
I think we should be positive and embrace the fact that you can have long, successful careers in bowls and play it for as long as you would like.
So just the 1 point there for Elaine Legge as they take their lead just a little step further. And now we're into the 10th end. Actually, Alex, referring to the ageism, having been at a few sports over the last couple of weeks, and including speaking to the head of medical for FIFA, and which was quite amusing. He was a great character. And he asked about the bowls, and I said, well, I have to come here for the bowls, and he asked about it. And I said, well, it's actually quite young, considering that the two singles champions just from the last month, one's in his 20s, and I'm guessing at Selena Goddard's age, but I'd say she'd be around about 30. And he was quite amazed. He said, "Oh, that's impressive." I said, "Well, there is actually these good players, obviously the best in singles, coming through." The same thing. I was at badminton during last week. Same thing happened. I did explain that, and this is being a great thing for the actual, to explain about bowls, that our two champions are in late 20s, I think, and around about 30. And that really does help. People go, "Wow, really? Oh, okay."
And it is, and it always we always have had it. It's a great frustration. That
I think sometimes though the sports bring it on themselves, and that's where White's for so long, and that some of the people at the clubs didn't necessarily help it, and now we've got these people who are helping it.
Oh, for sure, the face.
Because I think who did Selena Goddard beat in the final?
Taylor Bruce, and that was just incredible.
I mean, that's probably one of the younger finals. Would you say?
Yeah, it was incredible stuff.
And that was at Browns Bay.
The finals day was meant to be at Browns Bay. It was at Bowls O'Reilly in the end because we got rained on. So we're underneath the cover at Bowls O'Reilly.
I do seem to remember the Browns Bay. I was with you for some of those early rounds, and I think there was a little bit of health and safety issue with, what was it, the building site across the road, whether that was actually going to come down or a few palm trees in Browns Bay. And we did have to call that one because it was a little bit unsafe for the bowlers. Wasn't it? Yeah, we had the weather coming straight off the beach and everything else almost coming straight off the building side. Not like that here at the moment, because in Alexandra, the Alexandra Bowling Cup, it's getting a little bit cooler. The breeze has come up a little bit, as you can see from the flags and the shadows. However, it has been quite pleasant today. Just a little bit of, I guess, drizzle for about 5-10 minutes.
How good is these two bowls from Linda Hassan? Two right on the jack, playing well. Elaine, all of Elaine Legge's teams played pretty good bowls, I think, Dave. And
it's been really solid.
Yeah, there's been a few times where Janice's teams had good heads.
Well, looking at your score sheet, where was that one in favour of Janice Barclay?
About halfway through, on about the sixth end, there was that 1 point. But it's not that they've had.
Good line, Lorraine.
Well, they haven't had brilliant heads, but there's been a few times where Janice Barclay's team have had good heads, but Elaine's always had an answer.
Holding one, Cathy.
Always been an answer to it, I think. It's been the difference, and it is hard to see a comeback here. The 14-point difference after 9 ends.
Well, they've kept it going quite nicely on the pace as well. This has taken 90 minutes to get through effectively 10. So it hasn't been too slow, even though, what did we have, a dead end fairly early on? I think it was the third, wasn't it?
A very low speed kill early on, as we see Cathy King just get a wick and disappear there.
I wonder if we can see from the bowlers' end just what they're actually seeing. I'm sure we'll be able to pull that up shortly, because the jack, look at that. So what are you going to do with that if you're bowling at this one?
Just draw as close as you can on the forehand side if you are Trish Marr, which is what she's trying to do here. If she's got the right green, she's going to be okay. Needs it to hold. Good
try.
Not to be. She had the right weight with that bowl, but didn't have the right green or the right angle. And similar state of affairs here really for Cathy King. Just put one as close as you can. Again, another game where we haven't seen really aggression from the teams, Dave.
Are we expecting that tomorrow from the men, perhaps?
I would say so. I'd be surprised if we didn't. Just a slightly different style of bowls.
Try it again.
Cathy King there missing heavy, which is good because she's got a bowl at the back now.
So who would be the most aggressive of the New Zealand men at the top level? Who has the most aggressive game? Is there someone who stands out?
That's a good question.
And you're just doing a little bit of a check around that?
Yeah, well, I think he's look at that. What's happened?
Still down one.
Just the ball coming through has just chipped it over. There we go. It got the touch, and just chipped the jack away.
Back to your question, he's not at the Nationals now because he's playing the BPL in Australia, which is also on Sky Sport coincidentally, and I'd encourage viewers to tune in and check that out. A couple of Kiwis playing, but Ali Forsyth is probably the most aggressive player in the last 10 or 15 years on our domestic scene. Just goes to the drive if he has a sniff of it, and is deadly accurate. I've seen him play.
Right, so playing to his strength anyway.
Yeah, they won the World Fours title in 2016. Ali Forsyth was playing with Blake Signal, who's now the GM of Bowls Wellington. Mike Kernahan and Mike Nagy, and I think it's almost the best I've ever seen a fours skip play. They defeated Australia comfortably in that World Fours final, and Ali, I don't think he missed a shot, and he was very aggressive. It was brilliant.
Is there one in the women's game that you can recall?
Mandy Boyd.
Right.
Mandy Boyd and Sandra Keith are the two ones that are shot players. Joe Edwards as well, but Mandy's got an incredible drive. Look at that, what's happened? So that's a white bowl, hitting a bowl that isn't white onto the jack to put the jack back to a white bowl. So Elaine Legge has made that work for her somehow. Popped it back for one shot. Mandy Boyd is the answer to the question for the woman. Right. She's
so we don't have Ali Forsyth here, though. Is there someone else who's in the competitions that you can think of?
Yes.
You can check your computer in your brain and come up with someone.
I mean, Sheldon Bagri-Howley is quite aggressive. Look at this here. Has the plant worked? I think the plant's worked. I think we might see a doubling of the score here for Janice Barclay's team.
Using the foot measurement there.
That came through.
Put your size 8 in there.
If I was to look at the teams here, I'd say Sheldon Bagri-Howley is the one that goes the quickest. And it's not about, I don't mean aggressive as like the foremost full-blooded drive, but lots of shot play. You know, you see a plant, you play the plant, you see a chance to peel a couple of bowls off, you do it, and instead of drawing to find your points. So Sheldon's certainly one of the ones that sticks out.
Look at the feet there. She's almost pointing her feet initially to, I don't know, a 3 o'clock angle, and then almost brought them around again. And
we'll see where, how effective it's been. Oh, there it is. So that's not a good bowl from Elaine. And is it a doubling of the points? Janice with the bowl to go. And being asked to play on the backhand, the safe side.
A few nods at the head and go this way. My towel says this way.
Here we go, on the backhand. Janice let it go nice
really
and
angled
smooth.
the body.
She took it early, so she was on the left of the mat, so this bowl will turn late. I think it'll swing at the end. Here it's swinging at the end. Oh, nearly moved the jack.
So what are the points going to be?
The measure's coming out. I think it's going to be a doubling of the points to Janice. I think we'll see 2 points to 15. What's happened here?
As we wait the measurement, and it looks as though the composite team featuring Janice Barclay, Trish Marr, Lorraine Turnbull and Dale Bourke should be going up 1, maybe 2. And you can see the measurement there, bring out the tape measure.
What's happened?
And we're looking at did we see a 2? I think we did see a 2. Let's just wait and see. Get it reconfirmed. Yes, we just do a little kick. The bowl's out of the way.
It's not a doubling of the points. It's 16 points now.
Oh, so the other way around. So 16. It actually goes to the composite side of Elaine Legge, Cathy King, and Linda Hassan and Pat Fisher. So the other way round. When you get out the measuring tape, anything could happen.
I don't think that's up, Jan.
And who we got here? Pat Fisher to start. As we're just checking on the jack in the distance.
That's up there. That's all right.
We're okay? No, we're not.
Yep.
We might be.
And we'll just put it in the middle a little bit more. But in the meantime, it is Pat Fisher, the left-hander, has a 16-1 lead. And yikes, that's a hard one to come back in, considering that there still is, what have we got, 7, 8 ends to play out.
Perfect weight, Pat.
We might not play out the 8 ends, Dave. If it's, I don't think we will.
You think a shaking of the hands and perhaps we might finish it off sooner rather than later? I mean, where would you stop if you were the team losing here? Where would you say, okay, that's enough? You've got to 20 or something, and we're still in the 1 or 2 or 3?
Yeah, believe me, I've been in the position where I've been the 1 and someone else has been the 16, and it's hard because you don't want to shake hands. But I think as a skip, and conversely, I've been in situations where I've had really good comebacks.
Right.
I think you have to be a little bit realistic though, and
The
think.
comeback is not working.
Well, the question is, have there been
Well,
opportunities for me to score
Gently does
numbers, and the opposition has stopped me from doing so by playing 1 or 2 good bowls, or have my best chances been to score 1s and 2s?
Right.
Because if you've only been looking like you're going to score 1s and 2s, that's not enough to get yourself back into it over the 18 ends. Whereas if you've been looking like you could score 4s and 5s,
Yeah.
and the opposition's been just getting a bowl in there, it feels like a different kettle of fish. And I think in this case,
well, Dale.
neither team has looked like they're going to score more than 2 points.
Pick a
And
hand.
if we look at our
Quite
scorecard,
short.
that is the case. There's been 1 4 scored by Elaine. Everything else has been 1s and 2s. That would indicate that a big number isn't going to happen in the next few ends, which would lead me to think that if I was Jan Barclay's team, you might be thinking a couple more ends.
Yeah.
If the
If we
trend
remain on 1
continues,
Like this
or
line,
2,
Linda.
perhaps we'll just
shake hands and
yeah.
go and have a refreshment at the bar.
Yep, well
Right.
done.
just
bowl.
to let people know that tomorrow
Play up here, Lorraine.
Yes.
for us we'll be back at midday again
Very short.
with the one of the rounds, and then we'll have a 3 p.m. round as well. Tomorrow we're looking at men's coming here. Is that right there, Alex?
That is right. That is correct.
So
You
we'll have
are
men's
right.
4s, and well, the actual contest, the clashes that we'll see will be vital in many ways, because they will be the what would be round
I wish you would have been good.
4 and 5, make that 5 and 6.
Round 5 and 6 it'll be. So it'll
Of
be
section play.
the first game we'll watch will be Craig Merrilley's Elliot Mason, or the team of Craig Merrilley's. I don't know who he's got playing for him.
All right, we'll
Elliot Mason,
right.
Howard O'Donnell, and Craig Tinker.
Well,
well,
Playing Darren Morrow, Murray West, Clinton Smith, and Stu Parker. A little
We'll
birdie's
draw
told me
another shot, it's
Craig's
okay.
team changed since then.
oh,
So
okay.
well, it'll be whoever plays on
Just
rink
a wee
1,
bit of your
Yeah.
weight off. Your line
the
was pretty
green in
good.
front of us.
Down 2 now.
And then the last round should
So that'll be round 6 of section play.
That's right. And that'll be round 5 for section play. And then round 6, which will be the last one,
Right, yes, that'll be the last
will
one.
be
yes.
Dennis Brewster, Ross Stevens, Brent McEwen, and Phil Austin taking on David Ball, Grant Keats, Ted Walker, and Barry Green. And then the next day will be into
Couple there,
post-section
Cathy.
play,
I want
which will
these
take
covered.
2 games
Yep.
of as well.
Sounds great. And of course, on the final
Yep.
of the
then
Summerset
over there,
National
just-
4s, we'll have John
Cover those
Macbeth in the hot seat with you. I'll be out with the microphone speaking to people, and it should be a very entertaining final style. That is, if John Macbeth and his combination don't make it through to the finals.
Yeah, and just quickly going back to the Craig Merrilley's team, if anyone was wondering,
Or draw
the team
another
is
shot, that's fine.
Craig Merrilley's, David Motto at 3, Craig Tinker
You're
at
up,
2,
you're
and
very
Gavin
short,
Hamlin
Trish.
off the front.
Tell me, John Macbeth's team, should we try and find him and find out how he's going in this couple rounds? I think we did mention him earlier on, but maybe we could just have a little look and see how he's going. He's up at Clyde, I believe, was earlier on.
Easy.
It'd be
Turns out there's
interesting to
lots of
check on
Johns.
how he's going there, and just if he's actually going to make those finals.
So John has,
Might have been just chalk, wasn't it?
he hasn't had a win.
Okay, so those
So he
finals
can still
looking very
he can
far
still
away.
qualify,
Yep.
but he
Yeah,
hasn't had a win.
yeah.
He hasn't had a win
Second
yet.
place.
If John, you are saying this, he would kill me. He's going to love it. Yes, well, he'll be here on the hot seat for the finals of the Summerset National 4s at Alexandra Bowling Club. And he'll be here for that. I'll be roving with the microphone. And then we'll start the mixed starting on Monday and running through until Thursday. That is Thursday, the 2nd of March. So
That's right.
2 tournaments as such. And I'm really looking forward to the mixed. With some of those combinations up against each other, that should be a lot of fun.
Yeah,
Just
the
different
dynamics are good
tactics.
too,
Yeah.
Dave. It's good to watch. We see on this end, the skips crossing over now. Looks like it's, I don't know what it is. Can't see the stickers on the bowls.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah, this the light reflecting off the bowls as such.
May have made a technical error with the white stickers, I think.
Well, yeah, one of those things.
My bad. There we go. So 2 white stickers again. So again, Elaine Legge's team crossing over with the shot. So work to do for Janice Barclay, and they've just been that little bit too good, I think. Elaine's team of Cathy King, Linda Hassan, and Pat Fisher in this game.
Well, Alex, tell me, gold star holders.
Yep.
How many titles do you have to have? It's 5, right?
Yeah, so shall I tell you why gold stars exist
Well, why not?
as a star?
No, I'd love to know.
So in the
That's not going where it
60s,
was supposed to.
the first man
Oh.
to be awarded a gold
Right.
star, whose name was something.
As you scan the list there's quite a number of 5-star holders, from people who've won 5 through to, I think I saw there 16.
I thought it was Percy Jones, but I think it was actually Mort Squire, upon reflection, in
Oh, yeah,
1962, won 5. So the Nationals have been running since 1914 at that point. In 1962, Mort Squire won his 5th title, and the whatever it was called then, the Dominion Bowling Association of New Zealand or whatever, had a special meeting and decided that he should be recognised for the achievement of winning 5 national titles, and they opted to give him a medallion
Oh.
to recognise that. And so that's how Gold Star started. He got one,
Gave it
and then
away.
they retrospectively went back and awarded people like Maxwell Walker, who'd won 5,
Still under
a
there.
Gold Star, so on and so forth. And when Nick Unkovich got to 10, they had another meeting and decided that he would get a bar to his Gold Star. So a Gold Star is awarded in New Zealand as we just watch this bowl of Janice's down on the head. 16-1 down on the
Sounds like your
scorecard, and handshake
I
can't
don't
be
think
that.
that's gonna help.
Line, isn't it?
Handshake
Between
can't be that
Muir
far
and
away,
Line
Dave.
here.
Very fine. Yes.
Here it is. Was that a handshake or was it a point?
I think it's probably a point. No, let's just wait and see on that.
I thought I gave it away. Did I?
Anyway, yes, Gold Stars are if you win 5 of these titles, or, well, 5 of these titles, and you get a bar at the next 5, so on and so forth. And there's been a select handful that have won 1, and even less who have won 2.
Yeah, we're looking at some of the names there, and I can see that, well, in the women's there we've got 2, I think, with that 2.
Yeah, incredible stuff, really. Millie Khan won 12 titles, but Sissy Winstanley stands alone on 17 national titles won, and that spanned from 1959 to 1977. 17 national titles is just an unbelievable amount of national titles to have, really. It's staggering. And on the men's side, of course, Gary Lawson on 16 national titles. Of course, he's able to win more. Sissy not in that position. And
Not lolly.
further down in the women's one, there's a few on 8. Mandy Boyd's on 8. She's playing at this event, so Mandy could conceivably win 2 national titles and get herself to 10.
We're just checking on this score here. We've seen all sorts of
I
different
think it was a
signals.
3 I saw.
Well,
squiggle.
I saw a 1, and then I saw a draw 3, and we might just wait here. So we are playing another end as we've gone up 2. There you go, 18-1.
Brilliant.
So that was this is the 12th end. So we've got a long way to go in when it comes to ends. We're just not sure about how far anyone wants to go with the score. I mean, do you want to have 25-1 next to your name or whatever it may be?
No.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, I know they're friends and all that sort of thing and compete against each other all the time. That's probably not what they wanted. That jack is very short, isn't it?
Yeah, short jack there. And yeah, for Jan, it may be that they score a point and shake hands. I don't know. It's
They're
not
probably
even
thinking, why is he telling us to stop early? We're enjoying this to
Oh,
a certain extent.
It is an unusual game in some respects because when we do look at the scorecard, like I said, it's only been 1s and 2s.
Right.
So it's not like
Yeah.
there's been big numbers scored. It just seems to be that Jan's team can't score a point. You know, they drop 1s and 2s, 1s and 2s, 1s and 2s.
Well, they're actually okay for, say, maybe 4 or 5 of the bowls, not all
Yeah.
8.
You know, if you're playing badly, you'd be dropping big numbers, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it just seems that for everybody's got one good one, but then their others just don't add.
Mm. So we see Pat Fisher, the left-hander, on her forehand side. She's played some very good bowls in this game. This could be another one of them, getting some of the leg claps. Look at that from Pat, great bowl. Very good bowl. Left a bowl on, or maybe a 2-bowl gap there. And we'll see Dale Bourke on the forehand side. Of course, our thanks go to Summerset Retirement Villages for their support of us and of this event. Great bowl there from Dale, just a little bit past the naming rights sponsor, of course, at the Summerset Nationals.
Front bowl, Linda.
There's the touch to ground, open stance, and then shifts around a little bit.
It's quite smooth, really. It's quite a good little delivery from Linda Hassan, the 8th year bowler. On her backhand, looking to go through the jack. Not to be. A couple of metres over.
And I think, Alex, we can also say thank you very much to our crew here on the ground, all the volunteers at the Alexandra Bowling Club where we're based, but also to all the other clubs as well, all the volunteers there.
Yes,
And
for sure. Absolutely.
also to Colin and Sarah for setting up all the wires. It was a little bit cold when they set them up this morning, so thank you very much, Colin and Sarah. Plus all the other organisers as well.
Coffee cart.
Yeah, coffee cart indeed. And also all the others from Bowls NZ, particularly, and Chris and Brendan there with the results. That's one heck of a job, isn't it, Alex? The results.
The results are, yeah, and we're in an era of change when it comes to results, Dave. Positive change, I think. We now use Bowl Sub Aotearoa as our results place, if you will. We've moved on in the last few years. Even when I started here, which was only, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago, we were still in a space where they would take phone calls from the clubs and take the results in that way, and it's just a cacophony of noise. We've now moved on into a space where people take a photo with their phone, they send us the results via email or via text message, and we input it directly into Bowl Sub, which is brilliant because in the past we'd take it via a phone call, and then when we did move to taking it via email or text message, we'd put it into a spreadsheet, export the spreadsheet as a PDF, upload that to the website, and our website used to crash because 10,000 people are trying to figure out, they're sitting there clicking the button, waiting for the results to come through. So we've in an ever-improving space when it comes to results, Dave, and I think it's going to continue to be so. Yeah, she
what just happened?
Elaine just kicked the bowl back, so she just said, I've kicked the bowl and the bowl's getting put back, so we're fine.
I mean, what happens if you do that and it's quite close? They're quite close to the jack, that is, in a physical sense.
Yeah, the non-offending team gets to place it where they think it should go.
Okay.
If you weren't very sporting, you'd just replace it and go, it was a front toucher.
Okay.
But we don't do that in bowls. Now,
although I hear some stories about Australians being quite competitive in the way they play things.
They are, yeah. And particularly good at the underarm bowling as well, Dave, I would say.
Okay.
Try not to get too grumpy. Now we've got a bowl that's under the line from Trish.
Oh, that's a nice bounce.
No.
Come on, that's a great bounce.
No.
That's just perfect.
No.
It's like playing snooker or billiards.
Yeah, well, it's okay if you nominate it. Trish would have just sort of, when you do that, you just sort of acknowledge that there's a bit of fortune, unless there isn't fortune. So you can play for them, but I don't think in that. I would be surprised, Dave, if on that occasion that was a played for shot.
Well, it's just like anybody playing snooker. I'm just going to hit it hard and hope that it bounces the right way. Occasionally it will.
Yes, I'm sure that's the system. Unbelievable. But effective from Cathy King. On the crossover here, 18 points to 1. And looking pretty good if you're a fan of Elaine, Legge and co.
Well, for Elaine at the moment, though, what's she going to do with this? Where's she going to go? Is she going to try and drop it in? Is she going to be aggressive with it?
When you're up by this much, it's about, you just want the targets to be small, so if you're holding 1 or 2, you'd go past the head or short.
But surely when you're up by this much, you want to go for something cool and just like, oh, heck, I'm just going to go for it.
Yeah, conversely.
I've got all those points available.
Yep, no, that's very cool. So, yeah, it depends how you're feeling, I suppose. Elaine staying well away from it on that occasion. This may be an opportunity to get rid of some frustration if you are Janice Barclay. You've got a 2-bowl target, just hit the thing on the forehand.
And she holds that bowl quite low in the hands.
She does, and her thumb is in an interesting position. So Janice on the probe here. Looking just to rest through the bowl of the jack, but not to be. Some spectators in the background.
And this is end 12, as you can see. We do the 18, so let's see if anything's going to change. I mean, I guess that we could have Janice Barclay and her composite side getting, what, a point here? They're going to get it.
No, they're one down, aren't they? Isn't that Cathy's
Oh, they're
bowl?
one down. Yes, it is, sorry.
So, I mean, Janice, no, they just need to score, really. It's looking very challenging if you are a Janice Barclay supporter to see how they could find their way back into this game. Janice on the forehand looking to rest the two bowls or pull the jack back. She's given herself a chance here. This is not far away. Not to be, just underneath the line.
That was tight.
And we must be erring towards the end of the game.
You're pushing for it, Alex, and I'm not sure it's coming just yet. No hand's been shaken.
I'll open the window. It's good to see them enjoying their bowls, to be fair. As we said, they're all vaguely, well, they're all members of Bowls Dunedin, aren't they? So they said they'd played lots of interclub matches together and against each other. And what was that? Another point. So 19 points to 1 now. So Elaine sort of marches on.
They're going to continue, Alex, just to annoy you. That's just fine. We continue there with our left-hander, Pat Fisher, starting off. And how's she going to bowl this one?
She has been playing well, Pat Fisher.
Yeah, she's
So
been
you see
very
this
solid.
a long end again. Hmm. 2 points it was, sorry Dave, so 21 points to 1 now in favour of Elaine Legge.
It would take a lot for them to take on that number 33 that we had at one of the actual clubs, which was the highest total so far.
No, it's interesting, I was just going to say, if
How
you
do-
are...
How would you get that? When you
Well-
consider how many ends you'd have to go effectively a point every end, or you would. If you went 2 points for every end, you're going to get to 36. So let's say you didn't.
So
get
hard to
towards-
do over 18 ends, though.
Yeah,
So your
You'd have to
opposition
have
is
a-
last bowl, so
a
often.
6 in there somewhere, and maybe another 6, or unless you were
You'd
consistent
need some
with.
big numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was I going to
Well,
say?
that's looking good. No, it's just curving away.
Oh, you mentioned the psychology of Elaine's team being 21 points to 1 up and thinking, oh, well, what am I doing? One of the things you have to do, you find it more in rep bowls or around robin where ends and points goes on a count back. In nationals, of course, it just goes on wins. If you get 4 wins, you qualify. But in rep games or in games where your points and ends matter, when you're in Elaine's position, you have to start finding new goals because they've won this game. Right, they've won. It's 21 points to 1 up. They've won the game. So you at 21, you start going, well, we want to get past 25 points now. You have to set yourself other goals, otherwise you lose focus, and that's when your
Points
diff can
differential.
change. Yeah.
Right.
At a nationals, less relevant because it's just 4 wins and you qualify, so they can afford to relax a bit at this stage.
Well, Elaine Legge and Cathy King, Linda Hassan and Pat Fisher, is this their second or potentially third win?
Oh, well, that's a very good question.
Because it's a great start. If you've had 3 wins on day one, that is a great start. You're pretty much 3/4 of the way there. You only need 1 more win from 3 of your matches the next day. And so far I'd suggest that they're actually looking very good in this. It looks as though they've obviously got the win here. And maybe in their 2 other matches so far today. What do you think, Alex? How have they gone? Just checking that out?
Add some
Okay,
padding.
I'll just keep on talking there for a moment. Yes, we will. Here at the Alexandra Bowling Club. Also, club number 1 or 2, because you have Alexandra Districts Club just round the road. And what do you think, Alex? How have they got on?
Great, that was brilliant from you, Dave. And I can tell you that Elaine Legge's team lost their first game 15 points to 14 to Leslie McClendon's team. And then they lost their second game 17 points to 14. So they need to win all 3 games tomorrow. And I can't think of a much better way to get some confidence than to win a game in the way that they've won this. And I think if you look at a 15-14 loss and a 17-14 loss, so they've scored 14 points twice. They've been right in
Yeah,
both
what
of
was
those
it, 15-14,
games.
one of those?
Yes, 15-14 and,
Oh, wow.
and 14-17. So
Those are close losses.
they are close, so they'll take a lot of confidence from winning this game, which they will win, and hopefully go in tomorrow and have those 3 wins, 3 out of 3 that they require. Look at this. That's great, beautiful bowling there from Cathy King. She's played some particularly good bowls, Cathy.
Just the way it went around the red bowl there,
And
just
sat down,
completely,
Plopped
it was
itself
perfect.
down at the end. Looking good. As we see Trish Marr now on her backhand side.
This is going to be interesting, Alex.
Oh,
Oh,
just a little
Wasn't-
feather.
quite the one that she wanted to hit. And just shoots her bowl out to the side. And it is potential for even more points to go to Elaine Legge's team. That is a team of Cathy King, Linda Hassan and Pat Fisher.
This is close, Dave.
Oh, it is.
Needs it to hold this bowl. Oh, just underneath the line.
And so they switch over, getting ready for the skips to have a go. The 2 skips, it is Janice, Barclay and Elaine Legge. A few little discussions along the way. But tell me, Alex, that is a very difficult jack to get near at the moment, because you either have to go very extreme to the right of the jack or straight on the left.
There's not much on, to be
Oh.
honest.
So the options are very limited for both the skips, aren't they?
Yeah, it's easy. I mean, obviously, Elaine's in a better position because you're holding the shot, so she could play a bowl to the 2 metre mark and be happy. If you're Janice, you almost have to spend a bowl clearing the front stuff out.
Yep.
You know, just drive straight up the middle, hit the bowl at 12 o'clock, see if you can clear the front things out, and then you might open opportunity up for your next one. But very challenging. And Elaine opting to play the forehand side. I think we'll see who go past the head. Interesting decision there from Elaine. I think she would probably just narrow, looking to go around it. And we will see Janice play with weight here. It may be that she decides to try and sit through the shot bowl that sits at 3 o'clock to the jack. Underneath the line, though, what's going to happen here? A little snick. Back edge in. It's not gone well, but perhaps something else to hit. And we must be nearing the end of this game, I feel. Elaine on the forehand side. Just clogged it up a little. I think we'll see Janice just have a nibble at this on the backhand. We'll draw it on the forehand, of course. Steering this bowl down. Trying to hit something. Something's going to happen, Dave. A little wick off that. Oh, not to be. And we see a point go to Elaine Legge's team. One.
Just the one? Okay. And the score continues to mount, albeit very slowly, as we get ready now for end 14 of 18. And no checking of the hands, I'm sorry there, Alex. They're going to keep going at it. And maybe this one, it is Pat Fisher just rolling down at the jack and gets ready for her first bowl at it as well. And let's get ready now. All right, Alex, here's the test for you. You know I like to throw these in for you. So the Summerset National Fours, how many teams are competing? Firstly men's, secondly women's. You weren't meant to look at your sheet and cheat.
There you are, the sheet that I gave you, I've also got in front of me, and I can tell you that it's 120 men's fours and 67 women's.
Okay.
But I think the thing that is cool, and we mentioned the women's one, but even if we look back to 2018, the men's fours had 78 entries, and today we have 120.
That's pretty cool.
I think that's
why do you think of that has occurred? Is it because COVID's gone, or is it just any other reasons, locations?
A couple of reasons. I think the Nationals all used to be together. Look at that, the trail back. The Nationals used to be singles, pairs and fours played at once.
That's...
Oh, no.
No? What?
We've had a jack hit.
Okay, we might get a replay of that. I don't know if Colin's able to bring that up at some stage. And these things do happen. Get some explanation from it in a minute. But you were explaining that the fours, pairs, triples...
Yeah, fours,
singles.
pairs and singles all used to be played at once. It was a
Right.
very long week, and
Yeah.
the decision was made, I want to
Timely
say,
week.
in 2019 to split it in half. So we had a fours played separately to the singles and the pairs, and one in the North Island, one in the South, which allows more individuals to attend a national championship. So I think
That
that's
was expensive, I guess.
yeah, it certainly, I think that has helped and has enabled us to have, at this Nationals, if we think national singles, pairs, mixed pairs and fours, we're going to end up having about 1,580 unique entries. 1,500 people will have played a Bowls New Zealand national event this year, whereas back in 2018, that number was 569.
That's that's a huge number of people when you consider how many, whether it was at the singles in Auckland, you've got the fours here and the mixed pairs in the Otago region.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I mean, we're chuffed, and there'll be some who've played in both, the competitive bowlers, but I think it just gives district players an opportunity to play in a national event, which is just, I think it's helpful and gratifying to see those numbers and the support for that initiative of splitting the Nationals in half, and having one in the north and one in the south. Real support from the players, and of course when we can take the fours because it requires less greens to somewhere like a central Otago, we could never have taken it when it was all together.
So it would have been in somewhere like Christchurch, perhaps, if it was going to be in the South Island?
Yeah, because it would have been played in conjunction with the singles and pairs, and Central Otago couldn't host the singles and pairs because there isn't 24 clubs here. You can't do it. So to be able to take this half of the Nationals, the fours and the mixed pairs, where you've got a similar amount of players, but because they're in bigger teams over less greens, is really gratifying. The line here from Lorraine is good. How's the weight not to be?
Okay, you're either picking Linda up or drawing right round up here. Yep.
Oh, there we go. That was the kick of the jack there, the kick, if you want to call it that. It was completely accidental.
Oh dear.
Maybe the competitors are getting a little bit tired as well.
Right round the pink one, Trish.
Here we go on the forehand side, on this long end.
Yeah, very long end. We've got it. So that's the maximum the jack can actually be at, right? At the little T there. the
Yes, that's
inverted
right.
T.
Yep. Yep, on that 2 metre mark. We've now got Cathy King, who's played very well on this game on her forehand side. Great, and another great bowl. She's played some brilliant bowls this game, Cathy.
This one's looking a little bit... No, it looks as though it's chipped it in.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine again that we'll be very close to finishing. So with that in mind, just a reminder to the viewers, tomorrow from 12 o'clock there will be more bowls live on Sky Sport and our YouTube channel, and then 12 o'clock the day after that, and the day after that, and after that, and after that, and after that, and after that.
Yeah, that's right. We've got a busy few days, a week or so, as we get ready now. We're midway through near the end of the 14th end of 18, and it is Elaine Legge with a 22-1 lead over Janice Barclay's team. As we watch here, and this is Elaine. Where's she going with this one? Very wide. Oh, just zoom on the camera. And too wide. So,
yeah,
Alex, what are we looking at? Points here. We've got one. Just looking at one.
Just the one, I think.
Yeah. And in fact, going wide on the forehand as well. What's Janice going to give us? Nothing much there. And is this the one? Is one more each on here? They're they're into their bowling
right into
straight.
their work, aren't they?
It's just like,
There's
okay,
no
let's just
mucking
go.
around.
Yeah, let's just go.
No mucking around at all. See this bowl here on the forehand side. Oh, just passed.
And
So
this is the last bowl of the 14th end.
Here we go. Janice on the probe, on the forehand side. Is this it? She's close to the bowl. And off the bowl onto the jack.
Bang.
Great shot there from Janice.
What's
And
it going to change? Is it going to
we've
change
seen,
anything?
I've seen handshakes. I'm seeing handshakes, Dave.
No. Yes.
There we go. It's done.
Okay. Well, we'll let you know. The score there is 22-1, as it is a win there for Elaine Legge, Cathy King, Linda Hassan and Pat Fisher over the other composite team from Dunedin, Janice Barclay, Trish Marr, Lorraine Turnbull, and it was Dale Bourke, 22-2. That was at the completion of the 14th end. So don't forget, we'll be back from midday tomorrow. Dave Worsley, myself, and Alex Reid. And you can just see there, wrapping it all up. So back tomorrow from midday. We'd like to say thank you very much to everybody associated with the broadcast and all of the volunteers, and of course the players as well. And of course this has been the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the Summerset Open National Fours. And don't forget, in a few days' time we'll have the mixed pairs as well. And we're about to wrap it up.
Yeah,
you see there the fine conditions, Alex.
Yeah, the mixed pairs, of course, also will be covered as well, Dave, because we
Okay.
get that the 8
great.
days of coverage on Sky Sport and YouTube, which is exciting. And I've enjoyed this first day of coverage for the Bowls New Zealand National Fours, and am looking forward to tomorrow. Of course, we will be covering the men. I can probably tell you who will be covering if that's something that we find interesting to do, which I will.
Oh, that's all right there, Alex. Of course, you have already said who you believe is going to actually win the competition, and that is
I'm sure
Galloway and
I
his
was right.
team in the men's, and Mandy Boyd in the women's. We're going to come back to those. Well, we'll see those players for the men's tomorrow.
Ask me again tomorrow. But
We will indeed. So coming back at midday tomorrow, we thank you very much, Alex Reid, as we get ready to wrap it up, and congratulations to all players, all winners, and all competitors today.